Global Symbiotes, my symbiote is a slime. 601 Devouring Curse Runes, like a divine weapon. Under the impact of that force, Ye Feng felt his entire body aching. It was as if his bones were all broken. This pain caused Ye Feng to frown, but he did not give up. He continued to unleash the power of his soul. Waves of overbearing power started to spread from Ye Feng's body. Ye Feng's eyes were closed. He sat on the ground, and waves of energy were flowing into his body. Ye Feng's current state was like a god of war. He was enduring endless pain. Crack! The bone armor in Ye Feng's body started to crack under the pressure of this energy, and his flesh and blood started to flow out. Ye Feng's body was covered with many horrifying wounds. Although Ye Feng's bones were powerful, the power of this force was even more terrifying. It almost tore Ye Feng into pieces. Under this pain, Ye Feng's consciousness gradually became blurry. His eyes slowly closed and his body completely lost consciousness. This level of pain was enough to make an ordinary person faint. But Ye Feng still held on to his consciousness. The energy in Ye Feng's body circulated crazily. Traces of energy were being absorbed, replenishing the energy that Ye Feng had expended. Ye Feng's strength had already recovered slightly, but he was still very weak. Kaka! 2 more of Ye Feng's ribs were broken. Such intense pain caused Ye Feng's consciousness to gradually become blurry and he fell into darkness. Crack! Just as Ye Feng's consciousness was about to completely blur, the sound of bones breaking could be heard from within Ye Feng's body, and a golden rune appeared. This golden rune was emitting a gentle golden light. Runes flew out of Ye Feng's body and floated in the air. Beside Ye Feng, there was a golden rune floating. 602 A strange power and a vast pressure. D crumbled. A huge pit with a radius of a few hundred meters appeared in front of Ye Feng and the doughty. Boom! Following that, Ye Feng stomped his feet, and a deep trench appeared in the ground. Ye Feng stomped down again. The ground completely crumbled, and a several hundred feet wide trench was formed. Roar! With a furious roar, Alphys flapped the wings on his back and flew toward the huge pit. Whoosh! 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 Ye Feng stretched out his arm, and golden vines grew out crazily. Whoosh! 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 Under Ye Feng's control, these vines turned into a few giant snakes and charged toward Alphys. Roar! Alphys let out an angry howl. The wings on his back flapped once more and a fierce hurricane whistled out, charging straight at Ye Feng. Boom! 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 The golden vines were instantly torn into pieces by the hurricane. Roar! Alphys roared in anger again. The wings on his back flapped and he charged toward Ye Feng with a strong gust of wind. Bang! Ye Feng clenched his right hand into a fist and punched at Alphys. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and Alphys was forced back a few steps by the punch. Roar! Alphys let out an angry roar, and a pair of purple wings slowly flapped twice on his back. Whoosh! Alphys turned into an afterimage. He disappeared from his spot and pounced toward Ye Feng. 603 First encounter with Alphys, intense battle. Wang! Ye Feng's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he dodged Alphys' attack. Roar! 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 Alphys roared again. The wings on his back flapped crazily and gusts of wind swept out, turning into hurricanes that swept toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng's speed was extremely fast. He moved a few hundred meters in an instant and dodged the attack of the wind. Bang! Puchy! With a soft sound, Ye Feng had just dodged the wind when he heard the sound of his chest being pierced through. His body was sent flying as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Roar! Roar! Just as Ye Feng coughed out blood, Alphys turned into an afterimage again and chased after Ye Feng. Ye Feng's expression was dark. He did not expect that he would be ambushed by Alphys. He ignored the injury on his chest and punched at Alphys. Boom! 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 The two of them collided together, and waves of air currents rolled out, kicking up dust that filled the sky. Yefeng's body was sent flying. He crashed into a mountain a few hundred meters away. Boom! 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 Under Yefeng, the mountains crumbled under the terrifying destructive power of Alphys. Yefeng spat out a mouthful of blood. A few of his bones were also broken. His face was pale. Ned beast. Yefeng gritted his teeth. He knew that he was definitely not Alphys' match. Roar! At this moment, roars of beasts could be heard from afar. A group of evil demon troops was rushing over. Roar! Roar! Seeing the demonic army, there was a hint of fear in Alphys' eyes. However, it didn't run away. Instead, it opened its mouth and a black vortex appeared, devouring the surrounding energy. Wang! At that moment, a golden light shot out from the void and struck Alphys' body. Thump! Alphys' body trembled. He was smashed into the ground by Yefeng's fist, causing the ground to sink in. Boom! One after another, explosions rang out, and Alphys was sent flying by Yefeng's punch. Roar! Alphys raised his head and screeched. He flapped his wings and charged toward Yefeng again. Yefeng squinted his eyes. He did not expect that Alphys could actually fly. Just as Yefeng was in a daze, Alphys' claws slammed down and covered Yefeng. Boom! Yefeng felt a powerful force pressing down on him. It was as if an endless force was pressing down on him. Alphys was a god-level powerhouse, and the attack he launched was enough to destroy the world. Boom! 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 A series of loud sounds rang out as a mushroom cloud rose into the air, destroying the nearby trees as if they were dried weeds. Crack! 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 The mushroom cloud dispersed, revealing Yefeng and Alphys' figures. At this moment, Alphys had returned to his original state. His entire body was black, like a monster. Meanwhile, Yefeng's hair was disheveled and he was in a sorry state. Roar! Alphys growled at Yefeng. His blood-red eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. Yefeng looked at Alphys, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Alphys, you're really smart to know the weakness of us humans. However, in front of me, you are destined to fail. Roar! You're courting death. Alphys roared again, his scarlet eyes filled with killing intent. Boom! 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 Right at this time, the slime blade in Yefeng's hand suddenly shone with a piercing blue light. With a flick of his wrist, the dagger turned into a sharp sword and slashed toward Alphys' head. This slime blade was refined by Yefeng using his origin energy. Its sharpness was comparable to a super divine weapon. Yefeng believed that even a super fierce beast would not be able to block this blade. Crack! However, this time, Yefeng's dagger still did not manage to cut off Alphys' head. That was because Alphys' body was too hard. Even a super divine weapon would find it hard to cut off his head. Such an abnormal defense was simply terrifying. Alphys growled. He opened his mouth and bit toward Yefeng's neck. Seeing this, Yefeng's heart skipped a beat. He quickly slid to the left and dodged this bite from Alphys. Roar! Alphys roared in anger again. His huge wings flapped non-stop, and rocks flew toward Yefeng's direction. Bang! 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 The rocks landed on Yefeng's body one after another, creating deafening sounds. Yefeng's body was forced to retreat continuously. Every stone had a terrifying destructive power. It caused Yefeng's skin to crack open, and blood was flowing out. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yefeng panted heavily. The pain in his body caused his forehead to be filled with sweat. He held the slime blade tightly and stared at Alphys. His eyes were filled with a cold light. You think you've won for sure? Yefeng snorted coldly. He stomped his right foot on the ground, and his body turned into a bolt of lightning. He disappeared from his spot. Whoosh! The moment Ye Feng left his original spot, a sharp sword ray slashed past Alpha's back. A deep and hideous wound appeared on Alpha's back. Roar! Alphas was extremely angry and roared madly. His eyes were red as if they were about to drip blood at any time. Wang! Swish! Ye Feng once again turned into a bolt of lightning and charged toward Alphas. Alphas roared in anger. He flapped his wings and gusts of wind appeared out of thin air, wreaking havoc around Ye Feng. Bang! Ye Feng punched on Alpha's chest and sent him flying. Puchy! Alphas coughed out a mouthful of blood from Ye Feng's punch. A huge hole appeared in his chest, and fresh blood dyed his clothes red, making him look even more terrifying. Ha ha ha! Ye Feng laughed loudly. He looked at Alphas and mocked, "What's wrong? You're not going to continue." 604 Earth-shaking movement, incomparably terrifying strength. The reason why Ye Feng dared to fight face-to-face with Alphas was because he had already released all the chaotic energy in his body, only leaving behind some residual energy. Human! Alphas stabilized his body. His eyes were red as he stared at Ye Feng, letting out a deep roar. Ye Feng's lips curled up, he smiled. "What's wrong? You're still not giving up. I'm going to kill you." Alphas roared in anger and pounced toward Ye Feng again. A cold light flashed in Ye Feng's eyes. He shook his arm and the slime blade appeared in his hand. He slashed it toward Alphas. Boom! Bang! The two forces collided with an earth-shaking sound, and the entire space was torn and twisted. Roar! Right at this time, Alphas roared in anger again. His body exploded instantly, turning into a black fog that covered the sky, sweeping toward Ye Feng. D***it. Ye Feng's expression changed slightly, and he quickly dodged to the back. Wherever the black mist passed, large patches of plants were turned into dust, and even some solid rocks crumbled inch by inch. Whoosh! Whoosh! Right at this time, a strong gust of wind suddenly attacked Ye Feng from behind, and he frowned. Crack! Ye Feng waved his hand. The slime blade swept out. Pfft! Roar! The blade hit Alphas' body hard and cut him in half at the waist. However, Alphas did not fall to the ground. His huge body actually grew a new body. "Human, you're pretty strong to be able to hurt me. However, my power is too strong. You are no match for me. Even if you have the power of the dragon bloodline in your body, I can still devour your power. I will let you have a taste of what despair is." Saying so, Alphas charged toward Ye Feng again. Bang! Ye Feng's legs stomped on the ground. His body instantly shot up, and he held the slime blade and slashed toward Alphas. Boom! Alphas' claws and the slime blade collided with each other, making a crisp sound. Ye Feng's arm shook. The web between his thumb and forefinger split open, blood flowed down the slime blade and dripped onto the ground, creating sparks. What a terrifying power! Ye Feng was speechless. He was on alert in his heart. If he had not dodged in time, his arm would have been broken. Roar! Alphas howled toward the sky. He opened his mouth and a pitch-black whirlpool appeared out of nowhere, spinning and wrapping Ye Feng within. Not good! Ye Feng's pupil shrunk. He quickly retreated, trying to escape from Alphas' attraction. However, the suction force was too terrifying. Ye Feng could not escape at all, and he was slowly sucked into the whirlpool and disappeared. Boom! 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 Ye Feng could feel that his body was being pulled by a terrifying suction force. He was flying toward the whirlpool uncontrollably. No! Ye Feng let out a furious roar. He used all his strength to struggle, trying to get rid of this terrifying attractive force. Unfortunately, Alphas' attraction force was too terrifying. Even if he tried his best, he could not escape. Boom! 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 Ye Feng's body continued to fall. His speed was getting faster and faster. It was like he had fallen into H*LL. No! Ye Feng roared in anger. He could feel that his body was shrinking. Soon, he would become a pile of bones. Roar! Alphys let out a low growl again. Ye Feng felt that his soul was being pulled over. It was as if he had fallen into a pitch-black tunnel. There were thick dark clouds all around him, and it was pitch black. Wang! All of a sudden, a blinding golden light came from the front. It was like a guiding light, illuminating the darkness. Ye Feng's eyes turned as he looked ahead. Boom! A huge flame rushed out from the front and instantly drowned the dark void. Next, Ye Feng saw a huge figure. That figure was several hundred meters tall. It was completely red, as if it was formed from flames. What kind of creature is this? Could it be a fire Kylin? Ye Feng looked at the huge flaming figure and could not help but guess. Who? This flame figure flapped its wings, bringing with it a scorching heat. It instantly appeared beside Ye Feng. Roar! The flaming figure roared in anger. It stretched out its huge flaming claws and grabbed at Ye Feng. Get lost! Ye Feng snorted coldly, and with a wave of his hand, a huge bolt of lightning struck toward the flaming figure. Bang! The lightning and fire clashed together, creating an intense explosion, emitting an ear-piercing screech that almost caused Ye Feng to go deaf. Roar! The flaming figure let out a furious roar again. Its huge tail whipped toward Ye Feng. Bang! Ye Feng stomped his feet on the ground. His body rose into the air and he dodged the attack of the flaming figure. Boom! Right at this moment, a huge meteor fell from the sky and landed beside Ye Feng. Fortunately, Ye Feng's reaction was extremely fast, his body dodged lightly and he dodged it. Otherwise, this meteor would have smashed through his head. Roar! The flaming figure roared in anger and pounced toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng's brows were tightly locked. He formed a seal with his hands and mumbled. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in his eyes. The golden light grew brighter and brighter, turning into a long golden whip. This long whip emitted a faint metallic luster. There were many mysterious patterns on its surface, and it was filled with a majestic aura. As soon as the golden whip appeared, the entire earth seemed to tremble. Go to H*LL. Ye Feng flicked his long whip, and a whip lashed out toward the flaming figure. Roar! The flaming figure let out an angry roar, opened its mouth, and bit down on the long whip. Boom! The two collided, and an earth-shattering explosion erupted. The entire ground was lifted up. Dust flew and covered the sky. This guy is really not simple. Ye Feng took in a deep breath. He felt a scorching wave of air coming toward him, and his skin was smoking. The fire Kylin is indeed powerful. This fellow, Alphys, is so powerful. He can summon the Doughty and the fire Kylin. Ye Feng was shocked. 605 Super Fierce Beast Fire Kylin, no ordinary flame. Roar! The fire Kylin roared in anger and charged toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng jumped and dodged the fire Kylin's attack, but the fire Kylin's tail had struck his shoulder. Pucci! Ye Feng spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying far away, and he crashed heavily onto the ground. Roar! The fire Kylin let out another roar and charged toward Ye Feng again. Humph! Ye Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light. He grabbed the long whip with both hands and whipped it out. Whoosh! The long whip cut through the air, bringing with it a scorching temperature, and ruthlessly struck the fire Kylin's body. Boom! The fire Kylin was sent flying. Its body burst into flames and it let out a miserable cry. Haha, this move is finally useful. Seeing the fire Kylin being injured by him, Ye Feng could not help but laugh wildly. Roar! The fire Kylin let out a painful roar and attacked Ye Feng madly. Shua! 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 Ye Feng's body flickered like a ghost. The long whip in his hand was continuously waved, striking the fire Kylan. Roar! The flames on the fire Kylan's body were scattered, and it let out a series of miserable roars, as if it was suffering great pain. Ye Feng had a ferocious expression on his face. His eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. His body was like a ghost, moving around the fire Kylan, constantly whipping it. Roar! Roar! The fire Kylan let out a series of miserable howls. Its body was covered with ghastly wounds. You animal, I'm going to tear you to pieces today. Die! Ye Feng roared in anger. He kicked out with both legs and it landed on the fire Kylan's chest, sending the fire Kylan flying. The fire Kylan's body fell in the distance and let out a miserable wail. Its body was covered with dense cracks and blood was flowing out. Roar! The fire Kylan let out a sad cry and struggled to stand up. Unfortunately, its body had been severely injured and it could not stand up at all. It could only lie on the ground. I'm going to kill you. Ye Feng's eyes were cold. He walked toward the fire Kylan. His right fist was clenched tightly, containing a terrifying power, as if he was going to destroy the world. Boom! At that moment, a missile fell from the sky and shot into the fire Kylan's body. Zilla! With a crisp sound, the fire Kylan's body was shattered. After the fire Kylan's body was destroyed, it exploded into a ball of thick flames that enveloped the entire continent. Hoo! Ye Feng heaved a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and scanned his surroundings. At this moment, a huge flaming skeleton appeared where the fire Kylan was destroyed. It was repairing its body quickly. This flaming skeleton was as black as ink and exuded a cold chill. Its body was burning with flames, constantly repairing its body. This! What's going on? Ye Feng opened his eyes wide, his eyes filled with confusion. This flaming skeleton didn't look like the skeleton of an ordinary person. Instead, it was made of flames. Such a strange existence was truly rare. What is this thing? Could it be the legendary fiend god? Ye Feng frowned. He mumbled in his heart, but why is this skeleton's aura so powerful? It's even stronger than me and even more powerful than Alphas? Could it be the reincarnation of a god? Who did this? Ye Feng's brows were tightly knitted, and his eyes were filled with confusion. At this moment, a few more streaks of light flew over from the distance. One of them was a girl in white. She carried a huge sword on her back and looked very noble, like a princess. Ye Feng rolled his eyes and asked, "Who are you? How dare you sneak attack me? Who are you? Why did you attack us?" When the girl in white saw the fire Kylan lying on the ground, she was also slightly stunned. A hint of vigilance flashed across her beautiful eyes. "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I want to make a deal with you." When Ye Feng saw the girl in white's alert expression, he shook his head slightly. He knew in his heart that he was definitely not the match of these two girls, so he did not continue to pester them. "Make a deal? We don't have any friendship with you, so what right do you have to make a deal with us?" the girl in white said coldly. "Just because you have such great power, it's worth it for me to make a deal with you." Ye Feng looked at his surroundings and cursed in his heart. This was actually a barren mountain. There was a sea of fire under his feet. The flames rolled and roasted the earth. Ye Feng glanced at the sea of fire. Fear could be seen in his eyes. He did not know what level these flames were, but they were definitely not ordinary flames. Furthermore, Ye Feng realized that this flame did not have any danger. On the contrary, these flames were very soft and did not seem to pose any threat to Ye Feng. "Hee, you're right. We do have that kind of power." The girl in white looked at the flames on the ground and smiled. "Then are you willing to make a deal with me?" Ye Feng's eyes brightened, and he asked. The girl in white nodded and asked Ye Feng, "Do you really have a way to deal with this flame?" "Not bad. I have a way to extinguish it," Ye Feng said confidently. Hearing Ye Feng's words, the girl in white hesitated for a moment. Ye Feng's idea was indeed a good one. As long as they could absorb these flames, they would definitely become stronger. But this was a fire Kylin. The fire Kylin was a beast of the fire attribute. It had an extremely strong sense of fire. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful fire Kylin. Ordinary people could not control it. How confident are you? The girl in white asked again. Ye Feng thought for a while and said, 50%. 50%? Are you really 50% confident? The girl in white was surprised. Of course. Why do you want to make a deal with me? The girl in white stared at Ye Feng. A thoughtful look flashed across her eyes. It's because your physiques are very special. Your bone armor is very special. It's harder than ordinary human bone armor. You guys are the reincarnations of gods. Ye Feng was silent for a while before he spoke slowly. Ye Feng had once seen a message. Gods referred to the deities in the deity world. They were in charge of everything. 606 An existence at the god level controls the laws of heaven and earth. They could mobilize all the rules of the world and use any power. There were many rules in the divine realm. The great territories kept each other in check and did not allow each other to invade the other. In the divine realm, there was a god king who controlled the rules of the divine realm. He could punish the emperor or god king of any divine kingdom as he pleased. This was an existence that had surpassed the god king realm. The experts of the god king realm were gods within a small area. They could only grasp the laws and were unable to cast spells or use divine weapons. Such an expert was considered to be at the top in the divine realm. As for existences at the god level, they were the god kings of the divine realm. They could control the laws of heaven and earth as they pleased, and could even change the trajectory of the heaven and earth, making it more perfect. You know quite a lot. The girl in white was surprised. These secrets were only known to those experts who had surpassed the god king realm. However, this fellow before them was actually able to say it out in one go. It was indeed somewhat surprising. Hehe, I know a lot more. Ye Feng chuckled and said, there is a mysterious power in my body that can change the way the world works. I can even change the direction of the laws of the world. Is everything you said true? When Ye Feng heard this, he wanted to laugh. After all, he was the only one who had a system. It was impossible for a second person to have a system. The system was supreme, an existence that was above all. The girl in white asked suspiciously. Of course. If I agree to work with you, we can absorb the fire elements in the fire Kylin's body to improve our strength. We can even break through to the God King realm. The girl in white bit her lips and said to Ye Feng, how do you want to cooperate? Ye Feng's eyes shone with a bright light. We can use the fire Kylin's flames to burn this entire mountain to ashes. The girl in white pointed at the sea of fire by her feet. I can help you, but... Ye Feng's eyelids twitched, and the light in his eyes became brighter. Don't worry. We won't mistreat you for the method you provided us with the flame. The girl in white saw Ye Feng's hesitation and quickly promised. Ye Feng's eyes flashed as he asked, what benefits can you give me? This sea of fire contains endless fire elements. As long as we can absorb the fire elements, we will be able to break through the bottleneck and reach the realm of gods. Of course, you can also take away the flame in the fire Kylin's body. However, we have two conditions. The girl in white looked at Ye Feng and spoke. Ye Feng nodded and said, you guys tell me. He wanted to see what kind of conditions these two girls would propose. The white-robed girl looked at Ye Feng and said, first, you have to help us remove the fire poison in our bodies. Second, help us recover our physical bodies and heal our injuries. I promise you. Ye Feng did not even think. He nodded and agreed. The girl in white nodded with a smile. The two of them were the white-robed girl and the red-robed girl that Ye Feng had met. The two of them were fire Kylins, but they were sealed in ice-cold flames. They were the two demonic beasts sealed in the ice-cold flames. They were originally the top demonic beasts of the divine realm. Unfortunately, they had fallen to such a state and were sealed in such a place, suffering the pain of fire. If not for Yefeng's appearance, they would have already died. "What's your name?" the girl in white asked Yefeng. Yefeng looked at the girl in white and said, "I'm Yefeng." "Yefeng? Yefeng? Yefeng?" The girl in white muttered a few times, and her eyes revealed a strange light. Yefeng nodded and said, "All right, since we've reached an agreement, I'll take you out of here." "Wait. First, tell me, why did you save us?" the girl in white asked Yefeng. Yefeng chuckled and said, "Well, I won't tell you, but you'll know." "You?" The girl in white was slightly angry, but when she thought of Yefeng's strength, she held it in. Since Yefeng could easily defeat the Fire Kylin, even if he was not at the God King realm, he was not far from it. "All right, you lead the way." The girl in white sighed helplessly. "Follow me." Yefeng nodded and led the girl into the depths of the volcano. "Yefeng, aren't you afraid that we will kill you?" the girl in white could not help but ask as she followed Yefeng. "I'm not afraid. In this world, no one would dare to harm my life." Yefeng revealed a confident smile. "In this world, not many people could kill him." "Humph! Anyone can brag." The girl in white snorted coldly. She did not bother with Yefeng anymore. A faint smile appeared on Yefeng's lips as he continued to lead the girl in white forward. "Yefeng, why do you have so much fire energy in your body?" Yefeng scratched his head and said, "Well, actually, I'm not very sure." The white-robed girl looked at Yefeng and said, "Don't lie to me." Yefeng rolled his eyes and said, "When have I ever lied to you? The power you used just now is the power of the flames in your body. Furthermore, you just displayed the flaming hand, which is a legendary ultimate skill. You're not trying to deceive me and make me cooperate with you so that you can seize the opportunity to seize the flame power from the Fire Kylin, are you?" the girl asked. "Haha, I'm an expert you don't know about. How can an ant like you defeat me?" The white-robed girl looked at Yefeng and said, "Didn't you want the power of fire? I can give it to you. Is this true?" "Of course it's true." The girl in white nodded with certainty. "That's good." Yefeng's eyes brightened. He smiled and said, "It's a deal. I'll give you the Fire Kylin's power now." Yefeng waved his right hand. A drop of blood essence appeared in his palm, floating in the air. He flicked his finger, and the blood essence instantly turned into a ball of raging flames, flying into the flames. Chi! 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 An ear-piercing burning sound rang out, and that ball of flame instantly disappeared. Yefeng grabbed with his right hand, that ball of fire appeared in his hand. This ball of fire was formed from the fire elements that Yefeng had absorbed earlier. "Yefeng, is this the fire energy you were talking about?" "Yes." Yefeng nodded and said, "You try it first." 607 This is a deal, the return of the Fire Kylin. "That's good." The girl in white nodded and waved her right hand. A flame gushed out. There was a red ball of light in her flames. "This is the flame within the Fire Kylin's body. I've already given you its power. Next, it's your business." Yefeng threw the flame to the girl in white and spoke with a smile. The power of fire was extremely attractive to ordinary cultivators. Yefeng was the same. Right now, he was lacking this flame power. "All right. Thank you, Yefeng. I will definitely repay you." The girl in white looked at Yefeng and spoke seriously. "Repay me? How are you going to repay me?" Yefeng looked at the girl in white with interest. "When you reach a level that surpasses your current level, you can come to Divine King Island to find me. You can't do it now." The girl in white shook her head and spoke. A bitter smile appeared on Yefeng's lips. With his strength, he could not even be ranked at the top of the world. How could he go to Divine King Island? "Don't worry. When I become strong enough, I'll personally pay you a visit. Ye Feng said with a smile. Then I'll take my leave first. I hope that the next time we meet, you'll have grown into a strong person. The girl in white nodded and left. Hey, wait! You two, stop right there! Suddenly, a loud and clear voice came from outside the cave. Hearing this voice, Ye Feng's expression darkened, and he frowned. He didn't expect that there would be other people here. What do we do? Ye Feng frowned. He looked at the girl in white. The white-robed girl was slightly stunned. She looked at Ye Feng and said, I don't know what to do either. You should leave quickly. Are you sure you want to leave me here alone? Ye Feng pouted. He was slightly depressed. The white-robed girl looked at Ye Feng and said, in any case, I can only guarantee your life. F***ck. Hearing this, Ye Feng could not help but curse. The girl in white did not care about Ye Feng anymore. She turned into a stream of light and burrowed into the ground. Boom! A large ball of flames surged over again. Fire Kylan! This guy, why is it still haunting us? Ye Feng looked at the Fire Kylan and said, I say, can't you just let me go? The Fire Kylan heard Ye Feng's words and sneered, do you really think that you can defeat me? Hehe, do you still have the energy to deal with me? You don't have to anger me. I won't give you any more chances. The Fire Kylan stared at Ye Feng and sneered. That might not be the case. Ye Feng's lips curled into a smile as he spoke. Ye Feng's eyes were closed, and his entire body was emitting golden flames. Roar! The Fire Kylan roared. Its eyes were burning with fire as it stared at Ye Feng. Kid, your strength is not bad. You were actually able to absorb my flame energy. The Fire Kylan stared at Ye Feng and spoke with a smile. Fire Kylan, you've been trapped by me. Hand over the power in your body, or I'll kill you. Ye Feng shouted coldly. The Fire Kylan looked at Ye Feng. Its eyes rolled as it said, since you're threatening me like this, I'll tell you. There's a flame energy in my body called Flame Epiphany. This flame is extremely overbearing, and even beyond A grades as don't dare to try it. However, this flame needs my blood to be activated. Otherwise, don't even think about extracting my power from my body. When Ye Feng heard the Fire Kylan's words, his heart skipped a beat. He had forgotten that he had no way to control the flames in the Fire Kylan's body. Now, I'm going to eat your flesh and blood to recover my strength. Just you wait. After the Fire Kylan finished speaking, it opened its mouth and bit toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng quickly retreated, but he was still too slow. Pfft! The flames touched Ye Feng's arm and instantly burned it to ashes. Fresh blood spurted out, and green smoke rose from Ye Feng's skin. It was as if he was going to explode at the next moment. This pain made Ye Feng grimace in pain. He constantly adjusted his breathing and used the slime power to quickly heal his wounds. Ye Feng sighed and said, this flame is really overbearing. Humph! Now, it's my turn to absorb your power. The Fire Kylan snorted coldly. It opened its mouth and pounced toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng quickly dodged. Although he could withstand the Fire Kylan's attack, he couldn't withstand the erosion of the flame. Therefore, he had to escape as soon as possible. You want to run? Where do you think you can escape to? The Fire Kylan looked at Ye Feng's retreating back and laughed out loud. Ye Feng was now its captive. No matter where he escaped to, he would not be able to escape. Whoosh! At this moment, a sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Ye Feng's pupil shrunk. He immediately turned around and slashed down with his sword. A silver flying sword ruthlessly pierced through the void. Puchi! The silver flying sword pierced through the Fire Kylan's chest, pinning it to the mountain wall. What? The Fire Kylan was shocked and looked at the flying sword. Whose flying sword was this? Why did it appear in his body? At this moment, a clear child's voice sounded, "Since you saved my life, I'll send you on your way." A black shadow suddenly appeared beside the fire Kylan. The black figure was about 1.7 meters tall. He wore a black robe and held a long spear in his hand. He had a handsome face and a devilish smile. He had a frivolous appearance. "Who are you?" the fire Kylan asked the black-robed man vigilantly. This person exuded a faint dangerous aura. He was clearly not an ordinary person. "You're not worthy of knowing." The black-robed man sneered and thrust his spear forward. A black spear light pierced through the fire Kylan's heart. "Ah!" The fire Kylan raised its head and roared. It widened its eyes and its face was filled with unwillingness. Never in its wildest dreams did he think that he would be defeated by a young boy. "Kid, you're not bad. You killed the fire Kylan and even sealed it." The black-robed man stared at Ye Feng and praised. He did not expect that this brat actually still possessed such terrifying combat strength. "Thank you for the compliment. This is all because of your guidance, senior," Ye Feng said humbly. "Hee, brat, I'm just following orders. I didn't want to save you." After saying that, the black-robed man turned into a cloud of green smoke and disappeared. Seeing the black-robed man disappear, Ye Feng heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Many thanks, senior." He could sense that this mysterious person was not an ordinary person. He must be a hidden super force or expert. 608 Tearing the Void, the sharp wind blade. The scene just now should be a test to confirm if he had the qualifications to be on equal footing with them. What? Suddenly, Ye Feng frowned. He felt that his surroundings had become extremely oppressive. He raised his head and saw that the trees around him had started to wither. Ye Feng's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. His speed was already very fast, but the surrounding trees withered even faster. Even the ground began to crack, revealing deep pits. "This is the death domain," Ye Feng said in shock. "Ha ha ha! I didn't expect you to know about the death domain. Since you know, then stay." A sinister voice was heard. Ye Feng raised his head and realized that the black-robed young man was standing beside him again. "Who are you?" Ye Feng said in a deep voice. "Hee, there's no need to know too much." The youth laughed evilly and reached out his hand. His 5 sharp claws seemed to be made of steel and glowed with a cold light. Whoosh! 5 sharp claws tore through the air, aiming for Ye Feng's neck and throat. The speed was so fast that it left one speechless. Ye Feng's expression was extremely solemn, and he swung his saber horizontally. Clang! The sharp claws and the long blade collided. Ye Feng took a step forward and punched toward his opponent. Bang! The two fists met. A fierce force followed the long saber and bounced back onto Ye Feng's wrist and arm. Crack! Crack! His bones were broken. The intense pain caused Ye Feng's forehead to be filled with sweat. He stomped his feet and used the force to quickly retreat a few steps to put some distance between them. Humph! And, you can be proud of yourself for being able to force me to use 30% of my strength. However, you are definitely not my match. I advise you to surrender obediently. Otherwise, only death awaits you." The young man looked at Ye Feng coldly. Humph! Enough nonsense, come! Ye Feng clenched the long blade in his hand. He shouted in anger and charged forward again. When the young man saw that Ye Feng dared to provoke him, he was furious. "You're looking for death." Boom! 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 The young man attacked with all his might, and his aura rose crazily. It was several times stronger than before. Sharp wind blades shot out from the young man's fingers. They were like a storm, shrouding Ye Feng. "Death domain," he shouted in a low voice. Hwalala! The flowers, grass, and trees all over the place withered in an instant, turning into snow and dust. Not good. Ye Feng's figure was obstructed, he retreated continuously, avoiding these wind blades. However, there were too many wind blades. Even though he managed to dodge a portion of them, there were still some that managed to slice through his skin, causing him to bleed profusely. "Brat, I'd like to see how strong your defense is." The young man laughed maliciously. With a wave of his arm, a huge air current gushed out and sucked in all the wind blades around him. Immediately, these wind blades gathered into a storm that swept across the world. Hoo 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 hoo. The storm raged like a tsunami. **T. Ye Feng's face turned pale. He had not expected his opponent to possess such great power. Once this storm swept down, he would die without a doubt. "Haha, go to *LL. Seeing that Ye Feng was in danger, the young man shouted in excitement. However, when he saw the mountain peak in the distance, his lips curled into a sinister smile. "Do you really think I don't know how to track? There's something I need on this mountain." Whoosh! 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 The storm engulfed Ye Feng. His entire body was covered, and he could not escape at all. However, just as everyone thought that he was going to die, his figure suddenly disappeared. How is this possible? The young man's expression changed drastically as he looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. "Little brat, get out here!" The young man was furious. This guy had clearly been hit, so why did he suddenly disappear? Could it be that he still had a life-saving trump card? "Your strength is not bad. Unfortunately, you are not strong enough." At this moment, an ice-cold voice resounded in the air, causing one's scalp to go numb. Swish! A pitch-black dagger silently pierced through the air and headed straight for the young man's chest. Pfft! The dagger pierced into his body. The young man lowered his head and looked at the dagger in his chest in shock. How is that possible? His pupils contracted, and his face was filled with shock. A pitch-black dagger suddenly appeared where his heart was. "Arg! You!" the young man screamed in pain. Ye Feng pulled out the slime blade, and at the tip of the dagger, fresh blood was dripping down. His right hand was dyed red with blood. "Not bad. This dagger is made from the corpse oil of a corpse demon. It is extremely sharp and can cut through iron as if it is mud. Furthermore, it is highly toxic. Once you are touched by it, even an A-end grade expert will not be able to survive. Your physical defense is very strong, but it's too weak." Ye Feng's words made the young man's face turn paler and paler. Bang! Bang! His body swayed and he fell to the ground. Ye Feng walked forward, he squatted down, and stared at the young man. "Your bloodline is very special. You should be of the blood race, but Bayan isn't pure blood. There's a defect in your body." "What do you mean?" the young man asked with an unsightly expression. "The secret manual you're cultivating has a flaw too. Although your manual is overbearing, it has obvious flaws." Ye Feng said word by word. "What?" The teenager's face turned green and white. "Did you secretly learn this secret manual?" "You're talking nonsense," the young man denied. "Hehe, it's fine if you deny it." Ye Feng smiled lightly. "You think I can't see your weakness? There are only two flaws in the technique. One is that it cannot be used for long, and the second is that it has a long way to go." Ye Feng slowly raised his hand, and a ball of purple light appeared on his palm. "Your secret manual is an evil technique. Your blood is the source of chaos." "What?" The young man's eyes widened in shock. "How did you know about this?" "Of course I know," Ye Feng said casually, "you have no right to know." "You?" The young man's face showed a trace of fear. "What do you want to do?" the teenager asked in a trembling voice. "Your bloodline can make up for my weakness, hehe. So, how about we make a deal? If you give me your bloodline, I can spare your life and help you raise your cultivation." Ye Feng's eyes were calm, but there was a trace of desire in them. If not for the fact that he had no other choice, why would he ask for the bloodline from a child? Don't even think about it. The young man gritted his teeth. Since you don't want to, then I'm sorry. After saying this, Ye Feng waved his hand again. The slime blade shone with a demonic dark light as it attacked the young man again. 609 powerful strength, like a wild beast. I'm going to kill you, the young man roared. Crack! He struggled violently, and a powerful force burst out from his legs. He broke his ankle bone and punched out. Boom! A muffled sound rang out, and Ye Feng's body retreated several steps. He exclaimed in surprise. He had used 40–50% of his strength in that attack, but the young man was only injured and only spat out a mouthful of blood. This young man's physical defense was simply inconceivable. Humph! The young man looked at his injured legs and jumped up with a ferocious expression. He swung his leg and kicked Ye Feng's chest, forcing Ye Feng to retreat. D*****. Brat, you're looking for death. The young man was furious. His bloodline power was almost exhausted, but his opponent's combat power was still so fierce. I am indeed going to kill you. Ye Feng's eyes were cold. You're too weak. He took a step forward, his speed extremely fast. Boom! The young man felt as if he had been hit by a wild beast, and his body was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was in excruciating pain. This is a good opportunity. Ye Feng's eyes flashed. I must get your blood. He held the slime blade in his hand and slashed down hard. Whoosh! The dagger cut through the skin and instantly sliced the young man's shoulder. Ah! Ah! Fresh blood flowed. Ye Feng did not stop. He continued to slash down. At this moment, his movements were extremely fast, like a ghost, making it impossible for the young man to dodge. No, the young man roared in extreme despair. Stop! Suddenly, an angry roar was heard, followed by a golden radiance that descended from the sky, blocking the young man. Bang! The golden light was scattered, it turned into a golden armored giant. He stretched out his palm and slammed it toward Ye Feng. Get lost! Ye Feng also punched out with his backhand, landing a heavy blow on the palm of this golden armored giant. Thump! Amidst the dull sound of collision, the golden armored giant retreated 3 steps while Ye Feng stood on the spot without moving. Ye Feng's gaze landed on the golden armored giant in front of him. You actually didn't die. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. The golden armored giant was the guardian of the road to death that Ye Feng had met that day. You really can't die. The golden armored giant's eyes were cold, and he looked at Ye Feng with hatred. You want to kill me? With such a small trick? Ye Feng's lips curled into a smile of disdain. You still dare to run rampant? The golden armored giant's expression changed. He roared in anger and struck out with his palm again. Whoosh! The golden palm print covered the sky and enveloped Ye Feng's surroundings. Humph! Ye Feng was disdainful. He flipped his palm, space twisted, and he struck out. Boom! 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 The golden armored giant's attacks were all blocked by Ye Feng. He then slapped his face and sent him flying more than 10 meters away. Can't even withstand a single blow. Ye Feng pouted. He could not even be bothered to look at the golden armored giant. You! The golden armored giant held his face. He stared at Ye Feng with a venomous gaze and said hatefully, Just you wait, I will kill you one day. After saying this, the golden armored giant turned and left, leaving Ye Feng standing there alone. Ye Feng watched as the golden armored giant left. His expression was solemn. The fighting strength of the golden armored giant was even more powerful than that of an ordinary master of beyond A grade. It seems that the danger here is beyond my expectations. Ye Feng mumbled to himself. He was not in a hurry to catch up. He had just experienced 2 fierce battles and was not in good condition. He needed to adjust. Ye Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, circulating the dragon vein technique to absorb the energy from the blood mist. The bloodline in his body had long reached a saturation point. After devouring the young man's blood essence and bloodline power, the blood in his body began to boil even more. Swish! As his blood boiled, a strong sense of hunger spread throughout his body, as if his stomach was rumbling and it was hard to bear. It seems like I need to eat something. Ye Feng frowned. His body seemed to have developed a desire for the blood mist. Yes, there should be ingredients over there. Go get some fish. I hope Alphys hasn't discovered my location yet. Ye Feng mumbled in his heart. It had been a long time since he had met Alphys. Perhaps he had also suffered some serious injuries and was currently recovering. Or perhaps he had more important things to deal with him. Of course, Ye Feng did not know about this. Soon, he found a water source. Why does the river water smell so strange? Ye Feng furrowed his brows. He discovered that the color of the river water was light green. Although it was extremely clear, it contained a foul smell, and it was not suitable for drinking. Forget it, who cares? Let's talk after drinking. Ye Feng jumped into the river and swam a few rounds. He caught a few fat carps and cut them open, peeling them off and placing them on the shore to roast. Not long later, the fragrance of fish assailed his nose, and Ye Feng's appetite was immediately stimulated after smelling it. Wow! It smells so good! Ye Feng took in a deep breath and revealed a smile. This river should be the running water of the valley. Thus the water was clear and had a strong vitality. It was very suitable for cultivation, especially for Ye Feng. He could feel the blood in his body boiling. It seems that the effect of this fish is better. Ye Feng squinted his eyes. He took out a piece of fish steak and started to chew. The fish meat was tender and smooth. It was extremely fresh and delicious, and Ye Feng ate it with great relish. The value of this fish was equivalent to 1 or 200 yuan. Tisk, 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 tisk. The quality of this fish is really good, Ye Feng touched his mouth and praised. The meat of this fish was special. It contained a faint medicinal property and was rich in a certain amount of energy. To a beyond A grade, it was a treasure that could enhance the body and soul. Moreover, the bone armor of this fish was also a strange treasure. It could actually improve one's physique. This type of fish was extremely rare. Ye Feng only caught a few in the afternoon, but each fish was extremely expensive. After Ye Feng ate one, he threw the rest into his storage space. Night gradually fell. Ye Feng sat cross-legged beside the fire. He was wearing a set of black clothes and his eyes were closed as if he was sleeping. Shua, 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 shua. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked up in one direction. A rustling sound could be heard from there. Ye Feng's lips curled into a smile. His spiritual power was extremely sharp. Even if the other party had hidden himself, he could not be fooled. Hehe, I've finally found you. Ye Feng mumbled, stood up, and with a flash, disappeared into the darkness. At night in the desert, the temperature suddenly dropped, and the cold wind was bone-piercing. Ye Feng moved stealthily in the darkness, and his speed was extremely fast. 610 The Golden Armored Giant, the super-fierce beast of the Abyss Alliance. His figure was as ethereal as smoke, and his feet were like phantoms. There was almost no movement, and he quietly approached a figure. This person was the Golden Armored Giant from earlier in the day. At this moment, the Golden Armored Giant was hiding behind the sand dune. Suddenly, he turned around and looked around vigilantly, but he did not find anything. Strange, he mumbled to himself, then turned around and continued to dodge, like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bough. Hehe, let's see where you can run to. Suddenly, a mocking laughter came from the darkness. Next, Ye Feng's body slowly appeared, and his black robe fluttered in the wind. He was like a ghost. You. After the Golden Armored Giant saw Ye Feng, his pupils shrunk, and he showed a shocked expression. "You're actually not dead," the golden armored giant shouted in fear. "Hehe, do you want me to die? I won't die for you to see." Ye Feng sneered. At this moment, Ye Feng's strength was more than 100 times stronger than during the day. His bloodline had been completely awakened, and his body was filled with boundless energy. There were even signs of a transformation. This energy was all drawn from the golden armored giant. Because the golden armored giant was a super demonic creature at the peak of A+, and the death aura he gave off was extremely dense, thus, Ye Feng could make use of this death aura to nourish his bloodline. Ye Feng could feel that his body was getting stronger and stronger. His skin was covered with a layer of black scales that were tough and sharp as if they were cast from steel. At the same time, his aura became more and more domineering and suffocating. Right now, Ye Feng already had the combat strength of a peak stage beyond A grade. What do you want to do? The golden armored giant felt Ye Feng's aura becoming more and more violent. He had a bad feeling in his heart, and his voice was trembling. "Don't mess around, or you'll be killed." "Is that so?" Ye Feng had a cruel smile on his face. He slowly moved toward the golden armored giant. "Stop! Are you crazy?" The golden armored giant roared, "You're provoking Lord Alphys. You're finished." "Lord Alphys? What?" Ye Feng sneered, "Is Alphys very powerful?" "Humph!" The golden armored giant snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with hatred. "You Chinese symbiotic demons are only fit to carry the shoes of our Lord Alphys. We are the great demons of the abyss, with endless power. And you are just an ant." Ye Feng shook his head. This guy was really arrogant. The abyss was nothing in his eyes. "Since that's the case, hand over your life obediently," Ye Feng said coldly. "Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? You're just an ant. I can kill you with one palm." "You're wrong." Ye Feng grinned. His right fist punched out. This punch was as fast as lightning, shattering the void and instantly hitting the golden armored giant. Bang! Bang! The golden armored giant groaned and his huge body fell back dozens of meters, breaking two ancient trees. The golden armored giant coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face showing an expression of disbelief. Before he could even react, Ye Feng had already injured him and almost killed him. "How is this possible? How can you be so strong? I'm a top genius, a super fierce beast of the Abyss Alliance with extraordinary talent. How can I lose to you? You can't surpass me," the golden armored giant roared. Ye Feng shook his head and said, "In my eyes, you're just an ant. You're too arrogant. I'm not willing to accept this," the golden armored giant roared in anger. He was high and mighty and was worshipped by countless people. But now, in Ye Feng's eyes, he was just an ant-like existence. This kind of humiliation was hard for him to bear. "Ah! I'm going to tear you apart." The golden armored giant waved his spear again and charged toward Ye Feng. His speed was even faster than before, and the spear in his hand slashed through the air, creating a loud sonic boom. "You are indeed very strong, but you are still like an ant in my eyes. Get lost." Ye Feng jumped up. He jumped into the air and kicked out, landing a kick on the golden armored giant's chest. Kika! The golden armored giant's ribs were broken inch by inch, and his entire body flew backward like a cannonball, breaking a tree that was 5 to 6 feet thick in the middle. Cough, cough, cough. The golden armored giant lay on the ground, clutching his chest. He spat out blood, and his face was filled with pain. "Impossible! You can't be this strong." He could not believe that he would lose so badly. He could have easily crushed Ye Feng yesterday. "Who are you? Are you a human or a ghost?" The golden armored giant's voice was filled with fear. He had never seen anyone with such terrifying combat strength. This was simply like being possessed by a demon. He did not understand how Ye Feng could become so strong in just one night. "Hehe, you don't need to know so much. Ye Feng glanced at the golden-armored giant indifferently. His figure flickered and he disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the golden-armored giant, grabbing his throat with one hand. "Tell me everything you know about Alphys." Ye Feng's cold eyes stared at the other party. His tone was bone-chillingly cold. Hearing Ye Feng's words, the golden-armored giant became silent. "I know you hate Lord Alphys, but if you want to find him, you have to promise me one thing." "What condition?" Ye Feng squinted his eyes. "If you let me go, I'll tell you," the golden-armored giant said with great difficulty. Hearing this, Ye Feng frowned. This golden-armored giant was not easy to fool, but Ye Feng was not worried. "All right, I promise you." Ye Feng nodded his head. Then, he let go of the golden-armored giant's neck. "All right, you can speak now," Ye Feng said indifferently. The golden-armored giant struggled to sit up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, took a deep breath, and said, "Lord Alphys has a more important plan." "A more important plan?" Ye Feng furrowed his brows. "Lord Alphys, as one of the twin demon kings of the abyssal demons, he must be the greatest existence in the entire Abyss Alliance." "He's the greatest god," the golden-armored giant explained. "He's well versed in all kinds of miracles, such as astronomy, divination, and prediction. Alphys, as the monarch, created the Abyss Alliance and gave birth to countless super-fierce beasts. These super-fierce beasts have multiplied in the Abyss and formed a huge alliance." Ye Feng nodded his head. It seemed that the so-called Abyss Alliance was nothing more than an organization made up of a bunch of creatures. The golden-armored giant's goal was very clear. They, as slaves, could only serve Alphys. 611 Wingman Clan, Wingman's Trident. "I don't care what you're up to. I'm just asking you, where is Alphys?" Ye Feng's patience had clearly run out. "Impossible. I will never betray Lord Alphys. Our mission is to protect Lord Alphys and the Abyss Alliance," the golden-armored giant said firmly. "Do you think you have the right to refuse?" Ye Feng sneered. He moved his finger and a sword ray shot toward the golden-armored giant. Pucci! Blood splattered. The golden-armored giant's right arm was cut off and fell to the ground. "Ah!" The golden-armored giant howled miserably as it trembled in pain. "Remember, you have no right to refuse me," Ye Feng said coldly. ****, don't even think about getting anything out of me," the golden-armored giant said through gritted teeth. "Hee hee!" Ye Feng laughed in disdain. He raised his foot and stomped on the golden-armored giant's left cheek. With a loud crack, his head was crushed. The golden-armored giant died under Ye Feng's feet just like that. "Humph! Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless." Ye Feng glanced at the golden-armored giant coldly. He then walked into the distance. Although this golden-armored giant was strong, he was only slightly stronger than Ye Feng. To Ye Feng, killing him was as easy as flipping his hand. The reason why he had spent so much effort was because there might be some clues on the golden-armored giant. And Ye Feng could faintly feel that there were other experts in this forest. They seemed to be monitoring him, but they did not act immediately. However, Ye Feng did not want to waste any more time here. Roar! Just as Ye Feng was about to leave this forest, suddenly, a low sound could be heard from afar. Ye Feng looked over. He saw figures coming out from the dense bushes around him. All of them had wings, and some even had 2 pairs of wings. The appearance of these wingmen was similar to those in the movies, but there was a huge difference. The wingmen were slimmer and taller. They wore armor and had a pair of black wings on their backs. Moreover, the aura they emitted was extremely shocking. Each of the wingmen exuded a thick killing intent. This killing intent seemed to have been tempered from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, causing one's heart to palpitate. ****MN human, you actually dare to intrude into our golden sacred zone. Truly audacious. Do you know what crime it is to trespass into our golden sacred zone? A winged man slowly walked out of the dense forest. He held a scepter in his hand and wore a golden armor. He looked majestic like a god who ruled the world. There were more than a dozen wingmen behind him, each of them exuding a strong killing intent. The wingmen. Ye Feng squinted his eyes. It seemed that there were still many wingmen in this forest. Human, this forest is the territory of my wingman clan. Please leave immediately. Otherwise, we will expel you. Get lost, ant. These wingmen were extremely disgusted with Ye Feng, and they scolded him. Ye Feng did not care about these people. He walked forward. Haha, stupid human. I'd like to see who dares to stop you this time. The wingman laughed coldly and waved his scepter. A vast power of light burst out. Boom! The entire space was filled with the smell of light. Endless light rays shone down, and it was like a huge mountain was pressing down on Ye Feng. Ye Feng glanced at this wingman indifferently. He raised his hand and punched out, and a green flood dragon phantom flew out. Boom! The flood dragon crashed into the white light and caused a violent explosion. The radiance shattered and the illusory flood dragon disappeared. The wingman's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. That move earlier was enough to raze a house to the ground, but it did not harm Ye Feng at all. On the other side, Ye Feng's figure had already passed the wingman and rushed into the depths of the forest. Who is this guy? The wingmen watched as Ye Feng disappeared, their heart filled with fear and shock. He's definitely not an ordinary person. He must be from a huge force, and the leader of this force is very likely to be an enemy of Lord Alphys. It must be like this. We must inform Lord Alphys. We must keep a close eye on him. We can't let him escape. This concerns the rise of our wingman clan. The wingman discussed animatedly, then quickly ran deeper into the forest. Swish! Right at this time, Ye Feng's figure appeared in everyone's vision once again. He was standing on a huge rock and looking into the distance. Human, you are indeed very cunning. An old voice resounded. Following that, a hunchbacked old man appeared in front of Ye Feng. This old man looked like he was on the verge of death, but Ye Feng could feel an extremely terrifying and threatening aura spreading from the old man. There was a special kind of magic energy on his body. It was like mercury, flowing on the surface of his skin. Ye Feng furrowed his brows. This old man's cultivation had already reached the middle stage of Beyond A grade. A mid-stage Beyond A grade expert was already considered the number one expert on this continent. And this was only what Ye Feng had seen. There were other experts lying in ambush in the depths of the forest. Human, you should have heard of the wingman's trident. Today will be your burial ground. The old man's voice was hoarse and harsh, and his eyes were ferocious. As soon as he said that, the surrounding forest started to flash with green light. Following which, hundreds of figures emerged from the dense forest. They spread out in a fan shape and completely surrounded Ye Feng. These guys are all experts. Ye Feng's pupils shrunk. He did not expect that there would be so many warriors hiding in this forest. Lowly human, you've offended the great wingman clan. You're destined to die today. The wingman clan elder's voice was cold, and his turbid eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty red light. We're going to skin you alive and use your blood as a sacrifice to the great ancestors of the wingmen. Dozens of warriors roared in anger. You're too noisy. However, it was at this moment that a surge of energy engulfed everyone. Boom! 612 Gold Tier Warrior, Legendary Old Man. How did it become like this? The rest of the Gold Tier Warriors turned pale, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. It was too powerful. This young man was simply too powerful. It was simply inconceivable. Humph! Since you've come to die, I'll receive you. Ye Feng's lips twitched and he spat out a cold sentence. Wang! A monstrous aura surged out of his body and instantly enveloped everyone around him. This aura was like the descent of a primordial beast, suffocating everyone. Pft, 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 pft. Under the pressure of Yefeng's aura, dozens of gold-tier warriors knelt on the ground. It was a shocking scene. They were all peak transcendent level experts, but in front of this human who was not even 20 years old, they could not resist at all. What do you want to do? You can't kill us, or Lord Alphys will never let you go. Spare me. Don't kill us. These gold-tier warriors were begging for mercy, they could not resist that overwhelming aura. They knelt down in front of Yefeng and shivered. This scene was seen by all the wingmen behind Yefeng. Their faces were pale. They were shocked, and they did not expect Yefeng to be so strong. Human, who are you? That old man's voice also became extremely solemn, and his eyes were locked on Yefeng. Tell Alphys that I, Yefeng, am back. You want to provoke Lord Alphys? Yefeng shook his head indifferently. He's just a reptile. What right does he have to provoke me? I'm only here to find something, and I'm not interested in opposing him, Yefeng said indifferently. Although this wingman was very strong, it was a pity that he was still far from Yefeng. This old man was indeed an expert, possessing the strength of a peak beyond A grade. He had even touched the edge of the S grade. But in front of Yefeng, they were still as weak as ants. They would turn into dust with a single palm. Then hurry up and get lost, the old man shouted in a low voice. He had initially thought that Yefeng was really planning to challenge Lord Alphys. After all, Lord Alphys was a high-level warrior in the S-grade domain, and his strength could be said to be heaven-defying. You can't stop me if I want to leave. Yefeng sneered, and he turned and left. Wait. You better stay here, or else don't blame me for being impolite, the old man shouted. His body emitted traces of blue lightning as he punched toward Yefeng. The aura released by this old man was even more intense and violent than that of the hook-nosed man. His strength had already reached the peak of beyond A grade. Humph! Seeing this, Yefeng's expression darkened. He took a step forward with his right foot and punched out as well. Bang! The two fists collided, and a violent air wave instantly erupted. Bang! 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 Yefeng took 3 steps back. The old man's body swayed, and he took 7 or 8 steps back before he stopped. At this moment, his eyes were filled with shock. He stared at Yefeng, and his heart was beating rapidly. You've also reached the middle stage of the beyond A grade. The old man's voice trembled. How could he have imagined that a young human could actually have such tyrannical strength? Could it be that there was a legendary expert hiding in the dark? You, who are you? The old man's expression was a little uncertain. Yefeng, a Chinese symbiotic demon. You are Yefeng. The old man's expression changed slightly. Oh, so you're that genius Chinese symbiote. However, it's a pity that today will be your death anniversary. The old man's eyes narrowed and a cold killing intent filled the air. The aura on his body became more and more terrifying. Oh! You! Yefeng raised his eyebrows. Just you! That's right! I am the 9th general under Lord Alphys, Reynolds. The old man's voice was deep, and every word seemed to contain a signal of extreme danger. He knew that he had encountered a formidable opponent. He had to end the battle quickly against an expert of this level. Reynolds. This name is very familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere. Yefeng revealed a surprised expression. D***mn, this guy must know Lord Alphys. We're in trouble this time. Reynolds' face was dark. No matter who you are, you'll have to pay the price for trespassing on the golden sacred zone of our wingman. You want to fight me? Yefeng had a cold smile on his face. That's right. Our wingman race will not allow any outsiders to invade us, including a human genius like you. Reynolds coldly snorted. His figure flickered, and he instantly disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, Reynolds was already in front of Ye Feng. He punched out with a scorching air current, aiming at Ye Feng's chest. Boom! This punch landed on Ye Feng's chest, but it let out a thunderous sound. Next, Ye Feng was unscathed, while Reynolds was forced back a few steps. A look of shock and anger appeared on his face. You can actually block my attack. His expression became uglier and uglier. He was at the peak of the transcendent level, but his attack could not even hurt Ye Feng? This was simply unbelievable. What kind of freak are you? Ye Feng shook his head. You don't need to care who I am. Give me that trident immediately. I will spare your life. Humph, don't even think about it. Reynolds snorted coldly. You want to get Lord Alphys's sacred spear? Dream on. If that's the case, then die. Ye Feng said coldly. He slowly raised his hand and grabbed Reynolds. Shua, shua, shua. In the void, spatial ripples spread out. Reynolds felt his surroundings suddenly change. In an instant, he found himself in a sea of flames. Flame domain. This is... Reynolds' face suddenly changed. Although he was powerful, he was completely unable to use any elements in the flame domain. He could only feel the little power left in his body rapidly decreasing. Ye Feng did not say anything. He continued to activate his flame domain, burning furiously. Pfft! Puchi! Within the flame domain, all matter began to burn. Reynolds' entire body was covered in flames, and he was in extreme pain. You, don't force me to risk my life. Reynolds said through gritted teeth. His face was as red as blood, and all his strength was concentrated on his arm. Bang! Bang! At the next second, he swung his fist and punched Ye Feng's chest. Crack! Ye Feng's ribs were broken and blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. But he did not dodge at all. Instead, he stabbed toward Reynolds' throat with his claw. 613 The tide of attacks, extremely fierce fists. D****. Reynolds' expression changed drastically as he hurriedly dodged to the side. However, a deep gash still appeared on his neck, and blood spurted out. If not for his quick reaction, his head would have fallen to the ground. You, what kind of monster are you? Reynolds' eyes were filled with fear. You don't need to know. Remember, the one who killed you is Ye Feng. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Feng attacked again. Boom! 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 Ye Feng's attacks were like the tide, pouring down like a storm. At this moment, he had completely displayed his strength as a mid-stage beyond A grade. Every move he made was extremely sharp, and Reynolds could not block it at all. His strength was inferior to Ye Feng, and he could only barely maintain his position. And this was because Ye Feng did not want to kill him. After all, the other party was a peak beyond A grade. If he really wanted to kill Ye Feng, he would have died long ago. But Reynolds did not use his true strength. He also wanted to get a feel of Ye Feng's strength. After all, there were very few existences that had stepped into the beyond A grade realm. Phew! Who? At this moment, Reynolds' face was pale and his body was covered in blood. It was obvious that he had been severely injured. However, the desire to fight in his eyes was getting stronger and stronger. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Reynolds threw his head back and laughed. His laughter filled with excitement. It's been a long time since I've met an expert like you. But it's a pity that you're no match for me. Die! Boom! In the next moment, his body suddenly expanded and a golden light burst out from his body. Invincible Vajra! Ye Feng's pupil shrunk. He could feel a hint of threat from Reynolds's aura. Boom! At the next moment, Reynolds' body slammed into Ye Feng's body. This scene shocked Ye Feng. His own physical defense was definitely top-notch, but when faced with Reynolds' charge, his armor actually let out a series of crackling sounds and showed signs of breaking. What powerful strength! Yefeng's eyes were filled with shock and solemnness. The other party was too powerful, especially that pair of wings. It made Yefeng's heart palpitate. This pair of wings could easily tear apart a tank. Furthermore, Yefeng realized that Reynolds' wings were somewhat special. They were covered in scales, and every single one of them was sharp and hard. They had different attributes, and when they worked together, they could even stack up to create a certain effect. Yefeng estimated that if Reynolds' wings left his body to fly, they could form a set of armor that would have extraordinary defense. In this way, this guy's attack power had increased several times. Yefeng, you're very strong, stronger than I could have imagined. Reynolds wiped the blood from his mouth, and he stared at Yefeng coldly. It's a pity that you shouldn't have infuriated me and snatched Lord Alpha's weapon. I must kill you today. Hehe, Yefeng smiled lightly. Enough with the nonsense. If you want to kill me, you have to have the ability first. You're looking for death. Reynolds was furious. A surge of elemental power gathered in his right palm, and his entire palm suddenly bloomed with a dazzling golden light. Boom! Reynolds' palm landed on Yefeng's chest, causing him to fly out and crash into the distance. Ah! Cough, cough! Yefeng clutched his chest. He coughed as he stood up, and his eyes were filled with shock. The power contained in that slap was extremely fierce. The skin on Yefeng's chest caved in instantly. Not only that, an intense pain spread throughout his entire body, causing Yefeng to frown. You! He looked at Reynolds, slightly surprised. What do you think? Reynolds laughed coldly. Now you know, right? My strength far exceeds yours. Not bad, you're indeed very powerful. Yefeng nodded his head and praised, but at the next moment, his tone turned cold. But this is far from enough. As Yefeng's words landed, a golden light enveloped his body. Yefeng's aura continued to rise, as if there was an endless amount of energy bursting out from his body. What? Feeling the sudden increase in Yefeng's aura, Reynolds was stunned for a moment before he laughed. Humph, humph. I almost forgot, you're a warrior symbiote. Do you think that the warrior path can make up for the gap in realm? It's just a futile struggle. Boom! Reynolds once again pounced over, his fists bringing with them a heaven-shaking pressure. His fist force was like a landslide. Bang! 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 Yefeng dodged repeatedly. The battle between the two of them caused an earth-shaking explosion. The ground caved in, trees were broken, and dust was rolling. Do you think you can compete with me with your speed and strength? It's simply a fool's dream. Reynolds roared in anger as he attacked Yefeng, forcing Yefeng to retreat step by step. His body was covered in bloody wounds. Yefeng, although your speed and strength are not weaker than mine, your cultivation is too low. Furthermore, your defense is too weak. Reynolds said as he grabbed Yefeng's shoulder, pulling him hard and throwing him away. Boom! Yefeng's body crashed into the ground. Mud and stones flew everywhere. Die! Reynolds stomped down, but Yefeng raised his leg to block. But immediately after, Reynolds bent his knee and his knee shot up toward Yefeng's crotch. Furthermore, Reynolds' knee was covered in a layer of light blue lightning. Bang! Bang! Yefeng was sent flying by the kick, his face was twisted. The power of Reynolds' knee strike was comparable to a missile explosion. Hehe, you forced me to do this. Yefeng gritted his teeth. His finger stretched into the air, and a pitch-black dagger slowly appeared. The dagger was dark all over, with dense patterns carved on it. Slash! Yefeng shouted in a low voice. He waved his arm and the black dagger drew an arc, stabbing toward Reynolds' throat. Small tricks! Reynolds laughed sarcastically as his figure flickered. Putchie! The dagger pierced through his phantom, but then his figure appeared again, still standing in the same place. What? Ye Feng's gaze focused. He could clearly see Reynolds' figure flickering for a moment before disappearing from his sight. No need to look. I'm faster than you. You're just a blind cat that ran into a dead mouse. Reynolds chuckled, and his figure instantly closed in. His left hand was clenched into a claw, and the 5 sharp claws exuded a cold silver light. With a swoosh, Ye Feng's body dodged to the side, avoiding this sharp claw. And right at this moment, Reynolds' other claw was like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue, and it smacked toward Ye Feng's head. This is terrible. Ye Feng was greatly shocked. He quickly dodged and barely avoided this fatal grasp. 614 The state of white hot is beyond imagination. The state of white heat is beyond imagination. Pucci. Reynolds' sharp claws scratched Ye Feng's arm, leaving a deep wound. Ha ha ha. Looking at Ye Feng's sorry state, Reynolds laughed wildly. His body was like a ghost as he got closer to Ye Feng and used the chance to unleash his terrifying attacks. You can't escape. Reynolds laughed coldly. His palm was like a blade. As he slashed down, Ye Feng's shoulder was instantly pierced through. Lie down. Reynolds gained the upper hand in one move, and he followed up with another attack. He punched out with his other fist, aiming for Ye Feng's stomach. Ye Feng's body trembled. His face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You're finished. Reynolds laughed sinisterly. He struck out with both his palms toward Ye Feng's chest. It's time to end this. Seeing this, Ye Feng shook his head and sighed. A trace of regret could be seen in his eyes. In this world, there will always be some people who call themselves justice. They believe that justice should protect the fairness and justice of the world. However, in the truly cruel world of the martial Dao, there is no such thing as fairness and justice. Therefore, your justice is just a stupid act in my eyes. Ye Feng mumbled to himself, and his eyes turned purple. At this moment, an extremely evil aura was emitted from Ye Feng's body. It was like he was a demon from H*LL. Your eyes. Seeing Ye Feng's pupils turning purple, Reynolds was shocked. But his reaction was extremely fast. The moment Ye Feng's pupils changed, his palms had already landed on Ye Feng's chest. Bang! Bang! Kaka! Ye Feng's body was directly sent flying, smashing into dozens of trees. His entire body was embedded into the ground. Humph! No matter how strong you are, you're not my match. Reynolds took a step forward. He was prepared to finish off Ye Feng. And right at this time, Ye Feng slowly crawled out from the ground. Oh! He didn't die. Reynolds was shocked. His punch earlier was enough to destroy a building, but Ye Feng was still alive and kicking. Ye Feng wiped the blood from his mouth and stared at Reynolds coldly. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked, "Where did you get these high-tech products from?" Hearing Ye Feng's words, Reynolds snorted coldly. He mocked, "You think I'll tell you?" Hee hee. Ye Feng laughed in disdain. "I only need to know the answer. If you don't tell me, I will smash your head." Buzz! A blue dagger appeared in Ye Feng's hand. Ye Feng's movement technique was as fast as the wind. He arrived beside Reynolds in the blink of an eye. Reynolds sneered, and with a shake of the spear in his hand, the tip of the spear began to glow. "Although your dagger is sharp, you are too weak." Ye Feng did not care about Reynolds' taunting. He stabbed out with his blade. The sword ray was extremely sharp. Clang! Reynolds wielded his spear and clashed with the dagger, causing sparks to fly. What? Reynolds raised his eyebrows. His strength was at the peak, while Ye Feng was only at the middle stage. But this guy's strength seemed to be huge. "I said, you're too weak." Reynolds snorted coldly. His wrist flickered, and the long spear was like an agile snake, piercing toward Ye Feng's throat. Hee hee. Ye Feng chuckled. His body moved swiftly, and his dagger created a series of afterimages. Clang! 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 The battle between the two had already reached a state of white-hot. Every time they collided, sparks would fly and energy would surge. The two of them fought further and further away. This guy! How did he suddenly become so strong? Reynolds' face was uncertain. Yefeng's strength and agility were beyond his imagination. Furthermore, the dagger in Yefeng's hand was too strange. Its sharpness might even surpass his own steel spear. What made Reynolds even more shocked was that Yefeng's speed was also very shocking. No wonder that good-for-nothing was killed in seconds. It seems that I have to do my best to take down this B*****. Reynolds had an idea. With a flip of his palm, he took out a green potion and threw it into his mouth. Roar! As he took the potion, a strange fluctuation was emitted from Reynolds' body. His arms instantly swelled up. His muscles and veins were bulging, as if they were filled with infinite power. What? Yefeng was slightly stunned. He could feel Reynolds' aura changing. This is... What kind of medicine is it? Yefeng narrowed his eyes. The potion that Reynolds had taken was called the Berserk Potion. Once consumed, it would temporarily increase one's strength by 3 times. However, the price was that there was a 50% chance that he would go crazy and not recognize his family. Brat, I'd like to see if you can still be that fast. Reynolds laughed sinisterly. The aura on his body suddenly increased as he pounced toward Yefeng. His fists rained down like rain, sealing off all of Yefeng's escape routes. Good. Yefeng did not show any weakness. He also waved his dagger and attacked. Pang! 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 Sparks flew as the two of them fought intensely. Their movements were almost extremely fast, like lightning. How did this guy's strength suddenly increase? The more Yefeng fought, the more shocked he was. He could clearly sense that Reynolds' aura was rising. Every punch he threw carried an indestructible aura. Haha, are you feeling scared now? Reynolds laughed loudly, and his power increased once more. His strength was already at its peak, and with the help of the Berserk Potion, it was already close to S grade. What is this? Yefeng cursed in his heart. He did not dare to face Reynolds head-on. His figure flashed as he dodged Reynolds' attack, before retreating. You want to run? Seeing Yefeng retreat, Reynolds laughed sinisterly, and he charged forward. He took a big step forward and chased after Yefeng, punching out again. Bang! Bang! Reynolds' punches were fierce and fast. He did not give Yefeng any chance to dodge. Ha! You definitely can't block this punch. Reynolds sneered. He was very confident in this punch of his. Get lost! Yefeng snorted coldly and flicked his finger. Pada! His fingers flicked on the back of Reynolds' hand, and a metallic sound rang out. Next, Yefeng exerted strength in his arms and grabbed Reynolds' arm. Chilla! Yefeng exerted strength in his 5 fingers, and Reynolds' arm was directly torn apart. Ah! Reynolds cried out in pain. His face was twisted, and he raised his other arm and slashed toward Yefeng. Yefeng took a wrong step. He grabbed Reynolds' ankle and threw him out. Plop! Reynolds' body was like a cannonball as he crashed onto the beach. The bones in his body were cracking non-stop. He was in so much pain that he gritted his teeth and glared at Yefeng, but he saw Yefeng slowly approaching. 615 Collective Defense Break, the genes of the Abyssal Demon Dragon. B*****, you dare to hurt me? I'm going to kill you! Reynolds bellowed and stood up from the ground. However, the next moment, his face was filled with fear. Because he saw that a blue dagger had appeared in Yefeng's hand. Yefeng's lips curled up in a cold smile, and he placed his dagger near Reynolds' neck. He said coldly, "You've lost." "No. I won't lose, I won't lose." Reynolds growled and struggled, but Yefeng's dagger had already pierced deep into his shoulder. Fresh blood was gushing out. Ah! Reynolds let out a painful howl. My arm! My arm is broken! Reynolds' eyes widened in disbelief. Never in his dreams did he think that he would lose this. The wingmen who were watching from a distance were dumbfounded. He actually won, and he actually defeated Reynolds. Everyone's eyes were dull. They knew how powerful Reynolds was, especially after he had taken the Berserk potion. He was almost invincible. But at this moment, Reynolds actually lost to Ye Feng. No, this is impossible. Reynolds frantically shook his head. He didn't want to admit that he would fail. Humph! Ye Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense with Reynolds. He turned around and slashed Reynolds' throat. Gulp! Reynolds' eyes were wide open, revealing a strong resentment. He clutched his throat and twisted his head with difficulty. He stared at Ye Feng, as if he wanted to remember this face. All of this is unfair. Unfair. Ye Feng smiled indifferently. You are all abyssal demons. You are merely super fierce beasts. What fairness is there to speak of? D***mn it. Kill him. Kill this B*****. Kill him. The wingmen in the distance rushed over. Most of them were around A and grade, and a few of them had already entered the beyond A grade realm. But it was a pity that Ye Feng had the nether curse. When he cast an illusory technique, these people would fall into an illusion. A moment later, Ye Feng killed all of them. The wingmen were all on the verge of a mental breakdown, and they knelt down to beg for mercy, hoping that they would be spared. You bunch of trash, why didn't you say you'd let me go when you surrounded me just now? Ye Feng laughed in disdain. He ignored them and continued walking forward. These wingmen knelt on the ground and wailed, looking at the direction that Ye Feng had left in. Their hearts were like dead ashes. The mission this time could be considered a complete failure. Not only did they fail to complete the mission, but they also lost their lives. Boom! Suddenly, the sea water churned, and waves crashed against the shore, making rumbling sounds. Then, a huge body jumped out of the sea, setting off huge waves. Roar! A 100-meter-long giant snake covered in black scales was coiled on the island, looking down at everyone with its cold eyes. It let out a deep roar, and clouds of black mist surrounded it, exuding a terrifying pressure. That's... Ye Feng's pupils shrunk. Abyssal demon snake. It's an abyssal demon snake. The venom in its body can corrode steel and even melt magma. Ye Feng's heart shook. It was rumored that the abyssal demon snake was the product of the combination of two abyssal demon dragons. It was powerful, bloodthirsty, and cruel. Once it encountered its prey, it would attack. Quickly run! When the wingmen discovered the abyssal demon snake, they were scared out of their wits. They turned around and fled. But how could the abyssal demon snake let them escape? It suddenly opened its mouth and spewed out a jet-black poisonous smoke. Wherever the poisonous smoke passed, the grass and trees withered, and the beach was left with a trail of scorch marks. Half of the wingmen instantly fell, and the remaining ones who were lucky enough to survive were scared witless. This guy is so scary, haha. Ye Feng's expression was solemn. This abyssal demon snake was too powerful. Although he had the buff from Nether Curse, he was still no match for the abyssal snake. The strength of this abyssal demon snake is equivalent to that of a peak beyond A grade. Ye Feng's expression was uncertain, and he was thinking in his heart. According to Ye Feng's guess, this abyssal demon snake should only be at the early or middle stage of beyond A grade. After all, it had absorbed the genes of the abyssal demon dragon and transformed into a magical beast. My Nether Curse can only reduce its strength, but it can't eliminate the abyssal demon dragon gene in its body. However, even so, I still have to kill it. The abyssal demon snake was a middle stage beyond A grade. Ye Feng could only use all his strength to fight for a chance, or else he would not be able to kill it. Kill! Ye Feng shouted in a low voice. His toes touched the ground and his entire body shot out like a cannonball. The blade in his hand shone with a cold light as he stabbed toward the abyssal demon snake. Wang! The sharp battle blade streaked across the air, bringing with it a biting cold wind. The abyssal demon snake sensed danger. It moved and avoided Yefeng's fatal attack. Bang! The battle blade fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Roar! The abyssal demon snake's eyes stared at Yefeng. It let out an angry roar and pounced toward Yefeng. Die! Yefeng was fearless. He held his sword and welcomed the attack. Puchi! The abyssal demon snake's tail slammed onto Yefeng's body and sent him flying. Pfft! Yefeng coughed out a mouthful of blood. His ribs were broken. He was in intense pain and was almost suffocating. He struggled to get up and rushed toward the abyssal demon snake again. The two of them fought. The abyssal demon snake was very fast. Its claws were hard and sharp, and each of its claws contained amazing power. Its skin was thick and its defense was extremely strong. When Yefeng's blade landed on its body, it could not cause any damage. Hoo! The abyssal demon snake opened its bloody mouth and bit. Bang! Yefeng raised his blade to block. A wave of majestic power surged over. The web between Yefeng's thumb and forefinger split open. He almost could not hold onto the blade in his hand. D*mn, this beast's strength is much stronger than a normal human's. The abyssal demon snake kept roaring. Its eyes were full of ferocity and malevolence, showing that this snake had gone completely mad. Its intelligence was much higher than that of ordinary creatures. It knew how to find weaknesses and even knew how to hide its aura. Whoosh! The attack was successful. The abyssal demon snake jumped up and opened its mouth, biting toward Yefeng's neck. Yefeng's body moved to the side, avoiding the abyssal demon snake's bite. Whoosh! Next, Yefeng swung his blade horizontally, splitting the abyssal demon snake into two. The abyssal demon snake screamed and fell into the sea, splashing a large amount of water. However, its body quickly healed and it stood up again, letting out a crazy roar. This abyssal demon snake didn't die. Yefeng frowned. He was secretly shocked. 616 Abyssal Demon Snake, ineffective mental attack. He'd wanted to kill the abyssal demon snake with one strike to create an opportunity for himself to escape, but who would have thought that the abyssal demon snake would recover its mobility after such a serious injury? This was simply unbelievable. Roar! The abyssal demon snake let out another angry roar and pounced toward Yefeng. Its huge body broke through the surface of the sea, creating a huge whirlpool. D*mn, this guy is really hard to deal with. Yefeng cursed in his heart. The abyssal demon snake's defense and recovery power were far superior to other fierce beasts of the same level and cultivation. Even if it was seriously injured, it would not die in a short time. Such creatures were the most troublesome. Yefeng dodged the abyssal demon snake's attacks while observing his surroundings, trying to find a way to escape. Right at this time, the abyssal demon snake's eyes suddenly opened wide, revealing a ferocious look. It swung its tail and attacked Yefeng. D*mn. Yefeng was shocked. He reacted quickly and dodged, but he was still a step too late, and the tail whip grazed his shoulder. Immediately, a burning pain spread. This kind of pain was like a red-hot iron burning on the surface of his skin. It seeped into his body through the wound and wreaked havoc in his body. Ah! Yefeng let out a miserable groan, and his figure rapidly retreated. You're actually fine. The abyssal demon snake was stunned for a moment, as if it couldn't believe it. It clearly saw that Yefeng's shoulder was injured by it. How did this human recover in the blink of an eye? Does this guy have an undying body? Yefeng clutched the wound on his shoulder, his gaze was cold. The abyssal demon snake's vitality was terrifying. He had never encountered such a thing. My nether curse has no effect on it. I can only attack it from a close distance and take advantage of its huge size to fight it head-on. Yefeng was very clear that if he wanted to get out of this predicament, the only way was to kill this abyssal demon snake. The abyssal demon snake also realized Ye Feng's threat. It was not willing to let this puny ant continue to provoke it. It let out a furious roar, then increased its speed and pounced toward Ye Feng. "Since you want to play with your life, then I'll play with you." Ye Feng gritted his teeth and spoke. He had already made up his mind. He was going to fight to the death. Roar, roar! The abyssal demon snake opened its mouth and spat out a foul-smelling black mist, shrouding Ye Feng. At the same time, its huge body pressed down on Ye Feng like Mount Tai. Hiss! Right at this time, Ye Feng suddenly heard a mystical fluctuation in his mind. Next, his body froze, as if he was restrained by some kind of restriction. Not good. Ye Feng's expression changed. He realized that he could not control his own body, and he could only watch as the huge black shadow pounced toward him. Boom! With a muffled sound, the waves surged. Ye Feng was smacked into the mud by the abyssal demon snake. After a while, the mud churned and Ye Feng came out. At this moment, he was covered in blood, his face pale and he was panting. He looked extremely miserable. Although he had the body of a King Kong, the abyssal demon snake's power was too strong. His body couldn't bear it. In particular, the venom that the abyssal demon snake had spat out had corroded his slime shield and caused him to suffer serious internal injuries. This abyssal demon snake's strength was comparable to a late-stage Beyond A grade or even stronger. Ye Feng felt as if his body was falling apart. He felt a piercing pain all over his body. Even his internal organs were displaced. Roar! The abyssal demon snake pounced over again. It opened its bloody mouth and its sharp fangs glowed with a cold light as it tried to bite Ye Feng. Ye Feng's pupils shrunk. He quickly retreated and dodged the fatal blow. He was shocked. The abyssal demon snake was so fast and its body was so flexible that he couldn't keep up with its speed even if he used the dragon vein technique. No! I have to get rid of this beast as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll be exhausted to death sooner or later. Ye Feng's eyes were cold. He stared at the abyssal demon snake, flicked his wrist, and the slime blade sliced through the air. It was slashing toward the vital part of the abyssal demon snake's neck. But this time, the abyssal demon snake did not dodge. It took Ye Feng's blade head-on and was not injured at all. This guy! Ye Feng turned pale with fright. This abyssal demon snake had thick skin and flesh. He could not even move it, and its speed was extremely fast. Roar! The abyssal demon snake pounced at him again. Ye Feng could only dodge in a panic. Just like this, the two of them fought in the sea for 3 hours. During this time, Ye Feng was bitten by the abyssal demon snake several times, but he dodged each time with his agility. Pfft! Due to a moment of carelessness, Ye Feng's left arm was bitten off again, and blood was flowing out. And at this time, the abyssal demon snake seemed to have lost its patience. It pounced toward Ye Feng again. Ye Feng's expression was dark. He quickly retreated, trying to increase the distance between them. However, the abyssal demon snake was even faster. It caught up to Ye Feng in an instant, opening its mouth to bite him. This is terrible. Ye Feng's expression changed. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't outrun the abyssal demon snake. Not only was this abyssal demon snake powerful, but it was also fast. It was almost as fast as an ordinary peak Beyond A grade. Bang! At the crucial moment, Ye Feng's footsteps were chaotic. He took a strange step and barely dodged the abyssal demon snake's fatal attack. Hiss! The abyssal demon snake flew into a rage out of humiliation. It twisted its huge body crazily and swept toward Ye Feng. If he was hit by this attack, even if Ye Feng had a strong physique, he would not be able to withstand it. Swish! Ye Feng leaped to the side and dodged the fatal blow, but the clothes on his back were torn to pieces in an instant. Hoo! After missing its attack, the abyssal demon snake immediately changed its direction and charged toward Ye Feng. This time, its speed was much faster than before. Not good. Ye Feng's expression was solemn. He couldn't use his spiritual power now, so it would be difficult for him to deal with the abyssal demon snake. Am I going to be buried in a snake's stomach today? Ye Feng gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists and was prepared to fight to the death. Swish! But at this critical moment, a light breeze blew past, blowing on Ye Feng's nose, causing him to feel a chill all over his body. Ye Feng raised his head and looked over, only to see that the sky was filled with snowflakes. These snowflakes were falling down and freezing the seawater. Hiss! 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 The abyssal demon snake, which was originally as ferocious as a devil, suddenly stopped under the snow. It let out a series of mournful wails and then its body quickly withered. In the blink of an eye, it became a dried corpse and fell to the ground, lifeless. What's going on? Ye Feng was stunned. Why did this abyssal demon snake suddenly turn into a dried corpse? 617 The strange snowflakes and the mysterious spirit stone. Ye Feng did not notice the presence of these snowflakes. Furthermore, these snowflakes did not bring any danger to him. Crack! Crack! At this time, Ye Feng suddenly discovered that around the abyssal demon snake's dried corpse, there were many cracks. Next, its dried corpse exploded and turned into dust. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, countless snowflakes drifted in all directions and quickly disappeared from the world. The snowflakes? Ye Feng's eyes were wide open. He was so shocked that he could not speak. He vaguely remembered that he had once read a poem in a random journal. The world is vast, only the long night of snow remains. The so-called vast heaven and earth referred to the entire world. Except for the white snow, there was nothing else. The long night referred to the late night. However, the snowflakes that were falling down clearly did not belong to heaven and earth. It seemed to have been released by something else. Ye Feng's heart was filled with intense shock. What were those snowflakes? His eyes swept around, looking for traces of that thing. All of a sudden, a silver-white light appeared in his eyes. Ye Feng looked at it and saw that it was a palm-sized jade token. The jade token was oval in shape, it was crystal clear and was emitting a faint light. A pure spiritual energy fluctuation was emitted from the jade token, causing Ye Feng to be extremely excited. It's that spirit stone. Ye Feng's heart beat faster. He was extremely excited. He had finally found the jade stone that contained spiritual energy. He ran all the way and soon reached the side of the spirit stone. He reached out to grab it. Bang! With a muffled sound, Ye Feng's hand was flicked away by the spirit stone, and the spirit stone also flew out of its original trajectory, flying into the ocean. This ocean was also an illusion. Ye Feng was very suspicious, but he had no choice but to quickly sneak in. Because he had no choice, he had to take the risk. Ah! Ye Feng shouted in shock. He quickly chased after it. He had to get the spirit stone back. Swish! 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 The sea water churned, a black shadow appeared from the bottom of the sea, and it jumped up to block Ye Feng. What? A cold light flashed in Ye Feng's eyes, and he slashed out with his sword. Clang! Sparks flew. Ye Feng only felt a huge force coming toward him. He almost fell into the ocean, but luckily, he reacted quickly and managed to stop himself. He was saved. When he looked up, he immediately found that it was a huge sea beast blocking his way. This sea beast looked extremely strange. It looked like a crocodile, but it had 8 claws and a tail that was like an iron whip. It was extremely strong. At this moment, a milky white pearl was tied to the 8 claws of this sea beast. This is... Ye Feng was stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. He recognized this pearl. It was the spirit stone that he had obtained before. And at this moment, this sea beast's 8 claws moved together, and it swung toward Ye Feng. Get lost! Ye Feng snorted coldly. He stabbed out with his sword. The blade of the sword broke through the water and headed straight for the sea beast's head. Pfft! The sword cut open its skin. The sea beast was in pain, but it was not afraid. Its 8 claws moved and attacked Ye Feng. Clang! 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 As the two fought, the waves rose several meters high. The sea beast's defense was shocking. Even though Ye Feng had the advantage, he could not do anything to it in a short period of time. Humph! Your strength has not fully recovered. Ye Feng's eyes flashed with cold light. He had already expected that the sea beast's ability to wreak havoc at the bottom of the sea must have something to do with the source of spiritual power in their bodies. If he was not wrong, it should be this spirit stone. Spirit stones were born from heaven and earth and contained a terrifying amount of spiritual power. After absorbing this spirit stone, the sea beast's strength would increase by a lot. However, this spirit stone had not been completely refined. It was only trapped in the sea beast's body. Ye Feng's target was this spirit stone. As for the sea beast, if it was killed, then it was killed. Ye Feng attacked while observing the changes in the sea beast's body. Inside the sea beast's body, the color of the spirit stone was getting dimmer and dimmer. At the same time, there seemed to be a cloud of dense fog around the spirit stone, emitting a hazy spiritual light. Could it be that this ball of spiritual light is the soul of the spirit stone? Ye Feng's heart skipped a beat, and suddenly, his eyes widened. Roar! Right at this time, the sea beast roared toward the sky. Its 8 legs pushed off the ground and it actually swam toward Ye Feng. Not good. Ye Feng was shocked. The sea beast actually wanted to attack him. The sea beast waved its 8 legs and instantly arrived in front of Ye Feng. Boom! Ye Feng raised his fist to meet the enemy. The two sides collided, and Ye Feng was forced back 3 steps. The seabed under his feet was collapsing. Mother Faster! Ye Feng cursed in anger. He turned around and tried to escape, but the sea beast had no intention of letting him go. It pounced at him again. A man and a beast began to fight. Pfft! Ye Feng's arm trembled. The slime blade pierced through the sea beast's stomach, and fresh blood spurted out. The sea beast was injured. It roared madly and kicked Ye Feng into the sea, then it started to bite Ye Feng's body. Hoo! Ye Feng used his energy to protect himself, and he barely managed to resist the sea beast's attack. He clamped the neck of the sea beast with his legs and slashed down with his sword. Chi-la! The head of the sea beast was cut off by him. Ha ha ha! So cool! Ye Feng could not help but shout out in excitement. The moment the sea beast's head fell off, a drop of crystal clear liquid seeped out. This was its essence, and it had a strong spirituality. Ye Feng hurriedly kept it away. At the same time, a wave of majestic energy surged into his dantian, nourishing his body, making him feel warm and comfortable. Is this from the spirit stone? What a wonderful taste! Ye Feng closed his eyes and enjoyed it. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked into the distance. At the far end of the ocean, there seemed to be a few figures rapidly approaching. Moreover, these people were all wearing masks that covered their faces. There are people. Ye Feng furrowed his brows. He did not know where these people had come from. The leader of the black-robed men was a mid-stage beyond A grade, 4 of the remaining 5 were peak A and grade, and the last one was a late stage beyond A grade. Could it be that I caused the tsunami? Ye Feng thought to himself. He thought of the people who were chasing him on the island. Perhaps it was these people who did this, otherwise, they wouldn't have appeared here. Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared on Ye Feng's face. Since these people dared to deal with him, they had to be prepared to be killed. Roar! At this time, the sea beast let out a miserable howl. Its body rapidly shrank, and finally turned into a dolphin the size of a palm. 618 The appearance of the ferocious sea beast and the burly old man. This! Ye Feng was stunned. He did not expect the sea beast to become like this. He lowered his head and saw that the surface of this sea beast's body was covered in dense scales. Its dorsal and tail also had 4 limbs instead of 8. The sea beasts rose and charged toward the surface of the sea. Bang! Ye Feng hurriedly jumped to the surface of the sea. He saw that this dolphin was carrying a group of people and flying into the sky. Not good. Ye Feng's expression changed slightly. So many symbiotic demons were clearly here for him. It was very likely that they already knew about the Spirit Stone. Or maybe they were sent by Alphys to kill him. He did not know what Alphys was up to, but he did not show up for a long time. Instead, he sent many fierce beasts to intercept him. There had to be some clues, or at the moment, Alphys was trapped by something and could not escape to hunt him down. But no matter what, Ye Feng had to head to Alphys' hiding place as soon as possible. He had to kill Alphys as soon as possible. This was the key to the entire Sky City battle. Swish, 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 swish. Several arrows flew in from all directions, each of them glowing with a cold light. They were poisoned, and if an ordinary person was hit by them, he would definitely die. Explode! Ye Feng roared in anger. He threw out the arrows in his hands. In an instant, the sky was filled with arrows. The 4A and grade symbiotes were surrounded by them. Arg! Ah! Ah! The 4 symbiotic demons screamed as they were pierced by the rain of arrows and then exploded into nothingness. But immediately after, 4 figures floated to the surface of the sea. They were all covered with face cloths, only revealing a pair of cold and eerie eyes. Your Excellency's strength is indeed extraordinary. You can even easily avoid my flying cloud needle. The one who spoke was a tall and sturdy old man. He waved his hand and the other 2 short and strong men with ferocious faces stood aside, forming a triangle to block Ye Feng's escape route. Ye Feng looked at these 4 people, and his heart was heavy. Who are you people? Why are you playing dumb? The burly old man smiled and said, We're here on the orders of our family head to plead your excellency to give up on advancing. As for our debts, they will be settled in the future. However, before that, you have to hand over everything you have on you that is related to us. Master. Hearing the words of the burly old man, Ye Feng immediately understood that the master of these people must be from the Zhao family. No matter how strong these clans were, Ye Feng would not yield. Previously, Ye Feng had killed everyone in the Zhao family's Fallen Soul Valleys research project. These people must have known the cause of the matter. Thus, they came to stop Ye Feng. This also allowed Ye Feng to confirm that the Zhao clan was really the lackey of the Abyss Alliance. Moreover, Ye Feng also had some evidence that they had plundered from the Zhao clan's base. That was why they rushed over in such a hurry to force him to take the materials. Sorry, I'm not interested. Goodbye. Ye Feng was too lazy to talk. He turned around and ran back. Stop him! The tall and sturdy old man shouted in anger. The 3 people beside him immediately charged toward Ye Feng. 2 of them took out flying daggers and darts, the other 2 took out their bows and arrows, aiming at Ye Feng. Ye Feng could feel a strong wind coming from behind him. His body twisted and flickered, and he dodged the flying daggers and darts at an extremely high speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 brushed past each other. Ye Feng was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. If not for his quick reaction, he would have been hit by the projectiles. But even so, a few light wounds were left on his body. Is this the Blazing Fireball spell? Ye Feng's eyes twitched. Blazing Fireball was a fire-type skill and was a basic spell. As long as a high-level symbiotic demon with decent abilities learned it, they would be able to release a powerful flame attack. This flame attack was extremely powerful, even comparable to the full power of an A and grade symbiotic demon. The tall and sturdy old man coldly said, Humph, since you've seen through our tricks, how could you leave so easily? Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Ye Feng took in a deep breath. He did not expect to encounter such a situation. The symbiotic demons of this continent seemed to be much stronger than any other place he had ever been to. Their battle techniques, as well as the power of their weapons and magical treasures, were not something that Ye Feng could match up to. I advise you not to look for trouble. Ye Feng's tone was indifferent. He he. The burly old man stared at Ye Feng with a mocking expression. You are just a mere beyond A-grade middle-stage ant. Do you think we will be afraid of you? Ye Feng did not care. He tapped his feet and disappeared from his spot. Boom! His body appeared behind a symbiotic demon, and his right fist smashed down with the force of a thunderbolt. Bang! The symbiotic demon couldn't react in time and was struck on his chest, his entire body being sent into the water. Ye Feng did not stop. He continued to rush toward another target. His left hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed the throat of the symbiotic demon, then he used all his strength to lift it up and throw him toward the ground. Boom! Blood spurted out as the head of the symbiotic demon was crushed. The bones around his neck were completely shattered and he died on the spot. B*****. That late-stage beyond A-grade symbiotic demon was furious and slashed down at Ye Feng with his sword. But Ye Feng's figure once again disappeared into the water. Pfft! The waves surged up to the sky as an arrow whizzed out and nailed into his shoulder. He let out a cry of pain as the arm holding the long sword trembled. Swish! All of a sudden, the water surged and a black shadow rushed out from the distance. With a shocking aura, it slammed into the body of the symbiotic demon and sent him flying. Bang! This symbiotic demon fell to the shore, his body convulsing, clearly heavily injured. This sudden attack caused the other 3 symbiotic demons to be stunned. Immediately after, the 4 of them joined forces to surround Ye Feng. Ye Feng continued to move around them. His figure flickered in and out of existence. Every time he appeared, he would deal heavy damage to the enemies. In a short period of time, he had severely injured 2 people and killed 1. The remaining 3 people were getting more and more terrified. DMNB starred. The 3 of them cursed in anger, and they took out all sorts of hidden weapons and darts and threw them at Ye Feng. However, Ye Feng was too fast. These hidden weapons and darts all missed. They were anxious. They could only grit their teeth and use all their strength to deal with Ye Feng. However, doing so was futile because Ye Feng's movement trajectory was unpredictable. Even a late-stage beyond A-grade symbiote could not keep up with his pace, much less them. A moment later, other than a tall and sturdy old man, of the other 2 symbiotic demons, one had his eyes pierced by Ye Feng and the other had his ears cut off. They were in a sorry state. Who are you? 619 What a powerful defense, a sacred healing medicine. The tall and sturdy old man asked in a deep voice. You're not worthy of knowing. Ye Feng snorted coldly. He raised his finger and pointed at the muscular old man. Boom! A ball of purple flame appeared in the void and turned into a fire snake, sweeping toward the burly old man. The burly elder's expression changed and he hurriedly retreated. At the same time, he clapped his hands and blasted out a large amount of vital essence. Only then did he barely manage to block the flame. D***mit. It's impossible for you to have such a high cultivation level, the tall and sturdy old man shouted in a low voice. Ye Feng did not reply. He activated the flame again and sent it toward the old man. This time, the flame's color was slightly lighter. This was because Ye Feng had broken down the slime power in his body into ordinary flames. Otherwise, just the power of the flames alone would be enough to turn the muscular old man into ashes. D***mit. Get lost. The muscular elder also sensed danger and immediately used his power. With a roar, his body burned with golden light and expanded to 3 meters tall. What a powerful defense! Ye Feng was secretly shocked. He could feel that the golden light that enveloped this old man's body was not any weaker than normal armors. Clearly, he had just summoned some kind of special defensive treasure. Although this kind of treasure was precious, its defensive effect was not clear. If it was a powerful treasure armor, it might be able to resist his flames. Little b** starred, show me what you've got. Otherwise, you'll die without a doubt. The tall and sturdy old man laughed. Oh, really? Then let's try it. Ye Feng grinned. His body rose into the air, and the dagger in his hand emitted a dazzling white light as he slashed out. Swish! A sharp slash cut through the sky and hit the old man's helmet hard, making a sound of metal and stone. The helmet on the tall and sturdy old man's head was actually intact. Ha ha ha! You're strong, but you're not qualified to break my helmet, the tall and sturdy old man arrogantly shouted. Oh, really? Then let's wait and see. Ye Feng's expression was still calm. Whoosh! Before he finished his words, Ye Feng's figure had already appeared beside the old man. He punched out and directly crushed half of the old man's head. Blood and gore splattered all over the ground. The remaining late-stage beyond A-grade symbiotic demon was scared out of his wits and turned to run. Where are you running to? Ye Feng's figure flickered. He chased after him like a ghost. After a few breaths of time, Ye Feng caught up to that person and punched through his heart. Ah! The symbiotic demon let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground. At this point, all 4 of the symbiotic demons were killed. Ye Feng took in a deep breath, suppressing the killing intent in his heart. He retracted all his aura and slowly retreated to the edge of the lake, sitting cross-legged in the grass to recover from his injuries. In the battle just now, he looked relaxed, but in fact, he had paid a lot of price. If his physical body was not much stronger than ordinary people, he would have been dead long ago. After all, these 5 were all high-level symbiotes who specialized in joint attacks. Even if Ye Feng's strength was extraordinary, it was not an easy task to kill a person with a single move. Fortunately, Ye Feng's strength was much stronger than these 5 symbiotes, hence he was able to gain the upper hand. In this world, strength is everything. Only with absolute strength can one ensure their own safety. Ye Feng pondered in his heart. He opened his eyes slowly, stood up, and walked forward. In front of him was a steep mountain wall. There were many strange plants growing on the mountain wall, and Ye Feng could not identify the species of these plants. However, these plants gave off a strong medicinal fragrance, which made people feel refreshed and extremely comfortable. Good stuff. Ye Feng's eyes brightened. There were definitely spirit herbs here. He quickly plucked a few and kept them in his storage ring. As he continued forward, Ye Feng discovered that there was a tree that was over 10 feet tall at the edge of a cliff, and its branches were lush. Ye Feng took a closer look and realized that the tree's crown was filled with green fruits. These fruits were crystal clear and glowed with a dark green luster. A strong medicinal fragrance wafted into his nose. Spirit herb, jasper fruit. Ye Feng's face revealed a look of joy. The jasper fruit was a sacred healing medicine. After consuming it, no matter how serious the injury was, it could quickly heal. It could even produce unexpected effects for some symbiotic cultivators who were at a bottleneck in their cultivation. Moreover, there was more than one jasper fruit. The entire tree was full of such fruits. It was simply a heaven-defying treasure. Ye Feng did not say anything. He reached out and plucked all the fruits on the tree, stuffing them into his storage ring. Each of these green jade fruits was the size of a fist and contained an abundant amount of medicinal power, enough to cure any internal injuries. Ye Feng was about to continue moving forward. But suddenly, a hoarse and ear-piercing scream came from the distance. What? Ye Feng's brows twitched, and he looked up. In the distant sky, dark clouds surged, and a vague black dot was rapidly approaching. That's... Ye Feng's pupil shrunk, and a look of shock flashed across his face. He recognized this thing. It was a huge bird-shaped demonic beast. Its entire body was black, and its wings were covered with fine scales. When it flapped its wings, it set off a hurricane that filled the sky. On its back was a huge warship. The flag on the warship fluttered in the wind, and the murderous aura it gave off was chilling. This was the Yinming bird. Ye Feng had seen the Yinming bird before, and he knew how brutal it was. The Yinming bird was a powerful flying demonic beast, comparable to the peak of A grade. Moreover, this kind of demonic beast was cruel and bloodthirsty, and it specialized in attacking cities and slaughtering human villages. Due to their low numbers, once they appeared near the village, it would cause the human village to counterattack wildly. Thus, under normal circumstances, the Yinming bird would not dare to enter a village, unless they encountered a powerful symbiotic demon like Ye Feng who was alone. But now, why did the Yinming bird appear here? Could it be that someone was riding this kind of bird? This was impossible. This was because once someone rode the Yinming bird, the rider's strength would reach its peak, and it would be around the beyond A grade level. Ye Feng's expression turned serious. If there was really someone who could control the Yinming bird, then that person's strength should be similar to his. This was a crisis. If he was not careful, he could die here. I can't wait any longer. Ye Feng took in a deep breath. He made a decision and prepared to escape from this place. But at this moment, he suddenly heard an angry shout, "Stop!" A terrifying pressure swept over. Ye Feng's heart sank. His expression changed drastically, and all the hair on his body stood up. 620 The black-robed symbiotic demon, the scum of humanity. A black-robed symbiotic demon appeared in his line of sight. He stepped into the void and instantly arrived before him. Who is this? Ye Feng furrowed his brows, and he started guessing. This symbiotic demon was thin, wearing a black robe and a black hat. His entire body was wrapped up so tightly that his appearance couldn't be seen at all. One could only tell that he was short and fat, had dark skin, short and thick legs, and was trembling as he walked, as if he could fall at any time. But this short and fat symbiotic demon gave Ye Feng a feeling of unparalleled power. Ye Feng stared at him and asked, "Who are you, sir?" The black-robed symbiotic demon said coldly, "Humph, you don't need to know. Hand over the spirit herbs you've just obtained and I'll spare your life." Oh! Ye Feng squinted his eyes, and he laughed. "What if I don't want to?" "Ha ha ha, you're not willing." The black-robed symbiotic demon laughed out loud and said in a cold tone, "Then, die." Boom! Along with his voice, the sky changed color. A black flame rose from his palm and burned fiercely. This was a demonic creature's secret technique, ghost flame sky burning art. This is... Ye Feng's eyes narrowed. Although this black-robed symbiotic demon did not reveal his identity and background, Ye Feng could already faintly sense that this person was not an ordinary expert. Moreover, he had also used the cultivation technique of a demonic being, which was clearly not a good kind. Since they were enemies and not friends, there was no need to be polite. They could only fight, and the winner would be king. Whoosh! At the next moment, Ye Feng jumped up and slashed out with his sword. Wang! The sharp sword ray cut through the sky like a falling meteor, slashing toward the black-robed symbiotic demon. The black-robed symbiotic demon let out a gasp of surprise, his eyes revealing a look of astonishment. He originally thought that Ye Feng only had A and cultivation, but when Ye Feng swung his sword, the aura that burst out was not inferior to his. This surprised him and made him even more excited. "Very good, you actually managed to block this old man's move." As expected of someone who can appear here, the black-robed symbiotic demon praised. "You know me." Ye Feng's heart shuddered, and he immediately became alert. He had a good memory, but he didn't pay much attention to his own name. He had never heard of this person, but he knew his name. What did this mean? Hee hee. The black-robed symbiotic demon laughed eerily, "You're an alluring food, how would I know? And you're still a young man." Hearing this, Ye Feng's expression became more and more solemn. His heart was filled with warning signs. The black-robed symbiotic demon's words showed that he understood him very well, and even knew his background. That meant that the black-robed symbiotic demon was no ordinary person. It was very likely to be people from Alphys. The Zhao family was the only Abyss alliance that had sided with Alphys. If he wasn't a member of the Zhao family, that meant that there were many more symbiotes who had secretly joined the Abyss alliance. That also meant that Earth had already been infiltrated by fierce beasts. Or to put it in another way, the higher UPS of the human symbiote organization might have spies arranged by the fierce beasts. Those human scum. However, Ye Feng did not know about this, so he did not dare to jump to conclusions. He could only take one step at a time. In this world, only when he was strong would he be truly strong. Nothing else mattered. How could he, a mere mid-stage beyond A grade, resist such an expert? Ye Feng's mind spun rapidly as he thought of a way to escape. At the same time, he was also rejoicing inwardly. When he was picking the green herbs in the mountain range, he had used an illusion technique to confuse the Yinming bird, causing it to not discover him, thus saving his life. Otherwise, he would definitely die today. No matter what, I have to find a way to escape. Ye Feng looked at the young man and woman on the Yinming bird's back. Their cultivation should be around the late stage of A+. If he could get rid of them, the chances of him escaping in the chaos would increase by a lot. Thinking of this, Ye Feng did not hesitate. He pounced toward the young man. When the black-robed symbiotic demon saw this scene, his lips curled into an indifferent arc as he shook his head. You're looking for death. He didn't move and stood on the Yinming bird's back to watch the show. As for the two young symbiotic demons, they were also looking at Ye Feng with disdain. Die! Ye Feng's eyes were bloodshot. His body soared into the sky and punched out, thunder rumbled and the wind from his fist whistled, bringing with it an ear-piercing sonic boom. Small tricks! One of the young men sneered and pointed out his finger. The vast and mighty inner strength gathered into a sharp spear shadow and slammed into Ye Feng's body. With a loud bang, Ye Feng was sent flying 1,000 feet away, landing on a huge rock. As for the young man, he only took half a step back before he stabilized his body. This guy! Ye Feng's heart clenched. Fear flashed in his eyes. His punch just now had the strength of 2 bulls. Even if it was a steel building, it would have collapsed. However, it only forced the young man to take half a step back. His combat power was at least several times stronger than him. The young man glanced at Ye Feng with disdain and said coldly, "Humph, you can't even withstand a single blow." On the other side, the black-robed symbiotic demon revealed a mocking expression. He could tell that Ye Feng was not an early stage beyond A grade, but a middle to late stage beyond A grade symbiote. It was only because of his physical strength that he was able to barely block the black-robed man's attack. However, this was nothing to be proud of. That was because the black-robed symbiotic demon was a late stage beyond A grade symbiotic demon, and his strength was much stronger than Ye Feng's. This gap in cultivation level could not be made up by a single special ability. Not bad at all. The black-robed symbiotic demon stared at Ye Feng with a heated gaze. He was amazed. He had lived for 300 years, but he had never met such a monstrous symbiotic demon like Ye Feng. To be able to reach the middle stage of beyond A grade at such a young age, and to be extremely strong at that, in a few years, he might have the chance to break through to the late stage or even the peak of beyond A grade. Such talent was something that even the black-robed symbiotic demon was jealous of. "Kid, tell me, which school are you from, and who is your teacher?" The black-robed symbiotic demon looked at Ye Feng with greed in his eyes. "You're not qualified to know." Ye Feng snorted coldly and stepped into the air, charging toward the black-robed man. "What?" The black-robed symbiotic demon's eyebrows twitched. He did not expect Ye Feng to take the initiative to attack. "You ungrateful thing!" The black-robed symbiotic demon snorted coldly and extended his arms, releasing a powerful aura. 621 Martial intent, terrifying power. As he slowly pushed his palms out, there seemed to be a deep roar in the air. The surrounding air instantly became viscous, like a swamp, trapping Ye Feng. Ye Feng's expression changed. He felt that every inch of his skin was being squeezed, and his movements became slower. This was the martial will that the black-robed symbiotic demon had comprehended. Martial will was a special power comprehended by a peak beyond A-grade symbiotic demon. It was different from skills and manuals. It was a special power that belonged to the symbiotic demon. No symbiotic demon could be ignored, especially existences like the black-robed one. Their martial will had already completely fused into their blood, bones, and muscles. The moment they were activated, their might would be rather terrifying. Haha, are you afraid now? It's too late. The black-robed symbiotic demon laughed maniacally, as if victory was already in his grasp. However, just as he was about to take down Ye Feng and force him to reveal his cultivation technique, he suddenly realized that Ye Feng, who was originally trapped in the swamp, had disappeared. What's going on? The black-robed symbiotic demon's heart trembled in disbelief. He had clearly locked onto Ye Feng's aura fluctuation, but in the blink of an eye, Ye Feng had disappeared into thin air. Come out, the black-robed symbiotic demon roared. The spiritual energy in his body circulated crazily, covering a radius of several hundred meters as he searched for traces of Ye Feng. However, Ye Feng seemed to have evaporated into thin air. There was no trace of his aura. This caused the black-robed symbiotic demon to be both shocked and furious. D***MN, what's going on? The black-robed symbiotic demon's expression turned extremely ugly, his heart filled with a strong sense of danger. He did not believe that Ye Feng could conceal himself. The only possibility was that he had used some kind of secret treasure to hide himself. But how did he do it? Could it be an illusion? A thought flashed through the black-robed symbiotic demon's mind, but it was quickly discarded. If Ye Feng had really cast an illusion, he would definitely leave behind some traces. After all, illusions could only be cast when one's comprehension of the spatial laws had reached a certain level. This Ye Feng had not even reached the late stage of beyond A grade, so how could he cast illusions? Unless he had some heaven-defying treasure that could conceal his aura. This brat must have some powerful treasure on him that can conceal his aura fluctuations and even block the perception of his symbiotic demon. The black-robed symbiotic demon's mind raced, and the more he thought about it, the more he confirmed his guess. Humph! Since you don't want to tell me, I'll break your legs and arrest you for interrogation. The black-robed symbiotic demon laughed sinisterly. He took a step forward and closed in on Ye Feng like a ghost. Swish! His right palm struck out. The condensed earth energy drew an arc in the air and slashed toward Ye Feng's chest. Ye Feng instantly felt his body turn cold, and a strong sense of danger emerged, causing his hair to stand on end and his skin to burst. The black-robed symbiotic demon's speed was as fast as lightning, and this attack contained an extreme destructive power, causing Ye Feng to feel suffocated. At this moment, Ye Feng even felt that he was facing a situation of certain death. As expected of a peak expert, Ye Feng sighed inwardly. A deep sense of helplessness rose in his heart. His combat strength was indeed far beyond that of ordinary symbiotic demons, but against an expert like the black-robed one, he was still helpless. However, wasn't this guy underestimating him too much? He actually wanted to take his life with just one move? Ye Feng's eyes narrowed, and his body suddenly burst out. Boom! 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 The two figures collided with each other in an instant, causing an intense explosion. Ye Feng's body trembled violently. He felt a sweet taste in his throat and a stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. But a cruel smile appeared on his face. You want to kill me with this little bit of power? Hee hee. Ye Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes shone with a bright light as he walked toward the black-robed symbiotic demon. With every step he took, the aura on his body grew a little. A power that was like a tsunami surged through his body from his limbs. Something's wrong. The black-robed symbiotic demon's eyelids twitched. Just now, Ye Feng had only exchanged one move with him, but he could actually stand still and not retreat? Although the black-robed symbiotic demon didn't go all out, there were qualitative differences between symbiotic demons. A good symbiotic demon had an endless supply of soul energy to support it, while an average symbiotic demon only had physical strength. No matter how hard a low-quality symbiotic demon cultivated, it was impossible for it to break through the gap in cultivation. The huge gap between the gene locks was due to the difference in soul energy. And at this moment, Ye Feng actually took one of his attacks. Little b*****. You're looking for death. The black-robed symbiotic demon was completely enraged. His body burst out with a dazzling golden light, burning like a flame. Boom! Boom! As these fiery red lights lit up, the black-robed symbiotic demon's strength suddenly increased. In almost an instant, he reached the peak beyond A grade. Little b*****, I'm going to tear you apart with my own hands today, the black-robed symbiotic demon roared as it charged forward. At this instant, the black-robed symbiote exploded with a terrifying aura, causing Ye Feng's pupils to shrink. In the end, he was no match for the black-robed symbiotic demon, even though the latter's strength had dropped significantly. But even so, Ye Feng still felt an immense pressure. He shook his arms, and green vines crawled out of the pores all over his body. The dense vines entangled together like a huge sword, crossing the void. Bang! Their attacks collided fiercely, Ye Feng's vine whip crumbled inch by inch. The black-robed symbiotic demon laughed evilly, "You want to stop me with such a small trick? You're simply delusional." As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed symbiotic demon suddenly punched out. Bang! Another dull sound resounded. Ye Feng's shoulder caved in from the impact, and even his bones were broken. Pfft! Ye Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. He half knelt on the ground, and his face was pale. The black-robed symbiotic demon sneered. He stepped forward and was about to cripple Ye Feng's legs. Roar! Right at this crucial moment, 3 giant slimes suddenly appeared behind Ye Feng. They raised their stone hammers and smashed toward the black-robed symbiotic demon. Boom! 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 3 dull sounds rang out. The 3 giant slimes actually forced the black-robed symbiotic demon to stop, and Ye Feng took this chance to escape. What is it? Get lost! The black-robed symbiotic demon was furious. With a lift of his leg, the 3 giant slimes were blasted away, shattered, and turned into ashes. 622 Shocking killing intent, powerful but useless. Ye Feng made use of this opportunity and ran for tens of meters. D*****. The black-robed symbiotic demon was filled with hatred, and he chased after Ye Feng. However, just as he took a step, a gust of wind suddenly blew past. Then, a silver blade with a shocking killing intent pierced his chest and nailed him to the ground. You! The black-robed symbiotic demon was extremely shocked. He stared at Ye Feng with wide eyes, his face was filled with shock. What was going on? How did Ye Feng avoid his attack and succeed in his sneak attack? Ye Feng did not give him any chance to ask for an answer. Swish! Ye Feng flicked his wrist, and a cold light shot out. A hideous wound appeared on the neck of the black-robed symbiotic demon as his head slowly fell to the ground, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Ye Feng gasped for breath. Looking at the dagger in his hand, he mumbled to himself, "I didn't expect your cultivation to be so high." That was close. Just now, he had used his self-created trump card, Come and Go without a trace. This cultivation technique was a unique mental attack secret skill that Ye Feng created using his own understanding of spiritual energy. The core of this secret skill was the spiritual sense. As long as it was activated by the spiritual sense, it could produce an indestructible illusion, making it difficult for the other party to break free. And Ye Feng had coincidentally comprehended a trace of the profoundness of this secret skill. At the moment when Ye Feng and the black-robed symbiotic demon clashed, he perfectly condensed his spiritual sense and released it, quietly attaching it to the other party's body. Then, when the time was right, he would attack again. All of this seemed to take time to describe, but it actually happened in the blink of an eye. With Ye Feng's cooperation, the black-robed symbiotic demon was caught off guard and was beheaded by Ye Feng. This guy is dead. Ye Feng wiped the sweat off his forehead. He had also used up a lot of his energy in the battle just now. Fortunately, his mental energy was sharp enough and the black-robed symbiotic demon underestimated him too much. Otherwise, Ye Feng would not dare to take the risk. The black-robed symbiotic demon's corpse fell to the ground, but it didn't die immediately. Instead, its corpse began to squirm as if it was trying to regain its life force. Seeing this, Ye Feng frowned. Humph! You humans are indeed cunning and sinister. Little brat! You are very strong. But you must die. You have something I need. The black-robed symbiotic demon's voice was hoarse and low, filled with hatred. I'll dig your head out and suck your blood and soul dry. Ha ha ha! Ye Feng's eyes were filled with ferocity. He knew that the other party would not give up so easily. But since he had already killed the black-robed symbiotic demon, he had nothing to worry about. Brat, since you took my things, you must stay here and be buried with me. The black-robed symbiotic demon let out a strange laugh. However, as soon as he finished laughing, Ye Feng turned around and ran away. Ye Feng's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already run 1,000 feet. Although the black-robed symbiotic demon was powerful, he was only an avatar after all, and he couldn't live in the outside world for long. Thus, the black-robed symbiotic demon didn't want to waste any time and immediately used some kind of escape technique. Whoosh! He instantly disappeared and reappeared on the other side. Little brat! Stop right there! However, just as he shouted, Ye Feng darted out like a rabbit. The black-robed symbiotic demon was so angry that he laughed. He was a peak beyond A-grade symbiotic demon, but he couldn't even catch up to a mid beyond A-grade 1. This was simply a disgrace. You can't run. Your body already belongs to me. The black-robed symbiotic demon chased after him like a madman. He had already decided to refine Ye Feng's body and make it his own. Although Ye Feng was in a sorry state, he kept dodging, but he could not get rid of his opponent. The distance between them was getting closer. Terrible! The power of this black-robed symbiotic demon is simply too terrifying. Ye Feng screamed in his heart. He had already used all his strength, even burning his dragon power, but he still could not escape from the other party. His strength was far from the black-robed symbiotic demons. This was the gap between the cultivation levels of the symbiotic demons. This won't do. I have to find my other companions and kill this thief together. Ye Feng gritted his teeth. He turned around and pounced toward the black-robed symbiotic demon. But at this moment, before Ye Feng could even get close to the black-robed symbiotic demon, his body suddenly shook violently. Next, Ye Feng's entire body turned into a cloud of blurry smoke. The black-robed symbiotic demon was stunned for a moment. This guy could actually turn into smoke? But very soon, the black-robed symbiotic demon revealed a cruel smile. His speed suddenly increased as he clawed at Ye Feng's shoulder. Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Ye Feng cried out in pain, his body falling to the ground. Hee, a mere smoke form can't even block one palm of mine. Accept your death. The black-robed symbiotic demon sneered as he slashed his claw toward Ye Feng's neck. But at this moment, Ye Feng's figure disappeared like bubbles. The black-robed symbiotic demon was puzzled after missing his attack when an arm suddenly reached out from behind and strangled his neck. Ye Feng's eyes were bloodshot. His entire body was filled with a dense baleful aura. He compressed his spiritual energy to the extreme, forming a short sword, and ruthlessly stabbed it into the head of the black-robed symbiotic demon. Pucci! The black-robed symbiotic demon's skull shattered. His soul collapsed instantly. The black-robed symbiotic demon had fallen. Ye Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't stop and turn to escape. Ye Feng's mental energy was highly concentrated, and his mental will had reached an unprecedented peak. At this moment, he was like a cheetah. Once he caught his prey, he would never give up. His psyche sensed the changes in the surrounding environment. After confirming the direction, he immediately flew toward a towering tree. When he was about 30 meters away from the tree, Ye Feng jumped to the top of the tree and used the force to propel himself forward. Whoosh! Ye Feng was like a cannonball. He charged into the dense canopy and disappeared without a trace. A cool breeze blew past. Ye Feng came out from the tree crown, and his face was pale. Ye Feng's mental energy cultivation was far inferior to the black-robed symbiotic demon. Thus, he could only barely use it and it caused great damage to him, causing his body to be in a weakened state. But he managed to escape successfully. Ye Feng took a deep breath, relieving his fatigue. Phew! That was close. 623 The peak of Chaos Mountain, the last place. Ye Feng wiped the sweat off his forehead and looked into the distance. He saw a mountain range in the distance. The mountains were undulating, and the plants in the valley were lush. Is this the Cloud Ridge? It's located at the peak of Chaos Mountain, Ye Feng mumbled to himself. He had heard the black-robed symbiotic demon mention the words Cloud Ridge, so that should be the name. Cloud Ridge? What's so special about this mountain? Ye Feng was surprised. Ye Feng observed this area carefully, but he did not find anything unusual. However, according to his deduction, Alphys was located here, and this was the last place he would descend. This place is filled with fierce beasts. As long as they have the qualifications, they will all gather in the south. Perhaps, the real treasure is there. Ye Feng's mind turned quickly. He prepared to head south to look for clues. But right at this time, Ye Feng suddenly heard the sound of air being pierced. He raised his head and saw dozens of figures flying in his direction. These people were all wearing veils and holding bows and arrows. Enemies again? Humph, no matter who sent you, you'll have to die. Ye Feng's eyes were cold and his right hand clenched into a fist. He had already made preparations to face the enemy. Whoosh! 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 Sharp arrows pierced through the air. Ye Feng's body suddenly rose into the air. He dodged the arrows. At the same time, he stretched out his left hand and grabbed one of the arrows. What? But right at this time, Ye Feng's pupil shrunk, and his expression turned unsightly. This was because he had discovered that the arrow was coated with poison. This strong poison actually caused the skin on Ye Feng's left hand to rot rapidly. ****. You dare to use poison on me? Ye Feng roared in anger. He finally knew why the other party shot the arrows. It was to poison him to death. Ye Feng no longer hesitated. He quickly retreated and avoided the remaining arrows. He then jumped up. Buzz! He ran at a speed that exceeded the limits of a human. You want to leave, a woman said indifferently. She was petite and dainty, but her speed was unparalleled. Shua! As she took a step forward, the woman was already in front of Ye Feng. Her eyes were cold and sharp. She raised her arm and a ray of green light shot out from her fingertips, piercing toward Ye Feng's forehead. It was a woman in black, the leader of this group. Her speed was extremely fast, and she arrived in front of Ye Feng in the blink of an eye. Ye Feng's eyes narrowed. He could feel that the other party's aura was extremely powerful, and she seemed to be an early stage beyond a grade symbiote. Get lost! Ye Feng let out a low shout. He immediately channeled all the spiritual energy in his body into his right arm, and then punched out with his right fist. Bang! Bang! The two of them collided. Ye Feng was sent flying, and he crashed beside a tree. His face was flushed red. A beyond A grade early phase symbiote? You do have some connections. Ye Feng's body stabilized. He stood up, and his gaze was cold as he stared at the woman in black. You killed my brother. The woman in black said coldly, you must give me an explanation today. As she spoke, the woman in black had already taken out a long knife. Wang! The sound of the blade was deafening. Ye Feng furrowed his brows. He didn't expect the woman in black to have an A-grade weapon. But Ye Feng was not afraid of this woman. He sneered and said, explanation? You want me to give you an explanation for chasing me? Since that's the case, then come. You're so bold. The woman in black snorted and took the lead to attack. Kill. Ye Feng was also not afraid. Boom. The two of them fought intensely, and all kinds of secret manuals were at their fingertips. Their power was amazing, and every time they collided, there would be a thunderous boom. Suddenly, Ye Feng exclaimed in surprise, revealing a surprised expression. He was keenly aware that this woman in black was quite strong, and her movement technique was very fast. If it were any other beyond A grade, they would definitely not be able to block Ye Feng's attacks. However, this woman in black was as tough as iron, and she was still able to withstand hundreds of attacks with ease. What a good fellow! Is this woman a freak? Ye Feng mumbled in his heart, but his eyes glanced at the other women. Their movement techniques were obviously of a higher level, and their speed completely surpassed Ye Feng's. They split up the work and cooperated well, surrounding Ye Feng in the center. Ye Feng's movements were gradually obstructed, and he was in danger. Hee. Kid, just surrender. Don't resist anymore, or you won't be able to live. The women sneered. Hee, Ye Feng sneered, I want to ask you, who are you? Why are you chasing me? You're not qualified to ask. The woman in black shook her head. If you know what's good for you, hand over your life obediently. Oh? Is that so? Then let's try and see if you can do anything to me. Ye Feng said with a cold smile. You're so stubborn. The woman in black snorted, kill him. Remember, torture him to death slowly. Whoosh! 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 The women attacked at the same time, and all kinds of weapons flew around. Ha ha ha! Do you think you can kill me with just these small fries? Ye Feng laughed. Although these women in black were very strong, and there were even mid-stage beyond A grades as among them. But their actual combat strength was not much, and Ye Feng did not put them in his eyes. Whoosh! 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 His palm danced in the air like a butterfly, and after images shot out from his fingertips. The women in black felt as if they were locked by an extremely powerful soul intent, and they couldn't move. Ah! Screams of pain could be heard one after another. Ye Feng's attacks were simple and brutal. His palms were like two extremely sharp swords, constantly striking out. In an instant, there were 5 more bodies on the ground. How can you be so strong? The leading woman in black was so scared that her liver and guts were torn apart, and her eyes were filled with horror. The tyrannical strength that Ye Feng had displayed earlier far surpassed that of ordinary symbiotes. It was even possible that he had reached the level of an early stage beyond A-grade symbiote. As for the woman in black, she was also an early stage beyond A-grade symbiotic demon, but she was not Ye Feng's match. This was too terrifying. Since you want to be the demon's dogs, then don't blame me for being ruthless. All of you, die. Before he finished speaking, Ye Feng charged forward again, using the slime power. Chi-la! The wind from the palm was piercingly cold, and it brought out an illusion. Bang! The woman in black responded in a hurry, but she was still sent flying by the palm. Her chest exploded into a bloody mist, and her lips trembled. She almost fell down the valley in a sorry state. You should die. 624 The Woman in Black and the Assassin Trained by the Abyss Alliance. The woman in black was filled with hatred. However, she had already lost the ability to fight. All of you, leave. I'll deal with him. She gritted her teeth. Using all her remaining spiritual energy, she slashed out with her saber, creating a 10-meter-long saber ray that enveloped Ye Feng. You think you can escape? Ye Feng laughed coldly, and a powerful aura emerged from his body. Boom! He struck out with both his palms, and 2 streams of flames gushed out to meet the black-robed woman's blade light. Next, Ye Feng used the Sea God King's power, and a water elemental flood dragon appeared on his body, opening its fangs and biting down at the black-robed woman. Pucci! The woman in black's body was torn apart, and blood splattered all over the ground. The woman in black stared at Ye Feng with her eyes wide open before she died. She was filled with doubt and unwillingness. She did not expect that the gap between her strength and Ye Feng's was so huge. She was killed in a second. That was close. Ye Feng wiped the sweat off his forehead and sighed. Fortunately, he had broken through in time and his strength had soared. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to deal with this group of assassins. Ye Feng looked at the corpses of the few women on the ground, his gaze was cold. Humph! Kicking one of them, Ye Feng stretched his hand toward their waists. Buzz! Right at this time, Ye Feng heard a faint sound. He turned his head to look, and his pupil shrank. The woman in black who was supposed to be dead didn't die. At this moment, a dark blue light appeared on her wrist, and a thumb-sized crystal ball kept flashing. This was her armor. Humph! Ye Feng's gaze focused. A metal pellet appeared in his hand. You're looking for death. The woman in black had an angry expression on her face. She was clearly angered by Ye Feng's actions. You think I can't do anything to you? Ye Feng snorted coldly. He threw out the metal pellet. Bang! Bang! The metal pellet exploded in the air. The violent explosion was deafening, and the entire canyon seemed to shake. Amidst the smoke and dust, only Ye Feng and the black-robed woman remained standing. The black-robed woman's figure disappeared, turning into a cloud of black fog. Humph! You want to hide? How can it be that easy? Ye Feng shouted in a low voice. The muscles on his arms tightened. The veins on his fists were popping. Slime slash! He threw a punch, and the surrounding elements gathered crazily, forming a huge fist shadow. It smashed toward the black mist, making a deafening explosion. Don't! A panicked shout came from the black mist. The black mist trembled violently for a while and suddenly split into 2. One part of it was smashed into powder and turned into ashes. The other part managed to withstand a few hits before finally shattering. Next, Ye Feng grabbed a token and held it in his hand. A blood-red demon character was written on the front, and the 2 seal characters Abyss Alliance were written on the back. Ye Feng's eyes revealed a cold killing intent. It's indeed you bunch of animals. Ye Feng sneered, his heart was filled with anger. He had personally killed hundreds of symbiotes, but most of them were ordinary people. He had never met any experts like this group of assassins who had transcendent-level combat power. Only this group of women in black in front of him made Ye Feng feel a deep threat. This was because each of them had the strength of a beyond A grade, and the skills and secret techniques they cultivated were also very strange. This woman in black was like a special life form. This was probably a group of combat machines specially trained by the Abyss Alliance for the symbiotic demons, using humans as their combat power to defeat them. It was terrifying. These guys were not only good at hiding their tracks, but they also knew how to control others to fight. Moreover, their bodies were tough and had extremely strong defense. Even if they were fighting with the same level, they would be quite difficult to handle. Ye Feng did not hesitate. His body moved and he quickly left this place. This group of people would definitely have stronger reinforcements. It was definitely not a wise move for him to stay and fight. B*****. He's actually running away, the woman in black shouted in anger. Chase, chase! We can't let him go. With a wave of her hand, the surrounding black-robed women all chased after Ye Feng. They were extremely fast, and they soon passed through the forest and entered the depths. Along the way, they saw all kinds of poisonous insects. These poisonous insects were extremely poisonous, and even experts had to be wary of them. A slight touch could cause one to be poisoned to the ground. Ah! A miserable howl came from the depths of the forest. A leg had been bitten off, and blood was flowing out. But Ye Feng's speed did not decrease. He continued to run forward. He knew that although these poisonous insects were fierce, they could not do anything to him. Ye Feng's body had already been reborn. His physical body had been strengthened by 100 times, the venom of the poisonous insects could not harm him at all. His current speed was even faster than a middle stage beyond A-grade symbiote. However, this wasn't a solution. D*****MN poisonous insects, wait for me to recover my cultivation state. I will definitely eat all of you. None of you will survive. Ye Feng could not help but curse. However, he quickly realized the danger. Not good. Ye Feng's brows twitched, and he revealed a surprised expression. He sensed that something seemed to be stirring in the depths of his soul. How is this power possible? Could it be this? A familiar feeling appeared in Ye Feng's mind. He quickly closed his eyes and checked the situation in the depths of his soul. It's this. Ye Feng opened his eyes. In the depths of his soul, a wisp of purple lightning was spinning. It was like an electric snake slithering between the inner walls of his soul. The color of the lightning snake was a faint purple. This was the lightning of tribulation that he had obtained from the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. It was a type of lightning that contained destructive power. When Ye Feng received the heavenly lightning baptism during the heavenly tribulation, this ball of heavenly lightning was hidden in the depths of his soul, but Ye Feng did not notice it. Now, he finally sensed it. After absorbing a large amount of the power of the lightning of tribulation, this bolt of lightning seemed to have become a living thing. It actually started to devour the spiritual energy stored in the depths of the soul. The spiritual energy in Ye Feng's body was depleting at an alarming rate. I can't delay any longer. Ye Feng's mind turned quickly. This lightning of heavenly tribulation was devouring the spiritual energy too quickly. At this rate, it would not take long before Ye Feng would use up all the spiritual energy in his body. At that time, even he would be crippled by the lightning of tribulation. Since the lightning of tribulation has already gained sentience, I should be able to communicate with it, right? Ye Feng suddenly recalled that he had used this extremely powerful force before. Now, Ye Feng decided to give it a try. 625 Comprehended Obliteration and God Grade Secret Skill. These two were both late stage beyond A grades, and Ye Feng discovered that they had many companions behind them. He, that's right. The two of us are the Blood Crow King and the Red Wolf King. The man with the ugly and fierce face grinned hideously. Ye Feng, just surrender obediently. With the two of us working together, there's no way you'll survive. Oh? Another lackey sent by Alphys. Ye Feng said indifferently. How dare you insult Lord Alphys? That's right, we are here on his orders to take your life. The Blood Crow King smiled sinisterly. As he spoke, his eyes squinted like two knives. Hearing this, Ye Feng immediately reacted. The Blood Crow King and the Red Wolf King should be the minions sent by Alphys to kill him. And Ye Feng had a premonition that he was not far from Alphys. As long as these two fierce beasts were killed, it would be too late even if Alphys sent more experts over. Since that's the case, then come. Ye Feng's body emitted a strong aura, his battle intent was high. Humph, you're so stubborn. Kill. The Blood Crow King and the Red Wolf King roared in anger. They jumped up and pounced toward Ye Feng. Boom! Boom! The two of them were both genuine late-stage beyond A grades. They released their auras, and a strong wind swept through the entire forest. Good. Let me see what you're capable of. Ye Feng gave a long hiss. His clothes were torn apart, revealing his muscular body. 626 All the shrimp soldiers and crab generals were killed. Bang! 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 The fist force shook the air and collided with a blood-red sickle. Crack! The sickle broke. The Blood Crow King was surprised. Ye Feng's physical strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Ha ha ha! It's great! Ye Feng laughed loudly. He kicked out and sent the Blood Crow King flying. Ah! The Blood Crow King let out a miserable howl as his chest was kicked open. Ye Feng retracted his legs and stood up. He looked at the remaining Red Wolf King coldly. He opened his mouth and said, "Get lost." The Blood Crow King's body trembled. When they exchanged blows earlier, he felt that Ye Feng could not be moved. Even if he used all his strength to attack, he could not cause any damage to Ye Feng. This guy was too terrifying. Good. Ye Feng, I'll let you off today. We'll fight again another day. The Blood Crow King turned around and fled. Wait. Did I allow you to escape? Ye Feng's eyes were icy, and his tone was cold. If you don't want to die, then obediently leave behind a wing. The Blood Crow King's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he had encountered a difficult opponent. However, it was too much to ask him to cut off a wing. If his wings were cut off, his strength would drop by half, and he would also lose the ability to fly. Such a price was truly too great. What do we do? The Blood Crow King hesitated. But right at this time, Ye Feng's body bent slightly. He raised his arms and pushed down with both palms. Hoo! A ball of fire appeared on his palms and quickly condensed into a fireball with a diameter of 1 meter. Boom! Boom! The fireball streaked across the sky and landed on the Red Wolf King's body, instantly letting out a violent roar. The Blood Crow King was instantly charred. He let out a shrill cry and his huge body fell. Bang! Bang! The Blood Crow King fell heavily to the ground. ****. Ye Feng, you are looking for death. The Blood Crow King was furious. He roared and charged toward Ye Feng. You're too noisy. Ye Feng stretched out his right index finger and flicked it in the air. Puchy! With a flash of black light, a bowl-sized hole was pierced through the Blood Crow King's head, and he died on the spot. Blood Crow King! The Red Wolf King was shocked. He did not expect Ye Feng to be so brutal, killing the Blood Crow King without any hesitation. Ye Feng, you actually killed the Blood Crow King. When Lord Alphys arrives, he will definitely not let you off, the Red Wolf King said through gritted teeth. Hehe, you think I'm afraid of Alphys? Ye Feng shook his head. What do you mean by that? What do you think Alphys is? Ye Feng sneered, in my eyes, he is merely an ant. Killing him is just a passing action. You don't know your place. Do you know who Lord Alphys is? The Red Wolf King said indignantly. How dare you look down on Lord Alphys? If you're not convinced, I can send you on your way. Ye Feng's gaze was cold. Humph, what big words. Take my move, the Red Wolf King shouted. He waved his claws and pounced toward Ye Feng. Shua, 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 shua. His speed was extremely fast. Like an agile cheetah, he arrived beside Ye Feng in the blink of an eye. Ye Feng did not panic. He stretched out his left hand and lightly struck out. Bang! The palm hit the Red Wolf King's chest. The Red Wolf King's body froze, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Plop! His body knelt heavily on the ground. You, how can you be so strong? The Red Wolf King looked at Ye Feng with an unwilling expression. He would never have thought that Ye Feng's strength would reach such an unbelievable level. Originally, in the Red Wolf King's plan, even if they could not kill Ye Feng, they could at least delay him until Alphys arrived. Unfortunately, the Blood Crow King was too conceited. "You're so silly." The Red Wolf King's eyes widened, and his pupils gradually dilated. Following the Blood Crow King's death, a majestic soul energy entered Yefeng's forehead, causing Yefeng's soul realm to increase by another level. Yefeng's soul realm was already comparable to a late stage beyond A grade, and if he were to break through again, he would be comparable to a peak beyond A grade or even stronger. Yefeng walked over step by step, stepping on the Blood Crow King's corpse. What do you want to do?" The Red Wolf King saw Yefeng getting closer and closer. He was so scared that his entire body was trembling. Yefeng's lips moved. Wang! The Red Wolf King suddenly felt his soul convulse, and he fell unconscious. What did you do to me?" After the Red Wolf King woke up, he looked at Yefeng in shock. "It's nothing. I just planted a wisp of soul brand on you," Yefeng said indifferently. "What?" The Red Wolf King was shocked. He felt a faint pain coming from the depths of his soul, as if some strange power was quietly seeping in. "Lowly human, you actually enslaved me. You're dead," the Red Wolf King shrieked madly. The soul imprint had already formed a close connection with Yefeng. Once he was completely controlled by the other party, his life would be over. "I'm going to kill you." The Red Wolf King howled in anger and struggled madly, but Yefeng did not move an inch. No matter how many secret techniques and divine skills the Red Wolf King used, they were all useless. "Release me! Lowly mortal, you should die!" The Red Wolf King tried his best to scream, but it was useless. Yefeng did not care. He stood up and scanned his surroundings. Yefeng realized that the entire forest was filled with dense spiritual energy. There's definitely a great opportunity here. Yefeng's gaze was burning. He took a step forward and walked into the forest. "Stop, lowly insect!" Right at this time, a loud shout could be heard. A young man appeared in front of Yefeng. "Who are you?" Yefeng frowned and stared at this young man. This young man had an ordinary appearance, but he was 13 feet tall. His muscles were like metal, and he exuded a brutal and intimidating aura. "I am Ironbone, the second great general under Lord Alphys. Under Lord Alphys' orders, capture the traitor Yefeng and hand over the divine weapon. Otherwise, die." "Oh!" Hearing Ironbone's threat, Yefeng laughed instead. "What an overbearing Alphys! However, what makes you think that you've got me?" Yefeng slowly raised his head, staring at this Ironbone. "Humph! Lord Alphys had long predicted that you would be hiding in the ruins of the Holy Land, so he sent us to find you." Ironbone snorted. Yefeng squinted his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "Do you think I'll be defeated as easily as last time?" "Haha, what a joke!" Ironbone laughed heartily. Yefeng stared at him coldly. 627 General Ironbone, shocking arm strength. Although this Ironbone was the general under Alphys, he was not as powerful as Pharmas or Sargeras. However, he had thick skin and a terrifying defense. "Since you refuse to cooperate, then don't blame me for being impolite." Ironbone's eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty light as he smashed his fist down. This punch was powerful and carried a destructive power that caused the void to tremble. Yefeng pursed his lips in disdain. He also punched out. Boom! The two fists collided, and a surge of power swept out in all directions. Trees were broken, and rocks were sent flying. Yefeng retreated a few steps and stabilized his body. His eyes flashed with a hint of solemnness. This Ironbone's physical strength was very shocking. He could be called a human weapon. "Haha, you're indeed quite capable. No wonder you could escape from Pharmas and Sargeras. However, it's your sorrow to meet me today. Just accept your death." Ironbone laughed wildly. Yefeng shook his head. "You reckless fool, I don't want to waste my time." He raised his leg and took a step forward. Boom! 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 With every step he took, Yefeng's aura would increase. After he took more than 10 steps, his aura had reached a new height. At this moment, Yefeng's eyes were bloodshot. He was like a demonic god from H*LL. One step, one killing intent. He smacked at Iron Bone. Boom! 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 Yefeng's attack speed was as fast as lightning. Even though Iron Bone's defense was strong, he was still being beaten until he coughed out blood. He was in a sorry state. B*****. B*****. Don't you go too far. Lord Alphys will be here soon. I advise you to surrender without a fight, so as to avoid suffering. Each of Yefeng's palm strikes contained a destructive power. It forced Iron Bone to retreat, and wounds appeared on his body. His strength was extremely fierce. Every time they clashed, Yefeng would be able to use his opponent's strength to temper his body, making his body tougher. No matter how Iron Bone cursed, Yefeng's expression remained calm. He was like a cat playing with a mouse. D*****, I'm going to kill you. Iron Bone roared, and his entire body was burning with flames. Yefeng's expression changed slightly. He felt a strong sense of danger approaching and quickly dodged to the side. Boom! A huge fist shadow whizzed past Yefeng. This was the domain of the Iron Bone, the lava fist. Kid, do you think you can run away? Iron Bone laughed sinisterly. He opened his arms and the sea of fire surged, shrouding toward Yefeng. The blazing fire element instantly surrounded Yefeng. You dare to embarrass yourself with such a small skill? Yefeng snorted coldly. He activated Starfire Meditation. This secret manual could allow Yefeng to maintain his spiritual energy at a steady state. This would also allow Yefeng to have more counterattacks, as well as a stronger reaction speed. No matter how fierce the enemy was, Yefeng would still dare to take a few moves, not to mention a mere fire element. He activated the power of the fire element. Immediately, the flames around Yefeng's body were extinguished, turning into a grey patch, like the dark night. What? You can actually absorb the power of my domain? Iron Bone's eyes widened, and a trace of shock appeared in them. These fierce beasts, after advancing to a certain state, had comprehended a domain and could use the power of the domain to fight. However, a territory was not a physical power. As one's realm increased, the grade of the domain would also increase, and its power would naturally increase. Once the domain was broken, the fierce beast would be seriously injured. But now, Yefeng was actually absorbing his fire energy? This didn't make sense. This was because the power of a domain could not only harm a symbiotic demon, but also increase their combat power, especially fire-attributed domains. Unfortunately, this special ability seemed to be completely ineffective on Yefeng. What did you do? Why is your domain able to absorb the fire element? Iron Bone roared. Hehe, you talk too much nonsense. Yefeng said indifferently. Ah! I'm going to tear you apart. Iron Bone was flustered. He did not expect Yefeng's strength to be so strange. He roared madly and charged toward Yefeng. You're looking for death. Seeing him charging over, Yefeng did not care, and he waved his right palm. The two fists collided with a loud boom. Kaka! Kaka! It was accompanied by a crisp sound. Iron Bone's left fist was instantly smashed, and blood was dripping. The bones on his fist were also broken. He screamed and fell back. How is this possible? Iron Bone was stunned. His left fist was made up of pure fire element. It was powerful enough to destroy a mountain, but it was easily punched through by Yefeng. Could it be that this fellow was not afraid of the heat of the fire element? I understand now. There's a problem with the cultivation technique you're cultivating. Suddenly, Iron Bone reacted. In this world, there were many unique cultivation techniques that specialized in the fire or lightning attributes. They had the ultimate fire attribute and the lightning attribute. It just so happened to counter his fire attribute, which was why Ironbone was defeated in one move. However, even so, it still made Ironbone feel apprehensive. This was because Ironbone would not be able to display his advantage. Despicable. Ironbone gritted his teeth. Despicable. Ye Feng shrugged his shoulders. When you said you wanted to kill me, why didn't you think of being despicable? Before he finished his sentence, Ye Feng had already charged toward Ironbone like a pair of wind and fire wheels. D*****. Ironbone roared in anger. His fire element contained a strong smell of sulfur, and his flames contained venom and fire poison. This fire element was terrifyingly corrosive to ordinary symbiotic demons, and a slight mistake would cause them to be poisoned. But Ye Feng was not afraid. Because Ye Feng was immune to all poisons. Die! A flaming fist force attacked. Pfft! The fist aura landed on Ye Feng's chest, and a loud sound was heard. But Ye Feng did not move. Haha, where's your armor? Why aren't you wearing it? Ironbone laughed wildly. A pit appeared on Ye Feng's chest. His skin was charred black. Your fist is very strong, but your flames are of no threat to me. Ye Feng sneered. Bang! Bang! He threw a punch at Ironbone's head. At this moment, Ironbone's pupils constricted and his heart turned cold. He wanted to dodge. However, Ye Feng's speed was several times faster than him. He did not give him a chance at all, and his fist landed on his head. No! Ironbone howled in pain as his sea of consciousness was shattered by this punch. He fell from the sky, his eyes filled with despair. You're just an ant, yet you want to kill me? What a joke! Ye Feng shook his head. His tone was filled with contempt. 628 Game over, Iron Blood Vines. Even though Ironbone was powerful, meeting Ye Feng was equivalent to meeting his nemesis. Alright, the game is over. Ye Feng walked toward Ironbone. No, don't kill me. I beg you to let me go, Ironbone shouted in panic. Let you go. A cruel smile appeared on Ye Feng's face, and his eyes were sharp. Didn't you say that I would die without a doubt? Then, I'll send you off. After saying that, Ye Feng slapped Ironbone's head. Bang! Bang! Ironbone's head exploded with a single slap, turning into a ball of fire that scattered in all directions. A beyond A-grade symbiotic demon had died an unnatural death. Tisk, tisk. What a wonderful power! Ye Feng sighed. His internal organs were all cheering in joy. The spiritual energy of this world was also more than 10 times stronger than that of a holy land. This was simply a blessed land for cultivation. Ye Feng sat down cross-legged and started to adjust his breathing. A ring of light appeared on the surface of his body, and a thick layer of golden armor appeared, firmly protecting his body. What? Just as he was about to continue absorbing spiritual energy, he raised his eyebrows. What's going on? Why is there a change in the depths of my soul? Ye Feng had a shocked expression. At this moment, Ye Feng felt a throbbing in the depths of his soul. It was as if some seal had been removed. How is that possible? Could it be that the heavenly resources that I devoured have all been used up? Forget it. Who cares? Since the seal has been lifted, let's try to break through to the late-stage realm. Thinking of this, Ye Feng immediately activated Dragon Vein technique and started to cultivate. However, the next moment, he was stunned. With his current strength, it would not have been difficult for him to break through to the late stage of the beyond A-grade realm. However, there was an obstruction in the depths of his soul. Could it be? Do I need more resources? Ye Feng frowned. His mind was spinning. He guessed that, if he was not wrong, when his strength reached the peak of beyond A-grade, he would need far more resources than ordinary people could imagine to break through the genetic lock again. Precisely because of this, during this period of time, Ye Feng had been waiting for some resources, but he did not obtain any. He had no choice but to stop for a while and wait for some opportunities. However, he didn't expect that his seal would be lifted at this time. Hula lala. In the depths of his soul, a cloud of dense mist condensed and formed, gradually transforming into the shape of a lotus. Spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Ye Feng's eyes widened. This was the key to cultivation. Once one had the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they would be able to succeed in the future. At this moment, the lotus flower bloomed and emitted a light blue radiance. Wang! Ye Feng felt his body becoming lighter. As if he had been cleansed, he felt extremely comfortable. I've finally broken through to the late stage. Ye Feng was overjoyed. He did not expect that he would break the seal right when he was so close to breaking through. Ha ha ha! I've finally advanced to the late stage of the beyond A-grade realm, and my strength has increased by several times. Ye Feng was extremely excited. He stood up, stretched his arms, and twisted his neck, making cracking sounds. Next, Ye Feng tested the strength of his physical body. It actually increased by 30%. Just the strength of his body alone was comparable to a peak beyond A-grade. Ha ha ha, this is only the late stage of beyond A-grade. If I can reach the peak, then wouldn't I not be afraid of even S-grades? Just thinking about it made Ye Feng excited. He was in a hurry to find more resources to improve his strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a fierce beast and gaining a lot of benefits. Ding! The system has detected that the host's strength has increased. The host will be rewarded with a higher agility. Ding! Detected that the host's will to fight has increased. The host is specially rewarded with an increase in combat power. System notifications started to ring in Ye Feng's ears. After hearing every piece of information, Ye Feng's heart was filled with shock and joy. Especially the skill data. The increase in skill points meant that his strength had reached a higher level. Ye Feng's physical defense was raised to the extreme. He could even withstand the attacks of transcendent creatures of the same realm. As for its speed, it was already extremely fast, even comparable to an S-grade transcendent creature. Ye Feng felt the changes in his body. His heart was filled with emotions. My current strength should be slightly stronger than an ordinary peak beyond A-grade fierce beast, right? Ye Feng mumbled to himself. His eyes looked forward, and a bright light flashed in his pupils as he used the X-ray vision technique. Everything in this area was revealed. This was the border of the desert. Strange, why are there traces of humans here? Ye Feng squinted his eyes. However, it doesn't matter to me. They're all going to die anyway. Ye Feng smiled coldly. He was in urgent need of heaven and earth spiritual energy, so he didn't want to waste any time. Boom! 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 He stomped on the ground with his feet. He shot out like a cannonball. Bang! Bang! A punch landed on a towering tree. This was a lush green plant. After being hit by Ye Feng's fist force, it instantly exploded. Ye Feng did not stop, and he continued to run forward. This is... Ye Feng suddenly noticed that a tree beside him was shining with a green light, and it was growing rapidly. This is the iron blood vine. Ye Feng was extremely shocked. The iron blood vine was a very common plant. It had survived since the dawn of the recuperation of spiritual energy. The iron blood vine could only be used to collect herbs, poisons, and wild vegetables. It was not dangerous to the symbiotic demon and instead had the effect of improving. However, to ordinary humans, it was a highly toxic substance. Ye Feng remembered that the iron blood vine grew very slowly, and it would normally take 3 years to mature, but it had only been less than a day. Furthermore, a bright red fruit was growing on the stem of the iron blood vine. Ye Feng walked over and plucked the red fruit, taking a bite. Suddenly, a sweet fragrance assailed his nose, making Ye Feng feel as if he was floating in the air. He ate a fruit from the iron blood vine and immediately felt full of energy. It was as if a gust of wind could blow him away, and a warm feeling flowed through his entire body. And immediately after, Ye Feng felt a lot of information appearing in his mind. So this is the legendary fruit of the iron blood vine. Its effects are really not simple. It is indeed worthy of being a divine grade spirit fruit that can temper the body. Ye Feng's mood was greatly lifted. 629 Lightning, the final battle against Alphas. To Ye Feng, the iron blood vine's fruit was like a huge tonic. After eating it, he could clearly feel his strength increasing. He looked around and didn't see any danger. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to absorb the energy of the fruit. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your strength has been increased. Would you like to increase your skill proficiency? What? Ye Feng opened his eyes, and he had an idea. Upgrade. Buzz. In an instant, he felt his body become light, and all the functions of his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. The original Ye Feng, although he had a strong body and bulging muscles, did not give any pressure. However, things were different now. The moment he opened his eyes, he was like a wild beast. All the muscles in his body bulging. Furthermore, Ye Feng's skin had also become crystal clear. It was like a metal man made of reinforced concrete. I should be able to upgrade my slime blade. If I upgrade it again, the skill's effect might be even more powerful. Buzz. Ye Feng's face was filled with joy. He felt that his entire body was emitting a terrifying amount of heat. A few casual punches could cause the surrounding temperature to suddenly rise. He believed that with his current strength, even a peak beyond A grade would be instantly killed if they met him. Furthermore, Ye Feng realized that he could use some special skills again. For example, lightning. He had once read in an ancient book that there were many strange treasures in this world. For example, when a transcendence cultivation base was still low, he had once found a strange treasure on a meteorite. This treasure had a very powerful lightning power. Once it was activated, lightning would flash and all life within a 100-meter radius would be exterminated. It was invincible. And Ye Feng could use lightning to fight. Ye Feng's heart was filled with anticipation. If he could use lightning, how cool would that be? Just imagine, the sky was filled with lightning and crackling explosions. A powerful transcendent life form was struck into ashes in the blink of an eye, not even leaving behind any residue. How domineering would that be? He took a deep breath and adjusted his state of mind before hurrying forward. It was already evening. The sun set on the hillside, and its afterglow sprinkled on the jungle. Ye Feng's footsteps became even faster. However, after walking for an hour, he suddenly stopped. Something's not right. It's too quiet. According to past experience, there must be a powerful creature nearby. Ye Feng's senses were extremely sharp, especially after consuming the iron blood vine. He was even more certain of this. Moreover, his spiritual perception range had been greatly increased to about 5 kilometers. At such a distance, even an ordinary person would be able to see Ye Feng. But at this moment, there was not a single sound in the forest. Did I hear wrong? Or am I hallucinating? Ye Feng's brows were tightly locked, and he mumbled to himself. But after a moment, Ye Feng shook his head. No, that's impossible. He raised his head and looked out of the dense forest in the distance. There was a cloud of black mist there, covering the entire area. The thick black mist seemed to contain endless resentment, making people shudder. Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar spread out from the black mist, shaking the surroundings. It was like a ghost's wail and wolf's howl, causing one's hair to stand on end. At this moment, Ye Feng's pupil shrunk. All the hair on his body stood on end, because he could actually feel a heaven-shaking evil aura from the black mist. That evil aura could even penetrate the soul. Quickly run! Ye Feng did not hesitate. His figure flashed as he retreated rapidly. Boom! 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 What? Suddenly, Ye Feng's brows twitched, and he sensed a trace of danger. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hundreds of arrows pierced through the air. Humph! Ye Feng snorted coldly. His body flashed. Whoosh! 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 Hundreds of sharp arrows brushed past Ye Feng, nailing into the tree trunk behind him. Who dares to sneak attack me? Get out here! Ye Feng roared in anger, his voice shaking the entire forest. Hee, I thought you were hiding. As an eerie voice sounded, and a black figure appeared from the darkness. He was wrapped in a black robe, only leaving two green eyes staring at Ye Feng, filled with greed and desire. It's you. Ye Feng frowned as he sized up the man in black. He immediately reacted, you've finally appeared, Alphys. He had already felt that it was strange that the forest here was so calm. Furthermore, this black-clothed man had been following him all the way but had not made a move. He had not expected that he was waiting for him to let down his guard before making a move. Keek! I can already smell the delicious smell of blood. All these years, you're the most powerful opponent I've ever met. I only need to devour you and I'll be able to break through. Haha! Even if you personally descend, you can't change your fate of failure. Ye Feng sneered. His eyes were filled with disdain. If that's the case, then you better be prepared for failure. As soon as he finished speaking, a surging aura surged from his body. This aura seemed to have substance. What's wrong? Do you really think that you can kill me with your current strength? Alphys laughed coldly. His lips moved, and a hoarse and harsh voice slowly rang out. You're too naive. My strength has already reached the S-grade realm, while you've only just advanced to the late stage of beyond A-grade. The difference is more than double. Not to mention, you're just a trash symbiotic demon. The corners of his mouth were filled with mockery and pity. Ye Feng shook his head lightly. So what if it's a trash grade? I'll still crush you. After saying that, Ye Feng stretched out his arms. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to have frozen. In his hands, the slime blade appeared. F***ck, so handsome. Ye Feng cried out in shock. He did not think that he would have the ability to control the airflow. It was simply amazing. Whoosh! Ye Feng swung it fiercely. Immediately, the slime blade that had evolved shot toward Alphys with a sharp wind sound. Alphys' gaze changed. He realized that his speed was greatly hindered, as if he was bound by something. What is this thing? Alphys was a little confused. He had never seen such an attack before, but he knew that the other party's methods had put him in danger. 630. The power is shocking enough, a special power. Buzz! Alphys clapped his hands and a fist-sized bead appeared. This is... Ye Feng had a surprised expression on his face. This sphere was emitting a faint red light, and there was a faint evil fluctuation spreading out, making people's hearts palpitate. Go! After Alphys threw the red bead out, he stood still. He believed that this evil pearl of his could definitely kill Ye Feng. After all, this thing was a one-time use item. It was extremely expensive, and even he was not willing to use it. Chi-la! As expected, the moment the evil pearl touched the long sword that Ye Feng had released, it immediately burst out with red sparks, and an evil aura swept through the surroundings. What a good fellow! Ye Feng was shocked. He did not expect this red pearl to be so powerful. It could even block his full-powered attack. He couldn't help but be more interested in this pearl. Hee, are you scared now? But it doesn't matter, you'll be grateful to it later. Alphys laughed hideously, and then his eyes were filled with a cruel and bloodthirsty ferocity. You will thank me for granting you death. Death. Ye Feng also laughed sinisterly. He then took a step forward and instantly charged toward Alphys. The long sword in his hand drew a sharp arc as he slashed out viciously. Buzz! The long sword was like a rainbow, cutting through the void. Ha ha ha, you came just in time. Seeing Ye Feng attacking again, Alphys laughed out loud. He flicked his finger and a grey poisonous fog spread out, filling the surroundings. This poison can paralyze the nerves and corrode the body. Although your strength is much higher than mine, this poison can slowly wear you down in battle. Ha ha ha. Seeing the poisonous fog, Ye Feng did not even blink, allowing the poisonous fog to invade his body. Ah, why is the poisonous fog not effective? Seeing this, Alphys was extremely shocked, while Ye Feng laughed sinisterly. It's just a trash poison. Why would I be afraid of it? His words were full of contempt, which infuriated Alphys. DMNB starred, he growled. He grabbed with his right hand and a pitch-black dagger appeared in his hand. He then flicked his wrist and a dark light appeared, stabbing toward Ye Feng's chest. Ye Feng smiled. He raised his hand and punched. Boom! 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 The terrifying energy waves created layers of ripples. Ye Feng's fist force was extremely explosive. As he punched out, it was like a cannonball exploding, and it sent the dagger flying. Pfft! Alphys spat out a mouthful of blood. His arm was broken by Ye Feng's punch, and intense pain spread throughout his body. He almost fell to the ground. D*mn it. He gritted his teeth and glared at Ye Feng. D*mnu, what kind of cultivation technique did you cultivate? To have such terrifying combat strength, is it a legendary level secret manual? Hehe, so what if it's a legendary secret knowledge? I'll send you on your way today. Ye Feng snorted coldly. He clenched his fists, and with a loud crack, the two swords were crushed into pieces. What? Alphys' pupils contracted, and his eyes revealed a look of greed. Good fellow! Such a powerful weapon, and you actually tore it apart with your bare hands. This is mine. Saying so, Alphys pounced over crazily. His left hand was in the shape of a claw, shining with a cold light as it bit down toward Ye Feng's neck. This kind of attack was extremely vicious and each move was fatal. You're looking for death. Ye Feng frowned. He grabbed out with his hand and grabbed onto Alphys' claw, before slamming him onto the ground. Bang! The ground trembled, and smoke and dust filled the air. Alphys was dizzy from the fall, but his reaction was not slow. He stood up and grabbed at Ye Feng's chest with his other hand. Small tricks! Ye Feng sneered. He swept his leg horizontally. Bang! Bang! Alphys was kicked a few meters away. His bones creaked and he was in great pain. Not bad, not bad. Your physical body is strong, and your defense is also shocking. Alphys wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face full of resentment. You can go to H*LL. A long black spear appeared in his hand. The tip of the spear was full of barbs and glowed with a cold green light. Whoosh! Alphys charged at him with his spear, and the tip of the spear emitted a cold air. Ye Feng's eyes narrowed. This Alphys was indeed a little troublesome, especially that black spear in his hand. It was extremely sharp. If it was an ordinary weapon, it would not be able to withstand the power of this spear. Since that's the case, I'll show my true strength. Ye Feng took in a deep breath. His muscles tensed up and his entire aura changed. Death Domain. Boom! 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 In an instant, with Ye Feng as the center, rays of dark green light emerged. This was the Sea God King's domain, a domain that Ye Feng had condensed using his own powerful water elemental energy. What the H*LL is this? Alphys's expression changed slightly. He clearly felt that his body seemed to be imprisoned, and the dark green light continued to penetrate into his body, making him feel a sense of danger. Not only that, but Alphys even felt as if his internal organs, tendons, and meridians were about to be crushed by the death domain. Get lost! Break! Alphys roared in anger. His entire body's power burst forth as he tried to break free from the domain's restraints. Unfortunately, the domain was filled with the power of the Sea God King's laws. His struggle was completely in vain as he could not escape at all. What kind of monster is this? Alphys' face was twisted, and his eyes were filled with fear and horror. He knew that he had encountered a master. D***mn, you little beast, get out! Humph! Ye Feng sneered, it's too late for you to get out now. Chi! 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 Ye Feng snorted coldly. Waves of water element rule power surged out from his palm and wrapped around Alphys' body. Zilla! Zilla! The power continued to seep in, causing Alphys to howl in pain. You dare to hurt me! Alphys' face was deathly pale. He could clearly feel the Sea God King's rules continuously seeping into his body and destroying it. However, none of this could cause any harm to Alphys. Small tricks, break for me! Break! Alphys muttered, and with a loud bang, the invisible domain shattered instantly. This guy is much stronger than I thought. Ye Feng frowned. His huge domain was actually disintegrated in an instant. This wasn't something that anyone could casually do. Ye Feng's heart was heavy, his gaze toward Alphys also became colder. Hee, youngster, you didn't expect this, did you? My blood contains a special potion that can offset all your attacks. 631 Bloodline Protection, High-Tech Armor. Alphys looked at Ye Feng coldly. No matter how powerful you are, what can you do? I have the protection of my bloodline. Even if I stand still and let you kill me, can you do anything to me? Hearing Alphys' words, Ye Feng shook his head. He had already guessed this. Since that's the case, let's see whose blood is stronger. Ye Feng said coldly. He opened his arms and two powerful auras shot up into the sky. Then, he charged forward. Boom! Like an explosion of lightning, Ye Feng's speed broke through the sound barrier. He charged over with the sound of the wind. Humph! You want to fight me? Foolish mortal, I'll definitely kill you. Alphys laughed hideously. His body stopped moving. He bent his knees and jumped up. Alphys held the black spear and charged toward Ye Feng. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Ye Feng and Alphys both took a few steps back at the same time, and they had a look of surprise on their faces. This Alphys physique was extremely strong, almost comparable to a middle-stage S-grade existence. If not for the fact that Ye Feng's body was far stronger than that of an ordinary person after cultivating the dragon vein technique, he might not be able to suppress him. And Alphys was also staring at Ye Feng in shock. Although the exchange of blows earlier was short, it made him understand that the other party's physical body was definitely much stronger than his. He couldn't help but lick his lips and reveal a ferocious expression. He laughed and said, "It's been a long time since I've met a mortal with such a strong body. You're simply my food. Don't worry, I'll skin you alive and cook you into a soup later so that you can experience what pain is." His figure flickered. He used ghostly steps and waved the black spear, stabbing toward Ye Feng. Buzz! The black spear drew an arc and shot toward Ye Feng's throat. What a fast speed! Ye Feng's expression darkened. Die! Alphys sneered. His speed was comparable to an ordinary S-grade, and the spear was so fast that it was impossible to avoid it. Humph! You want to kill me? Ye Feng laughed coldly. His eyes flashed with golden light, and a huge wave of mental energy burst out and locked onto Alphys's mind. Alphys immediately felt a mental pressure, and his body actually stiffened for a moment. What's going on? He was shocked. He had a high-tier bloodline. How could he lose his advantage in front of Ye Feng? Alphys did not believe it and activated his will to resist, wanting to break free from Yefeng's control. However, his resistance was still unable to stop the Sea God King's law corrosion. Pfft! A wisp of black smoke filled the air, and a bloody gash appeared on Alpha's chest from Yefeng's claw. Arg! I'm going to tear you apart! Alphas roared. His anger was boundless. His body suddenly expanded, and a huge head emerged. It was a skull. The skull opened its mouth, and a pungent smell spread out, along with a poisonous mist. Yefeng's gaze turned cold and he quickly dodged. He knew that this poisonous fog had a strong corrosive ability. If it touched his body, it would definitely be troublesome. At the same time, Alphas took the chance to pounce toward Yefeng, and his black spear was thrust out. Clang! Clang! The gloves on Yefeng's hands clashed with the black spear. Sparks flew everywhere. Bang! Bang! Yefeng turned his body and sent out a kick that landed on Alpha's face, sending him flying. You B****, you actually dare to hit me. How dare you? Alphas roared with a look of disbelief. As a bloodline powerhouse, when had he ever been humiliated? Whoosh! Alphas was filled with anger. He turned into an afterimage and charged toward Yefeng again. At this moment, not only did Alpha's speed increase, but his attack power also increased greatly. His figure flickered left and right, appearing and disappearing from time to time. The black spear in his hand was like a poisonous snake's tongue, and every move he made was vicious and hard to guard against. You forced me to do this! Alphas roared. His body flashed and the black spear in his hand suddenly changed. The spear was like a long whip that lashed out toward Yefeng's neck. You're looking for death. Yefeng's gaze was sharp. He used his arms to block. A muffled sound was heard. Following that, Yefeng felt a huge force emerging. His arms were twisted from the impact, and his bones were cracking. Alpha's body turned. The black spear stabbed toward Yefeng again. Humph! You're looking for death. Yefeng snorted coldly. His entire body's strength exploded to the extreme, his muscles bulged, and his veins popped out. He pushed with all his strength and flipped Alphas over. Caught off guard, Alpha's body fell to the ground, looking extremely embarrassed. D***mit. You actually dare to destroy my battle armor. Alphas was furious. The black armor he was wearing was made of a high-tech material and was extremely tough. Ordinary weapons could not damage it at all. But Yefeng's attack just now was too ferocious. It actually broke the structure of the armor's joints, causing Alpha's body to fall into a paralyzed state. He could not even walk. Cut the crap! Yefeng snorted coldly. His eyes were red, and his body was emitting a monstrous killing intent. I must take your dog life today. Humph! You! Alphas was also furious. You're just a lowly ant. How dare you kill me? You're really delusional. Kill! Alphas growled, and a 3-meter-tall giant shadow appeared behind him. The shadow was wearing armor and holding a sharp sword. It exuded a strong murderous aura that was daunting. Yefeng frowned. He could tell that this apparition of Alphas should be the effect of his bloodline awakening. The aura on Alpha's body surged. He was like a demon that had climbed up from H***LL. He held a sharp sword and slashed at Yefeng. Get lost! Yefeng shouted in anger. His body suddenly jumped up, both his fists waved and smashed out, clashing with his opponent. Bang! 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 The two of them collided with each other in a frenzy, sending sand and stones flying everywhere. Yefeng became more and more courageous as the battle progressed. His fist force was fierce and sharp. Every time he struck out, it contained an unparalleled force. Alphas was not to be outdone either. With his strong physical fitness and agility attributes, his attacks were also very sharp. Although Yefeng had the advantage, it was not easy to get rid of Alphas. Die! In the middle of the intense battle, Alphys suddenly roared and threw the spear with all his might. The long spear whistled through the air, bringing with it a sharp gust of wind. It was like an arrow, piercing toward Yefeng's chest. What? Yefeng's expression was solemn. Alphys' attack this time was too powerful and extremely fast. Even with his strength, he could not keep up. Die! Alphys sneered maliciously. The long spear pierced through Yefeng's chest, and fresh blood spurted out. 632 Sea God King's Blessing, shocking battle intent. He showed an excited expression. His spear could definitely pierce through Yefeng's heart, and he would die on the spot. Hee, die, trash. Ha ha ha. Alphys laughed hysterically, but soon, his laughter stopped. His expression changed drastically, because Yefeng was still standing at his original spot, and not a single drop of blood was shed. D*****. Alphys was shocked. He did not think that the killer move that he was so proud of would not cause any damage to Yefeng. What was Yefeng's body made of? You, how can you be completely unharmed? Alphys' face was filled with shock. At this moment, Yefeng's body was bathed in blood. His body was covered in all sorts of injuries, and he looked extremely miserable. However, these wounds were rapidly healing in just a few seconds. Moreover, on the surface of his body, there was a faint golden light enveloping it, causing his entire body to emit a dazzling golden light. The Sea God King's Blessing. In this isolated space, Yefeng's cultivation speed was much faster than the outside world. When he cultivated here, he could absorb the spiritual energy in the air and convert it into spiritual energy, increasing his cultivation speed by several times. The so-called Sea God King's Blessing was actually a special domain that Yefeng created by combining his own water elemental power. The defense of the Sea God King's Blessing was extremely terrifying. Even the attacks of ordinary advanced symbiotic demons couldn't destroy it. Even Alphys' black spear couldn't leave a mark on it. I don't care who you are. You're dead. Your corpse will become my spoils of war. Alphys shouted and pounced toward Yefeng. He flicked his wrist, and the black spear turned into a rain of silver needles. Shua! 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 Hundreds of fine, dense, cold glints pierced through the air and swept over in an overwhelming manner. Such an attack was simply like a venomous snake. Small tricks! Get lost! Yefeng shouted in anger. The tip of his fist exploded and smashed down on Alphys like a mountain. The impact caused the web between his thumb and forefinger to split open and the spear to fall from his hand. Yefeng's body moved and jumped, avoiding this wave of silver needles. There was shock in Alphys' eyes. He knew that he had met a strong opponent. This person was by no means an ordinary person. His strength was terrifyingly deep. However, Alphys still had a trump card that he had yet to use. This trump card could allow him to instantly possess the strength of a mid-stage S-grade master. Bloodline Awakening. With a muffled roar, Alphys' bloodline power burst out. His body was suddenly covered with a layer of thick blood-colored scales. His skin became rough and strong, and his head became sharp-mouthed and ape-like, with horns growing on his forehead and red eyes. His body had grown almost 4 to 5 times taller, and his entire being had become burly and tall. His arms had also become thick and strong, filled with a sense of power. Roar! Alphys let out a beast-like roar from his throat. He took a step forward and his body suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Yefeng. What a fast speed! Yefeng's pupils shrunk to the size of needles. This fellow's palms came at an unbelievable speed. Yefeng could not dodge in time and was hit by his palms. He was sent flying with a loud bang and even a rock was smashed into dust. Alphys' attack was too fast. It exceeded Yefeng's reaction time and this attack almost took Yefeng's life. Die! Alphys charged up again. He opened his mouth and bit toward Yefeng's neck. You're looking for death. Yefeng's face was cold. Boom! Yefeng kicked out, Alphys was immediately kicked to the ground. But this guy was indeed strong enough. Yefeng's kick did not really hurt him. He immediately jumped up and continued to attack Yefeng. A cold killing intent appeared in Yefeng's eyes. His body suddenly expanded. His muscles and veins bulged, and his entire body was filled with an indescribable overbearing aura. This overbearing aura caused Alphys to pause slightly. He felt threatened. Not good. How did this guy suddenly become so powerful? Alphys was shocked. Yefeng's aura just now actually caused him to feel a sense of fear. Humph, you're just pretending to be a ghost. Die. Alphys growled, and two clouds of blood mist appeared behind him, one on the left and one on the right. Blood domain blood bats. With an angry roar, the two clouds of blood mist began to spin rapidly. Immediately after, scarlet bats came out of the blood mist one after another. These blood bats were at least a foot long, their entire bodies dark red, and their wings covered in bone blades. Their fangs were sharp, and their eyes burning with green flames. They looked extremely evil. The blood-colored bats circled around Alphys. They flapped their wings and let out a strange screech, pouncing toward Yefeng at the same time. They were as brutal as locusts. Yefeng's brows twitched. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. He stretched out two fingers and drew a line in the air. Break! Whoosh! 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 A ray of sword light cut through the air, cutting all the approaching blood-colored bats into two. But the blood bats were huge in number. They were endless, and their attacks were also very vicious. They waved their claws and grabbed onto Yefeng, tearing his clothes, trying to tear him apart. Humph! Yefeng groaned. Although he could block the attacks of normal soldiers, it was extremely difficult for him to deal with these bats. His clothes were torn and blood soaked his clothes. His face was getting paler and paler. Ha ha, die! These blood bats are demonized beasts, and each of them has the strength of a peak beyond A grade. Furthermore, they won't stop until the target is dead. As long as they're touched by a trace of blood, they'll keep attacking, not stopping until they've killed their prey. Alphys laughed wildly. Yefeng furrowed his brows. He didn't expect that there would be such a strange demonized beast in this world. These blood bats' attacks were too crazy, and they didn't fear death. But even so, Yefeng did not plan to retreat. After all, although these blood bats were strong, Yefeng did not care about them. Go to H*LL. Yefeng roared. He gathered all his strength on his fist and punched out. Bang! His fist landed on the blood bat, and one of the blood bats exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The other was sent flying by him, and crashed into a rock wall in the distance. How is this guy so powerful? Alphys was stunned. He originally thought that with this group of blood bats, he could completely kill Yefeng, but he did not expect Yefeng to be so strong. D*MNU, I'm going to kill you today. Alphys roared in anger. His eyes were burning with hatred. A majestic power gathered in his right fist, and he punched toward Yefeng's chest with a loud sound. You came just in time. 633 Surging Battle Intent, an extreme super expert. Yefeng was not afraid, his eyes were filled with battle intent. This Alphys was extremely powerful, but Yefeng was not afraid. Bang! Their fists collided and a loud explosion was heard. Alphys retreated several steps while Yefeng did not move at all. He was as stable as a mountain. What? Alphys' eyes widened. He did not expect that his full-powered attack would still be unable to do anything to Yefeng, and Yefeng was only a late stage beyond A-grade symbiote. This was truly unbelievable. Ha! Is that all you've got? Yefeng grinned. I'm going to tear you to pieces and let you know how powerful I am. Alphys roared in anger, and the black gas around him surged. A black demonic shadow slowly rose from behind him, ferocious and terrifying. Yefeng revealed a shocked expression, because this demonic shadow was exactly the same as the demonic emperor that he had seen in the book. This is a demonic soul. Ye Feng mumbled to himself. His heart was filled with shock. This is my demonic soul. No one in this world is worthy of having it except me. Alpha's words made Ye Feng fall into silence. He could faintly feel that in the dark, there was a pair of large hands controlling everything. Who exactly is this fellow? He looked up at the demonic soul, and his heart was in turmoil. Ye Feng could clearly feel the terrifying aura that the demonic soul was giving off. That aura was even more terrifying than Alpha's. This was definitely an S-grade demonic soul. Once the demonic soul descended, no one in this world would be its opponent. Roar! The demonic soul howled into the sky. It let out hoarse roars that were like thunderclaps, causing the surrounding ground to tremble. On the other hand, Alphys was extremely excited. His expression was close to madness. Ha 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 ha, Ye Feng, you're dead. My demonic soul has already awakened. I've been waiting for 400 years for this moment. Let's see who can save you this time. Alphys laughed madly. Demonic soul awakening. Ye Feng raised his eyebrows. He had learned a lot from the demonic book, and there were many records about super demons. As for Alphys, he was only able to break through to S-grade because of his demonic soul. This is all you're doing? Ye Feng stared at Alphys and spoke while gritting his teeth. Hee, that's right. I've already anticipated that someone would come and steal the treasure, so I deliberately left a way out. Alphys sneered and said, Ye Feng, not only did you kill my brother, you also took everything that I had. I'll definitely turn you into ashes. You want to kill me? You're dreaming. Ye Feng rebuked, die. Ye Feng held the slime blade. He took a step forward and charged over. Boom! 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 Ye Feng and Alphys started to fight again. The two of them were super experts, and their speed was extremely fast. But Ye Feng relied on his strong physique and did not display his true strength. He was able to fight with Alphys with just his physical body and strength. The more Alphys fought, the more shocked he became. Although Ye Feng was only beyond A grade, his strength was ridiculously strong. Especially Ye Feng's physical defense. It could be said to be abnormal. Every time they clashed, it would cause Alphys' palm to split open and blood would flow out. B*****. Could this guy be a monster? Alphys cursed in his heart. He discovered that even after he summoned his demonic soul, he was still unable to defeat Ye Feng. Instead, the other party had the advantage. Every time Ye Feng struck out, it seemed to contain an unknown attraction force, causing him to feel a sense of danger. This scene caused his hair to stand on end. Go to H***LL. Arg! Alphys shouted, and his entire body emitted rolling blood-red light. The blood-red light condensed into a blood-red armor, which instantly covered his body. Bang! Ye Feng's slime blade slashed at Alphys' body, creating a beautiful spark. Humph, it's no use. Alphys sneered. My bloodline armor is indestructible. It's useless no matter how hard you attack. As expected, when Ye Feng's slime blade landed on Alphys' body, sparks flew, but there was not a single scratch on the blood-colored armor on Alphys' body. Ye Feng furrowed his brows. The blood-red armor was so strong that even his slime blade could not damage it at all. But Ye Feng did not stop his attacks. Instead, he became even more vicious. Every move he made was filled with the confidence to win. You're indeed very powerful, but it's a pity that you've met me, Alphys, today. It's destined to be your sorrow. A cruel smile appeared on Alphys' face. Ye Feng, have a taste of this move. Alphys opened his mouth and spat out a blood ray that shot toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng quickly dodged. Boom! Ye Feng had just dodged the attack of the blood light, but at the next second, a terrifying palm wind came toward him. Ye Feng's expression changed drastically, and he quickly blocked it with his sword. Bang! Ye Feng grunted and flew back a few meters. His chest was burning in pain, as if his internal organs had shifted positions. He felt a sweet taste in his throat and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Ye Feng looked at the scene in front of him in shock. The blood-red soft armor on Alpha's body was extraordinary. Not only could it increase Alpha's strength by 3 times, it even increased his defense by several times. In this way, Alpha's combat power was comparable to middle S grade. Your body is not bad. If I eat you, it will definitely be a great supplement. Alphas licked his lips. He approached Ye Feng with a dark expression, his eyes filled with greed. Ye Feng snorted coldly. He knew that Alphas had completely fallen into bedevilment. The only solution to this problem was to kill him. Ye Feng did not say anything, and he pounced toward Alphas. Good. Alphas laughed sinisterly. He did not show any fear as he started to fight with Ye Feng. Bang! 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 The battle between the two was like 2 shadows colliding in the air. The speed was extremely fast. It seemed slow, but it was actually over in the blink of an eye. Haha, Ye Feng, you're still going to die in my hands. Alphas laughed wildly. He clenched his fists and punched toward Ye Feng's face. The power of this punch could easily crush a mountain. If Ye Feng's head was hit, it would definitely be crushed. But Ye Feng's speed was even faster. He dodged to the right and dodged this killer move of Alphas. Alphas' punch missed, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He continued to wave his fists and attack the vital parts of Ye Feng's body. Ye Feng, on the other hand, was at ease. He did not panic, and he dealt with it with ease. It's time to end this. 634 Blood Explosion Pill, Ultimate Enhancement. Ye Feng suddenly snorted and a majestic aura was emitted from his body. A power as vast as the ocean surged in his limbs and bones, then gathered in the depths of his soul. The muscles in his arms swelled up like 2 powerful dragons. He held the long sword with both hands and swept it across. Buzz! Ye Feng's sword aura was extremely sharp. As he struck out, the void was torn apart. Boom! A sword ray split the spectre that Alphas had transformed into 2. Alphas' body turned into smoke and disappeared, and the demonic blade fell to the ground. Not good. Alphas' heart jumped. His expression changed, because he could sense that Ye Feng had already arrived beside him. At this moment, Ye Feng was tall and slender. His black robe fluttered even though there was no wind, and a strong murderous aura spread out. You killed so many of our people. I'll make you pay with your life today. Ye Feng's icy cold voice rang out. The killing intent on his body swept over like a tide, covering the entire area. Kill me? Why? Although your weapon is sharp, you want to kill me? Dream on! Alphas roared in anger. The surface of his body was once again covered with the blood-light armor. Ye Feng's eyes were cold. His sword ray slashed on the blood-red soft armor again. Kaka! The blood-red soft armor made a crisp sound. A piece of it was cut off by his sword. The sword in his hand was still sharp and continued to stab at Alphas. Not good. Seeing this, Alphas' pupils shrunk. His physical defense was extremely strong, but Ye Feng's slime blade was not an ordinary item either. If he really allowed the slime blade to injure his head, even if he could survive, his spiritual energy would be greatly damaged. Get lost! Die! Alphas roared in anger. The demonic blade in his hand emitted a dazzling red light as he slashed down. Clang! The 2 weapons clashed again, and Alphas felt a huge force that was difficult to resist. He was forced to take 7 or 8 steps back. And Ye Feng was also sent flying. Pfft! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. He looked up at Alphas, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. An attack of this level can't do anything to me. Ha, I admit that you're very strong, but do you think that's all I have? Alphas laughed hideously. As he spoke, Alphys took out another scarlet pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, Alphys' body emitted monstrous demonic flames, and a destructive aura instantly filled the entire area. I spent hundreds of years cultivating this blood explosion pill. After taking it, I can temporarily step into the late stage of S grade and possess strength that is several times or even dozens of times stronger than normal. With that, Alphys leaped high into the air. At the same time, his entire body was burning with blazing demonic flames, as if a god had descended. Ye Feng, go to H*LL. Alphys let out a shrill cry. Holding the demonic blade, he slashed down with a destructive force. Blood explosion pill? You're actually making blood explosion pills? Ye Feng frowned slightly. The blood explosion pill was a forbidden pill. Once consumed, it would stimulate one's potential, allowing one's strength, agility, and reaction to reach a higher level for a short period of time. With just one blood explosion pill, even an ordinary early stage beyond A grade expert would be comparable to a peak beyond A grade expert. Moreover, this pill had no side effects. As long as one was still breathing, one could recover and even advance to the next realm. However, this forbidden pill had a drawback, and that was that the person who took it had to have extremely high talent. Otherwise, after consuming it, other than producing a terrifying power, it would also cause some discomfort. In serious cases, it could even cause one to lose their mind and become a bloodthirsty monster. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to make this kind of blood explosion pill. Under normal circumstances, the materials to make the blood explosion pill were simply impossible to find. Ye Feng had once heard from his teacher that one had to have a special secret technique to make this kind of blood explosion pill. Therefore, when Alphys took out such a blood explosion pill, it was obvious that he had planned everything. He wanted to take the opportunity to kill him and then seize his power. He even planned to take the opportunity to attack. Since you're so eager to die, how can I not satisfy you? Ye Feng's eyes turned cold. Not only did he not run away, he even charged forward. Boom! The two sides collided in mid-air, setting off a huge wave. After all, Alphys was the monarch of the Abyss Alliance. His power was far beyond ordinary, and his demonic art was domineering and fierce. His every move seemed to contain a terrifying aura that could destroy everything. And although Ye Feng's strength was slightly weaker than Alphys, Ye Feng had the advantage in his techniques, and the slime shield that he was wearing was extremely tough. In addition to the terrifying recovery ability of the Starfire meditation, no one could do anything to the other for a while. Although the effect of Alphys' blood explosion pill was shocking, in a long battle, he would not be able to last longer than Ye Feng. Gradually, Alphys began to show signs of decline. At this moment, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Not only that, he could sense that the fluctuations from Ye Feng's body were also weakening. D*mit. Could it be that he can't hold on any longer? Haha, this is the ending I wanted. Alphys laughed wildly, his face twisted. Ye Feng, oh Ye Feng, do you really think that you have won? Ha ha ha, you're wrong. Wrong. Boom. A terrifying aura spread from Alphys' body, and the demonic flames burning on his body grew stronger. Then, Alphys' right arm suddenly swelled up a few times. His muscles bulged as if they were made of steel, and dense patterns appeared on it. Ye Feng, this is my true power. You've already lost. Alphys let out a deafening roar. He slashed down with his blade, as if a towering mountain was falling. Humph, you really think you can kill me? Ye Feng sneered. His figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Alphys' eyes narrowed. This time, Ye Feng did not avoid it, because he had already guessed Alphys' motive. Whoosh! A light wind blew, and Ye Feng's figure appeared on the spot again. However, Ye Feng was still undamaged. What? Alphys's pupils shrunk. He had never thought that his meticulous preparation and all the ways he could think of to kill Ye Feng would still fail at the last step. How did this guy do it? Haha, you think I'm an idiot? Since I dared to come to the appointment, I naturally had my guard up. Ye Feng stood in the air arrogantly, and he looked at Alphys coldly. 635 Elemental Power, Demonic God's Blood. The power of Alphys' blood explosion pills was extremely terrifying, but he didn't believe it. With his understanding of Alphys, he would definitely make more than one pill. Therefore, he had been paying attention to his surroundings from the beginning. The moment he sensed danger, his figure had already moved at a rapid speed. Sure enough, as he had expected, seeing that his sneak attack had failed, Alphys immediately used the blood explosion pill. Ye Feng snorted coldly, "Alphys, I advise you to give up." Alphys gritted his teeth and said, "Don't even think about it. I'm determined to get it, so you must die today." Ye Feng said disdainfully, "Then you can try." He took a step forward, and a majestic demonic flame gushed out of his body. The 3 heads and 6 arms also appeared behind him. The blood explosion pill is indeed very powerful, but your strength can't resist the power of a god at all. Today, I will use this body to kill the leader of the Abyss Alliance, Alphys, and avenge the humiliation of the Chinese symbiotic demons. Before he finished his sentence, he suddenly dashed out and pounced at Alphys. "Get lost!" Alphys swung his fist, and a monstrous demonic energy suddenly burst out. This punch of his was like the heavens and earth were overturned. Demonic light surged and instantly enveloped Ye Feng. Bang! 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 Ye Feng was hit by this demonic light several times, but his body was extremely strong, so he could endure it and continued to advance. D*mit. This guy is not afraid of the blood explosion pill's poison. Alphys roared continuously. The power of the blood explosion pill was shocking. Once it exploded, it was enough to destroy the entire area. But now, Ye Feng did not even try to dodge, he allowed the shockwaves of the explosion to attack him, and he continued to charge forward like a mad dog. "Ye Feng, go to H*LL. Alphys laughed sinisterly. The surface of his body started to glow with a thick black light. A blood-colored giant sword slashed at Ye Feng's chest. At the same time, his fist sent out 2 more blood explosion pills. Boom! A mushroom cloud slowly rose. The entire city was ravaged by the shockwaves of the explosion, and countless houses collapsed. Alphys laughed hideously. "This move should be enough to cut you into pieces." Hee hee. Suddenly, a teasing voice entered his ears. Alphys shuddered. He turned his head, only to see Ye Feng standing beside him unscathed. "How could this be? How did you survive the blood explosion pill?" Alphys's eyes widened in disbelief. "Could it be that you already have elemental power?" Ye Feng stared at him coldly. His lips moved slightly. "You're right." Upon hearing this, Alphys' mind went blank. "How is that possible? How can this be possible? How old are you?" "Stop!" Alphys roared. He had lived for over 100 years, but he had yet to comprehend the power of the elements. On the other hand, Ye Feng was only in his early 20s. How could he possibly possess the ultimate power in the world? No wonder Ye Feng was so confident that he could withstand the attacks. It turned out that he had actually comprehended the power of the water element. This was simply illogical. Even in ancient times, no one had heard of anyone who could comprehend the power of the elements at the age of 20. This was too scary. Even Alphys found it hard to believe. "Nothing is impossible." Ye Feng said indifferently, "Since you know that I have already broken through to the late stage of beyond A grade, then you should just accept your fate." His figure flashed, and like a falling meteor, his palm struck down. Boom! Caught off guard, Alphys was struck by Ye Feng's lightning-like palm. Half of his body was smashed into a bloody mess. His bones were broken, and fresh blood spurted out. It was an extremely tragic sight. His face was filled with horror as he desperately retreated. "You, how can you be so strong?" Alphys could not withstand the might of Yefeng's palm. He could feel Yefeng's terrifying strength. Yefeng's lips curled up into a cruel smile. "I've said it before, the gap between us is getting wider and wider." After saying this, his figure flickered and he once again approached Alphys with the magic spear in his hand. At this time, Alphys was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Yefeng held the demonic spear in his hand. Like a demonic god descending to the mortal world, he slashed down with his spear. Crack! Alphys' wrist was broken. He was wailing in pain. He wanted to escape, but he could not get rid of Yefeng no matter what. Pucci! Yefeng flicked his spear and pierced through Alphys' abdomen, bringing out a rain of blood. Impossible! How could I be defeated? I can't accept this. Alphys' eyes bulged, and his face was full of anger and unwillingness. He was the leader of the Abyss Alliance and had extraordinary strength. He even had the blood explosion pill with him. But in the end, he still lost to Yefeng. I'm not willing. Alphys roared toward the sky. The demonic energy in his body surged like a volcano erupting. Die! Yefeng did not show any mercy. He pulled out his spear and brought out Alphys' head. Next, Yefeng collected Alphys' demonic god blood. The blood contained powerful demonic energy, which was very beneficial for the absorption of this energy. It was even more suitable for absorption than the blood explosion pill. Yefeng's body was in the critical stage of transformation. At this stage, Yefeng needed a huge amount of spiritual energy to support him. Thus, every drop of the demonic god's blood was extremely precious to him. Hula-lala! A gust of wind blew past Yefeng. The demonic god's blood within a radius of several dozen meters was completely absorbed by him. This kind of speed was simply inconceivable. Although Alphys' strength was only at the early stage of S grade, because he had taken the blood explosion pill, with the power of the blood explosion pill, he was comparable to a middle stage S grade. After Yefeng absorbed his blood, it was equivalent to his strength increasing by several times. Yefeng breathed out slowly. He could feel that a layer of membrane in his body had been pierced. He could feel that his strength, agility, and endurance had all increased by several times. Furthermore, his control of his true core strength had also reached a more skillful level. This was a qualitative leap. Yefeng felt that his combat strength had soared once again. This was the improvement he desired the most. It seems that I have to find a blood explosion pill as soon as possible. Otherwise, even with the help of the demonic god's blood, it would be very difficult for me to improve my strength in a short time. Yefeng muttered to himself. Right now, his cultivation was stuck at the late stage of the beyond A-grade realm, and he could only barely cast a portion of the divine secret techniques. In order to fully utilize the power of the water element, he would need to break through to the late stage of beyond A-grade as support. Otherwise, he would not be able to cultivate it. Yefeng! At this moment, Alphys' body fell to the ground and made a deep sound. You killed me. 636 The Bloodline Legend Warrior, Alphys, falls. I've already warned you not to anger me. Yefeng said coldly. Haha, do you think you can win by killing me? Yefeng, you're too arrogant. I admit that you're very powerful, but if you want to beat me, there's no way. Alphys roared in anger. Suddenly, a purple-red flame appeared in the center of his body. Blood explosion pill, activate. Alphys let out a shrill scream. His body began to swell, and purplish-red blood vessels appeared on his skin. His figure also became extremely tall, more than 10 meters tall. Yefeng! Go to H*LL! Alphys shouted in anger. His arms were fierce as he attacked Yefeng. Yefeng's expression was calm. He swung the demonic spear in his hand, and a demonic aura swept out in all directions. Boom! Boom! The two of them collided intensely. Yefeng's spear techniques were tricky and vicious, and every move was fatal, but Alphys' body was extremely tough, and he was impervious to weapons. A man and a beast instantly intertwined. Bang! 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 Yefeng's and Alphys' fists clashed together. The sound of metal clashing resounded. It was extremely loud. The two figures were shockingly fast and kept clashing. In the blink of an eye, they had fought more than 10 rounds. In these 10 rounds, Yefeng did not gain any advantage, but it was Alphys who became more and more courageous and excited as he fought, and he had entered a state of madness. Alphys' strength was not to be underestimated, and under the effect of the blood explosion pill, he became even stronger. D***mn. He can't be killed even with this. Yefeng's expression turned cold. Alphys' body was extremely strong, and his defense was also extremely shocking. Yefeng had no way to hurt him. He could only use the demonic god's blood to counter him. But Yefeng's demonic god's blood was being consumed too quickly. If this continued, he would be defeated sooner or later because of the demonic god's blood. Yefeng gritted his teeth, and his eyes were red. Since that's the case, I'll exchange blood with you. Let's see who dies first. Yefeng gritted his teeth. His body suddenly grew taller, and his energy was boiling. Boom! He took a step forward and stepped on Alphys. This! Alphys' face was filled with shock. Give up struggling. You are destined to fall. Yefeng's power was full of pressure. Alphys could not resist and was forced to submit. Yefeng, you're a hero of your generation. Alphys sighed. He knew that he would not be able to survive today. Yefeng would not leave any hidden danger behind. Humph! Yefeng snorted coldly, there's no need to praise me. I just want to know your identity. Hee, my identity? I am the bloodline legend warrior, Alphys. Alphys laughed. A bloodline legend? What's that? Yefeng raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had heard of it. Bloodline legends were a group of people with special bloodline powers. They were powerful and had extremely strong bodies. Bloodline legend warriors were basically not restricted by the laws of heaven and earth, and they were a terrifying force in the outer region. Yefeng, I admit that you are very strong. Alphys looked at Yefeng deeply. He continued, I don't want to be your enemy. If you kill me, you'll get the bloodline essence. This bloodline essence can help you increase the strength of the demonic god's blood. The legend of the bloodline, the origin of the bloodline. Yefeng's lips curled into an evil smile. If he could obtain the origin of Alphys' bloodline, he might be able to break through smoothly. Where is the bloodline origin? Yefeng asked. The source of my bloodline is in the depths of my soul. Only I can take it away. Alphys said indifferently, however, if you kill me, you will not have the chance to get it. Is that so? Yefeng smiled lightly. He reached out his finger and gently touched Alphys' forehead. Whew! In an instant, a blood-red light shot up from Alphys' body and went straight into the sky. A moment later, a blood-red stone fell from the sky, landing on Yefeng's palm. The surface of this blood-colored stone was flowing with a dense bloodline power, and waves of ripples were continuously surging out. This thing, is it your so-called bloodline origin? Yefeng's expression was dark. The bloodline source contained a huge amount of bloodline energy, and even Alphys' blood essence. As long as it was swallowed, one could immediately obtain a huge amount of energy. But it was a pity that Yefeng had just finished absorbing a blood-colored stone, and the demonic god's blood was already used up. This made Yefeng extremely disappointed. The origin of your bloodline is mine. He raised his hand and immediately put the bloodline source into his interspatial ring. F***CKU. Alphys was furious. How did his bloodline source end up in Yefeng's hands? Die! Alphys roared. He punched toward Yefeng's head. You're overestimating yourself. Yefeng's eyes flickered. The demonic gods might spread around him as he punched out. Kaka. The bones in Alphys' right hand shattered. He let out a cry and took a few steps back. Again. Ye Feng charged forward without hesitation. His speed was much faster than Alphys at his peak. Alphys could not avoid it and was sent flying by the punch. Pucci. Blood spurted out. Half of his chest had caved in, revealing his white bone armor. You are a devil. Alphys could feel his life force rapidly draining away. Not only did this punch destroy his body, but it also made him unable to sense his life force. Die. Ye Feng closed in step by step, his eyes extremely red. If you kill me, the bloodline origin will be destroyed. Once a legendary bloodline falls, the bloodline origin will be completely destroyed, Alphys shouted weakly. Is that so? Ye Feng sneered. Alphys was right. The bloodline origin was the core of power that the bloodline legend had condensed throughout their life. Once it was destroyed, the bloodline legend would die without a doubt. But this did not include Ye Feng. Ye Feng cultivated the dragon vein technique. He could absorb the bloodline source of other experts to replenish his demonic god blood. Thus, even if his bloodline source was destroyed, he was not afraid. Bang! Alphys' body fell. His eyes were wide open, filled with unwillingness. Never in his dreams did he think that he would die in Ye Feng's hands. Haha, this is great. Cool. Ye Feng howled toward the sky. He did not stop. Ending Alphys was the same as getting rid of one of his biggest problems. Now, he only needed to find the other two legends to gather the 3 legendary souls, open the legendary secret tome, and break through to the S-grade realm. As expected of a legendary bloodline. 637 The creator of the bloodline, the body of the dragon god. Ye Feng threw away Alphys' corpse. Although this body isn't bad, it has little effect on my improvement. I might as well absorb the source of my bloodline. Ye Feng sat cross-legged beside Alphys' corpse. He opened his palm and the source of bloodline slowly floated into his palm. Shua, Shua, Shua. Ye Feng closed his eyes. The source of his bloodline burst out with a bright light, forming a ball of blinding light. In an instant, his entire body seemed to be connected to the ball of bloodline source. The bloodline source seemed to contain an endless amount of energy. As Ye Feng absorbed it, the energy within the bloodline source started to change. Gradually, the bloodline source started to transform, turning into lines of runes that surrounded Ye Feng's body. At the same time, a vast amount of memories gushed toward Ye Feng like a tide. Are these memories the inheritances of this body? Ye Feng was extremely shocked. The inheritance was a bloodline inheritance. Everything would only be revealed in the inheritance. As the creator of the bloodline, Alphys' inheritance was not a simple piece of information. After an unknown period of time, Ye Feng slowly opened his eyes. He could feel that his entire body was filled with energy. He stood up and moved his muscles and bones. At this moment, he felt that his strength was more than 100 times stronger than before. There was an indescribable charm in his every move. The power of the bloodline is indeed powerful. No wonder it could dominate the starry sky and become an overlord. Ye Feng touched the tip of his nose in satisfaction. However, he was still very far away from this step. Currently, he was not weak, but he was not very strong either. Ye Feng was very clear about this. Thus, he had to work harder to complete the advancement. The promotion this time was of great help to his strength, especially his physical fitness. If he continued to accumulate and stepped into peak beyond A grade, wouldn't he be even more powerful? Ye Feng estimated that his current overall strength had already reached the peak beyond A grade. As expected of a legendary soul, it was too heaven-defying. The smell of blood here seems to be getting thicker and thicker. Right at this time, Ye Feng suddenly frowned. He looked at a valley in front of him. A thick black mist spread out from the depths of the valley. Ye Feng could faintly hear a mournful wail coming from inside. I don't know what kind of fierce beast has been poisoned. Ye Feng shook his head. He was not interested in the fierce beasts here. After all, he now had the blood of alphas, which had a natural suppressing effect on these demon beasts. And Ye Feng was also clear that the truly powerful super-demonic creatures would not stay in the lower regions. Let's go. Ye Feng went straight into the depths of the valley. Along the way, Ye Feng discovered that all the demonic creatures he encountered were all killed by him. They didn't even know why they had died. Ye Feng's strength was rising rapidly. And the strength of Ye Feng's body had reached an even more shocking level. Other than defense, Ye Feng also had a special skill. What's the meaning of this? Ye Feng looked at his right arm. On his right arm, a golden tattoo appeared. This should be some kind of totem. This tattoo looked like a totem. Ye Feng tried to activate its function. A faint golden light shone. Next, the golden pattern on Ye Feng's left arm disappeared. What's going on? Ye Feng was stunned. At this time, he suddenly felt that his body seemed to have become much lighter, and his skin also glowed with a layer of precious splendor. Originally, Ye Feng's body was as if it was made of steel, and it was extremely tough. But at this time, Ye Feng could clearly feel that his skin, bones, and even his cells were changing. His skin, muscles, and bones became tougher. Ye Feng raised his hand and grabbed. The air let out a whooshing sound. He reached out and tore it. Crack! In front of Ye Feng, a half-meter deep hole appeared. The power of this claw was actually comparable to a sharp sword that could cut through iron as if it were mud. This is evolving the bloodline. Ye Feng revealed a shocked expression. My body has been reborn and has become the body of the dragon god. When I used my bloodline power just now, the fluctuations caused by it attracted the attention of the remaining draconic powers in this space, and thus affected this space. This space originally belonged to Alphas, so the remaining power of the dragon seed in this space has instead enhanced the power of my bloodline, allowing me to complete my evolution and thus achieve the body of the dragon god. Ye Feng's face was filled with shock. The dragon race combat form had evolved into the body of the dragon god. Only Ye Feng himself knew the details of the transformation. This allowed his strength to increase by several times in a short time. Furthermore, the harmony of the various auras had already reached an unprecedented peak level. As expected of the dragon god. He was sincerely convinced. Roar! A few angry roars suddenly came from the distance. This voice was extremely terrifying, as if it came from the netherworld, carrying with it countless grievances and hatred. Immediately after, a series of ghastly howls could be heard, causing one's hair to stand on end. Not good. Ye Feng suddenly turned around and looked at his surroundings. There are so many vengeful spirits in this space. Ye Feng took in a breath of cold air. These vengeful spirits were extremely vicious. Each of them gave off a heaven-shaking baleful aura. They were extremely ferocious as they pounced toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng snorted coldly. The power of his bloodline surged out. In an instant, all the vengeful spirits were annihilated. Ye Feng's figure flashed, and he left this dangerous area. Boom! Outside the valley, the sounds of a fierce battle suddenly came from the outside as destructive energy fluctuations swept over and hit the cliff. Someone is fighting. Ye Feng squinted his eyes. His figure flickered as he charged out. He saw two groups of people fighting at the bottom of the cliff. One group was a group of elderly people led by an old man, while the other group was made up of more than 10 young people. They were dressed in luxurious clothes and each of them held a weapon as they faced each other. Furthermore, the strength of these young people was not bad either. Although they had not reached the beyond A grade, they were at least at the A end grade. There were even 3 of them who were about to break through to the late stage of A end grade. Moreover, they were well coordinated, both offensive and defensive, firmly protecting the older elders at the back. Seeing this, Ye Feng was slightly surprised. Not only were they strong, but they also had great teamwork. After observing for a while, Ye Feng knew the origin of this group of people. Aren't these people from Sky City? Why are they killing each other? I think some of them are spies from the Abyss Alliance. 638 The white-robed priest descends. During this period of time, Ye Feng had used all sorts of methods to find out that there were undercurrents in Sky City. According to what Ye Feng knew, the imperial power was still being maintained in Sky City, even though the modern world had already developed into a highly civilized society. However, Sky City was a very special place. After all, and all the administrative matters were handled by him. This also meant that if the enemies that Sky City could not deal with entered the mainland, it would be equivalent to the end of mankind. However, there seemed to be two forces in Sky City now, and they could even fight each other. At this time, a tragic war was going on. This large-scale battle had many implications. The warriors of Sky City were fighting against the invasion of the Abyss while trying to get rid of the spies. The chaos lasted for nearly a month, with countless casualties on both sides. However, the advantage of Sky City was still huge. This was because Sky City had the power of an ancient secret technique. Once it was released, the entire world would be razed to the ground. Therefore, even if there were spies in Sky City, they could not cause much trouble. No matter who you are, I won't just stand by and watch. I'll deal with you first. Ye Feng's eyes were cold. Whoosh! Ye Feng's figure flashed, like he had teleported, and he rushed to the center of the battlefield. At this time, the few people from the Abyss Alliance who were surrounding the group of old men saw Ye Feng approaching and immediately stopped their actions. Get lost! Ye Feng punched out. Bang! A few Abyss Alliance members did not even have time to react before they were knocked to the ground by Ye Feng's punch and fainted. Who are you, sir? Why are you interfering in the affairs of my Abyss Alliance? A tall and big abyssal demon stared at Ye Feng and asked sternly. Who I am is not important, what's important is, Ye Feng's lips curved into a devilish smile. I'm here to harvest your heads. You're looking for death. The tall and big demon was furious, and he swept out with a scimitar in his hand. Buzz! The speed of the life-severing scimitar was extremely fast, and it brought with it a cold light. What? Ye Feng was slightly surprised, but he did not dodge. He took the attack head-on. Bang! Bang! With a muffled sound, the life-severing scimitar slashed on Ye Feng's chest, sparks flew everywhere, but Ye Feng's muscles were like an iron wall, blocking the attack. The tall demon was surprised, and then he laughed hideously. You're really capable. However, you've met me today, so you're dead for sure. While he was speaking, the tall demon raised the life-severing scimitar in his hand. Buzz! The life-severing scimitar cut through the air, splitting the sky, emitting a sharp sound wave as it slashed toward Ye Feng. Humph! Ye Feng frowned. The power contained in the life-severing scimitar was very powerful. If an ordinary symbiote were to take a hit, their internal organs would probably be crushed. This abyssal demon was extremely powerful. Moreover, the weapon in his hand was made of some kind of metal. The life-severing scimitar was covered with dense patterns. Each pattern seemed to contain something, and it exuded a strong pressure. This life-severing scimitar had an extremely strong sealing power on it. Get lost! Ye Feng raised his leg and kicked out, aiming for this demon's throat. Pada! The life-severing scimitar collided with his foot once and was immediately kicked away. The front half of the life-severing scimitar was broken. Ye Feng's physical body was too strong, and ordinary weapons could not break through it. Although the demon was very powerful, he had not reached beyond A grade, after all. After the life-severing scimitar broke, he felt a trace of fear. Run! The demon did not hesitate and turned to run. Where are you going? Ye Feng snorted coldly. He took a step forward and chased after him, punching down. Boom! The punch landed on the back of the demon. The demon trembled and fell from the sky. Ye Feng stretched out his hand and grabbed the corpse back. The demon's corpse was very heavy, weighing at least 500 kilograms. Furthermore, his body was covered in scales that were as hard as steel. This guy's physical strength was great, but his defense was much weaker. This guy should be an abyssal demon that has just advanced. Ye Feng inspected carefully. He determined the strength level of this demon. The demon's skin was light green, and there were strange runes on its scales. It was obvious that it had a special demon gene. These people are spies sent by the Abyss Alliance. It seems that I have to investigate carefully. Ye Feng's gaze was dark. The Abyss Alliance had a huge network of forces in Sky City, and they had infiltrated every corner. It was definitely not an easy task to get rid of these parasites. However, in this situation, Ye Feng could only follow the clues and eliminate these traitors one by one. Only in this way could they stop the Abyss Alliance's conspiracy. When Ye Feng was dealing with this batch of demons, at a place several hundred kilometers away from this region, on top of a grand building, there was a white-robed priest. The man had a pale face and a slender figure. He had 2 black horns on his forehead. He was an abyssal priest. At this moment, he was looking down at the area and muttering something. Our plan has finally begun. We've waited for 30,000 years, and this day has finally come. The white-robed priest showed a crazy and ferocious smile. Glory of the Abyss! Our Abyss Alliance has been patient for too long. We have been waiting for this day. We, the Abyss, will descend upon this world, destroy everything in this world, and enslave all living creatures. The white-robed priest looked up at the sky and mumbled to himself, Lord, I love you deeply. I'm willing to sacrifice my soul. Please give your loyal servant strength. After he finished speaking, his body suddenly disappeared. After Ye Feng dealt with the group of demons, he was about to return to Sky City when his expression changed all of a sudden. An intense sense of danger made Ye Feng's hair stand on end. A big guy is coming. Ye Feng's pupil shrunk. He felt a majestic aura rapidly approaching him. It was a giant demon that was about 4 meters tall. Its entire body wrapped in a dark red blood mist. Abyssal Demon King. Ye Feng recognized the identity of this demon. It was said that one of the second generation of Abyssal Demon Kings born in this world was called the Abyssal Demon King. The Abyssal Demon King possessed terrifying power. It could tear the void apart and destroy everything. Roar! Its speed was very fast. It arrived in front of Ye Feng in the blink of an eye, and it raised its sharp claws and slapped at Ye Feng. 639 The Abyssal Demon King was killed. Humph! Ye Feng snorted coldly. He struck out with his palm, clashing with the sharp claws of the Abyssal Demon King. Boom! Ye Feng was forced to take a few steps back, while the Abyssal Demon King took 1 step back. The body of the Abyssal Demon King was very strong, even stronger than that of ordinary beyond A grades. He was indeed worthy of being the leader of the Abyssal Demons. But Ye Feng's physical body was even more terrifying. Ye Feng's physical body had already been cultivated to the peak beyond A grade, and with just 1 more step, he would truly enter the peak beyond A grade. Roar! After the exchange of blows, both sides took a few steps back. No one could do anything to the other. However, the Abyssal Demon King roared again and again. His eyes were filled with ferocity and bloodlust. He was obviously extremely angry. Ye Feng's physical strength was actually on par with his own. How could he accept this? The Abyssal Demon King was an incomparably noble abyssal demon beast, a super demonic creature that was born from the heavens and earth. Ye Feng was just a lowly human, but he could actually fight against him? Roar! At this moment, the Abyssal Demon King roared toward the sky, and the entire sky suddenly turned dark. A dark cloud covered the entire sky. In the depths of the dark clouds, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A storm was coming. Ye Feng's eyes narrowed. He felt a huge and evil aura enveloping him. Boom! A huge arm stretched down and smashed toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng's reaction was quick. He dodged this attack. Immediately after, a huge shadow descended from the sky. Boom! The Abyssal Demon King stomped on the ground, causing it to shake and crack. His movements were extremely swift and violent as he brandished his sharp claws and pounced. "You're looking for death." Ye Feng was furious. His strength was overbearing and tyrannical. He grabbed the demon's wrist. Crack! 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 The Abyssal Demon King's arm made a crisp sound. He was in unbearable pain and struggled with all his might. Bang! 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 The Abyssal Demon King used all the strength in his body to unleash a storm of attacks on Ye Feng. "Haha, you're just an idiot." Ye Feng sneered. This Abyssal Demon's intelligence was not high. He did not even know any battle techniques. He was only using brute force to attack. And Ye Feng? He had rich combat experience, and in terms of combat experience, this Abyssal Demon King could not compare to him at all. Bang! 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 Each of Ye Feng's punches contained a terrifying explosive strength. The Abyssal Demon King was wailing in pain as he was sent flying back. Pfft! The Abyssal Demon King's chest caved in after being kicked. His ribs were broken, and blood was flowing out. "This guy is too strong. Let's escape quickly. We'll talk after we retreat." The remaining Abyss Alliance demons were frightened and immediately turned to flee. "Who?" The Abyssal Demon King opened his mouth and spat out a black smoke. "This evil beast actually has this kind of ability." Ye Feng frowned. Roar! The Abyssal Demon King let out a heaven-shaking roar. A scarlet pattern appeared on his head. He seemed to have activated some kind of taboo. His power increased by several times and sent Ye Feng flying. Ye Feng's body was sent flying. The Abyssal Demon King took a step into the sky, and his body burst into flames. These flames burned more and more exuberantly, and the surrounding temperature continued to rise, making it suffocating. This was the unique Abyssal Demon Flame of the Abyssal Demons. Ye Feng's body was floating in the air. His gaze was cold as he looked at the Abyssal Demon King releasing the flames. Roar! The Abyssal Demon King roared. He stretched out his giant palm and grabbed at Ye Feng, wanting to crush him completely. The power of an Abyssal Demon far surpassed humans of the same level. Ye Feng did not dare to fight it head-on. Buzz! He turned into a stream of light and charged toward the Abyssal Demon King. He threw a punch, and an ear-piercing sonic boom was heard. When this punch landed on the Abyssal Demon King's back, it immediately sent the demon flying for more than 100 feet. Moreover, under the force of Ye Feng's punch, the Abyssal Demon King's tough skin cracked open, and thick Abyssal Demon flames flowed out. Not only that, when Ye Feng's fist force seeped in, it wreaked havoc in the Abyssal Demon King's body, causing severe injuries. The Abyssal Demon King's aura was much weaker now, but his eyes were still bloodthirsty. He roared madly, "Ah!" At this moment, the Abyssal Demon King's strength had increased by a huge amount. It was as if his ferocity had been completely ignited. He attacked Ye Feng without caring about anything else. Every time he waved his claws and fangs, he would cause a huge wave of energy. Even though Ye Feng relied on his speed to avoid clashing with it, the Abyssal Demon King's strength was extremely terrifying. Ye Feng could not do anything to him for a while. The battle between the two sides fell into a stalemate, and neither side could do anything to the other in a short time. The other two dark sorcerers took the opportunity to escape and observed from a distance. *mit. How did that demon become so powerful? It's that young man just now. He must have absorbed a large amount of abyssal demon blood, which caused the demon's strength to increase. The two dark sorcerers mumbled to themselves, their expressions were ashen. They had thought that Ye Feng was just a slightly troublesome ant, but to think that Ye Feng was actually able to fight with the Abyssal Demon King. Their plan had completely failed, so they could only leave for the time being. Roar! Another terrifying claw tore through the void. The Abyssal Demon King laughed sinisterly, as if victory was already in his grasp. But, just as he was about to hit Ye Feng, a long sword suddenly appeared. Pfft! The sword glowed, and the Abyssal Demon King's right leg was cut off. The Abyssal Demon King let out a shrill cry. He covered his broken leg and kept retreating. He looked at Ye Feng with fear in his eyes. This enemy was too strange. He had clearly locked onto him, but he could always dodge at the crucial moment. Ye Feng's speed was very fast, and it had reached an unfathomable level. Even an existence like the Abyssal Demon King, who had an extremely strong physical body, could not catch up to him. Roar! The Abyssal Demon King knew that he was not Ye Feng's match. He let out a furious cry and turned to leave. You want to escape? Ye Feng's eyes were cold. The long sword in his hand once again emitted a bright light. Whoosh! He swung his long sword, and a blade ray swept out. An extremely sharp blade ray slashed at the Abyssal Demon King's hind leg, cutting it in half. The Abyssal Demon King let out a sharp screech. He charged forward with all his might, but Ye Feng's speed was even faster. He held the long sword in his hand and moved through the group of abyssal demons like a fish, leaving behind broken limbs everywhere he went. Roar! Finally, the Abyssal Demon King could no longer endure Ye Feng's attack. He let out a sad cry as his huge body slowly fell to the ground. 640 Absorbing the power of the bloodline, Abyssal Demon Blood. When Ye Feng killed the Abyssal Demon King, the Abyssal Demon King had also extracted a portion of his bloodline power, which was obtained by Ye Feng. Tisk, tisk, this Abyssal Demon King's Abyssal Demon Blood is really powerful. It's even richer than the Abyssal Demon Blood I absorbed. Ye Feng could feel that his body was filled with a surging power. This power was enough to support him to break through a realm. This battle gave Ye Feng a huge harvest. Ye Feng looked at the white bones on the ground and sighed. He used his fireball technique to clean up the place before sitting on the ground and cultivating the dragon vein technique. Droplets of the Abyssal Demon's blood essence entered Ye Feng's body through his pores. His muscles, bones, and other cells were greedily absorbing the energy. Gradually, a warm current surged through his entire body, and a powerful force gushed through his limbs and bones. Hoo! A few hours later, Ye Feng opened his eyes. His aura had completely changed. Originally, he was on the thin side, and was even slightly emaciated. However, at this moment, his temperament had undergone a tremendous change. Ye Feng's entire body had become much more burly. His muscles were bulging. They were as hard as rocks, and his body was as strong as an ox. He stood up and took 2 steps. With a crisp crack, the stone beside his feet instantly cracked into powder, and wisps of dust flew up. Is this the Abyssal Demon Blood? With a thought, a light purple shield appeared on the surface of his body. He raised his arm. His palm seemed to have the power to destroy the heavens and earth. He easily lifted up a big tree, and with a sudden shake of his arm, the big tree was immediately shaken to pieces. Ha ha ha! Refreshing! My strength has also increased by several times. Ye Feng laughed maniacally toward the sky. His strength had increased once again, and this feeling of increasing his strength made him feel like he was on the verge of death. What does this mean? Ye Feng frowned. Could it be that other than the demons, there are other high-level creatures targeting me? His mind was spinning rapidly, and soon, Ye Feng's gaze turned cold. My guess is correct. It should be the spies from Sky City. They might be very strong, but they're still a little lacking if they want to deal with me. If that's the case, Ye Feng's lips curved into a smile. I'll play with them. Then, he headed west. The current Ye Feng had already advanced to the late stage of beyond A grade, and his strength far exceeded his past self. He could even take on some ordinary S-grade symbionts. Ye Feng walked all the way there. The surroundings were filled with a strong smell of blood. As the number of abyssal demons increased, the city fell into chaos. Even after Alphys was defeated by Ye Feng, the Abyss Alliance did not retreat. This meant that there was only one possibility. That was the Abyss Alliance was not under the command of Alphys alone. This made Yefeng recall the elder who was with Alphys previously. That fellow's aura was several times stronger than Alphys. If that elder were to make a move, even Yefeng would find it troublesome. However, Yefeng was not afraid. Although he could not defeat the other party, he had some confidence in escaping. Humph, in that case, I might as well make a big deal out of this. Anyway, I've already fought the final battle with the Abyss Alliance, Yefeng thought to himself. He increased his speed and headed toward the mountain forest according to the map. At this moment, in a valley a few kilometers away from Yefeng. The valley was very quiet, and it was surrounded by dense bushes. A thick ancient tree stood in the middle of the valley. Its branches and leaves were luxuriant, covering the sky and the sun. It was like a behemoth. An old man in a grey robe sat cross-legged, his long hair hanging down to his waist. The old man's clothes were tattered. His hair was thin and yellow, and his beard was white. His eyes were slightly closed, and he seemed to be asleep. Suddenly, his eyes opened and a sharp light shot out like an arrow into the void, causing the surrounding plants to shake and fall. Alphys, what took you so long to come back? His voice was cold and carried a hint of anger. There was a hint of panic on Alphys' face. He lowered his head and did not dare to look into the old man's eyes. My lord, this Alphys met a person and doesn't know how to deal with him. Oh? Who dares to bully the inheritor of the Abyss Alliance? The old man's brows furrowed slightly, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. Alphys quickly bowed. That person is a human. His name is Yefeng. A human from Earth? Isn't that the human race? The old man's eyes revealed a trace of disgust. The Abyss Alliance and the human race had always been at odds. Lord, this Yefeng's identity is very special, Alphys said slowly after hesitating for a moment. The old man was silent for a moment, and then nodded, indicating for Alphys to continue. Yefeng's identity is a student of the Human Academy, but within half a year of entering the school, he won the title of champion among all the students of the Human Academy. More importantly, he has elemental power. After he finished, Alphys stole a glance at the old man. After the old man heard this, his pupils suddenly contracted. Elemental power? Elemental powers were the basic elements that formed the universe when it first opened. They contained extremely powerful divine rule power and were extremely precious. Especially if Yefeng had the elements. It would be too shocking. This also meant that Yefeng was very likely to be the inheritor of a certain element. What element? The old man asked after a moment of silence. Water element. Alphys quickly replied. Water elemental. The old man frowned. Who didn't know that the famous water elemental dragon slayer, Walter, had the element? A man who could contend with the leader of the fierce beasts, the dragon clan, his strength was self-evident. The power of the water element was also considered a top existence. Once it was revealed, it would definitely cause a great uproar. This guy called Yefeng actually had the power of the water element? My lord, what are you going to do? Alphys asked carefully. Water element? Hee. So what? The old man laughed in disdain. A mere newcomer can't affect the Abyss Alliance. Abyss Alliance, Gate of the Abyss. Yefeng jumped down from a huge stone platform, and he stood in front of a cylindrical stone pillar. The pillar was 3 meters tall and was black and gold in color. Strange runes were engraved on it, giving it an ancient charm. It was like a pillar that pierced through the clouds, pointing straight at the sky. 641. The center of the Abyssal Passage, the northernmost sacred zone. The entire Abyssal Passage's core was this black gold stone pillar. Yefeng observed carefully. He found that the surface of the stone pillar was filled with runes. It seems like this stone pillar is the center that controls the Abyssal Passage. He muttered to himself and suddenly reached out his hand to touch the surface of the black gold stone pillar. Crack! A clear sound was transmitted from the surface of the stone pillar. Next, a light blue ripple spread out, enveloping Yefeng. Boom! Boom! In an instant, bolts of lightning appeared out of thin air. These lightning bolts were filled with destructive power. It was like the judgment of the end of the world. They slashed down on Yefeng's body. Puchi! 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 Yefeng's entire body was charred black, and wisps of green smoke rose from his body. His skin cracked and blood splattered. Ha ha ha! It felt great! That's great! Yefeng howled toward the sky. He felt every inch of his bones, muscles, and tendons were trembling crazily. The lightning seemed to have come alive, wreaking havoc under his skin, crazily tearing his bones, muscles, fascias, and other bones. Yefeng's entire body was bathed in fire, and he was burning intensely. His entire body had turned red. Furthermore, his body was constantly expanding. He was originally only 2.5 meters tall, but in just a few seconds, he had become 4 meters tall. His hair was standing on end, his eyes were red, his lips were red, and his teeth were sharp. He was like an ancient beast. Yefeng's aura surged, instantly reaching the peak. And behind Yefeng, a star slowly appeared. The stars were bright and dazzling, releasing an unparalleled dazzling light. Furthermore, the appearance of this star was exactly the same as the one in Yefeng's body. One yin and one yang, the two completely opposite energies were clearly separated. Yefeng's cultivation base increased once again in a short period of time. Whoosh! 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 Yefeng panted heavily, feeling the surging energy in his body. His strength had reached the late stage of beyond A grade, and it did not stop. Yefeng squinted his eyes and said, "It feels so good, it feels really good. It has been a long time since I last experienced the feeling of my strength increasing explosively." At that moment, he almost exploded. The lightning seemed to want to tear him apart. Moreover, those thunderbolts could actually temper and transform his physical body, improving his physical quality. As expected of a heavenly treasure-level elemental source. It's so useful to me. Yefeng's physical body was improving rapidly. His battle strength was also increasing rapidly. At this moment, even if he were to face the attack of a fierce beast of a higher level, he had the confidence to withstand it. This is not enough. Yefeng's eyes shone with a fiery light. He wanted to become even stronger. Thus, he sat down cross-legged again, closed his eyes, and began to mobilize the energy in his danshan. Next, a blinding golden light burst out from Yefeng's body. A golden light shot into the sky like a golden sun, illuminating the dark passage. The golden light was so intense that the entire passage was shaking. Yefeng's physical body emitted a strong light. Even the blood in his body started to boil at this moment. Roar! Yefeng growled. The air currents around him surged wildly. The blood vessels in his body were like worms. A majestic power of the blood vessels gushed out and spread throughout his body through his meridians. Traces of his bloodline power were as hot as lava. In fact, there was even a white mist that appeared on Yefeng's body. Roar! Roar! Yefeng continued to roar. The bloodline power in his body accumulated and finally gathered at his chest, forming a fist-sized golden ball. Boom! Yefeng's aura suddenly exploded. Yefeng's strength increased once again. It was extremely terrifying. Unless it was an existence that was stronger than Alphas, no living being could cause fatal damage to Yefeng. And to be stronger than Alphas, they would have to be at least an S-grade expert. The northernmost part of the symbiotic continent was called the Sanctuary. There were many S-grade superhumans there, and it was a taboo for the governments of various countries. Roar! Bang! Yefeng raised his head and roared. He suddenly stood up, stepped on the void, and walked toward the end of the abyss. Everything he saw along the way turned into ruins. The earth collapsed, the river bed evaporated, and the ocean disappeared. It was as if this place had experienced a massive disaster. Not only that, even Yefeng's divine sense was slowly declining, as if it was being blocked by something. Yefeng frowned. He knew that this was because he had absorbed too much dark energy, which had caused his consciousness to be dispirited. After all, the dark energy here was extremely scarce. It was easy to absorb and also easy to be contaminated. Yefeng continued forward. He had not even walked 100 miles when all of a sudden, the sound of a fierce battle came from the front. He saw two powerful existences fighting in front of him. One of them was a spider that was 20 meters long. It was grey-brown in color and had 3 legs on its abdomen. This spider was covered in scales. Its body was strong, and its speed was extremely fast. The other one was a half-beast. It had the head of a wolf, the body of a leopard, and sharp claws and fangs that flickered with a cold light. It, why did I encounter creatures again? Yefeng was extremely frustrated. He had personally witnessed the horror of these creatures. In terms of physical strength, these creatures were comparable to peak beyond A-grade symbiotes. Furthermore, this was just an ordinary creature. Roar! The werewolf roared and slashed with its sharp claws, cutting everything in its surroundings. The spider did not want to be outdone. It ran quickly on its 3 legs and shot toward the werewolf like a bolt of lightning. Boom! 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 They fought each other, and the battle was tragic. It's not a creature, it's a human. Yefeng was shocked. After looking closely, he realized that the werewolf and spider were not creatures. After thinking about it, he felt relieved. There were indeed humans in this secret realm. However, those who could live until now should all be strong. Who is this guy? Yefeng raised his head and looked over, only to see the werewolf suppressing the spider, and from the looks of it, the werewolf was very strong. He was actually forcing the spider to retreat. He. Suddenly, Yefeng smiled. Since we have met, let me send you off. Yefeng muttered in his heart. After that, he shot out like an arrow and charged toward the werewolf. Someone's there. Yefeng's movement was too big. It immediately attracted the attention of the werewolf and spider, especially that spider. It rolled its eyes and opened its 8 legs, pouncing over to bite him. You're looking for death. Yefeng snorted coldly. He stretched out his right hand and struck the spider like a ghost. Pada! A crisp sound rang out, and the spider's figure was sent flying. It fell far away, motionless. Yefeng ignored it. He walked toward the werewolf. Human! When the werewolf saw Yefeng, he showed a vigilant expression. Who are you? Who am I? He. Yefeng grinned, revealing his white teeth. I'm the one who wants your life. Buzz. As soon as he said that, Yefeng had already arrived before the werewolf, and he punched out. 642 A terrifying existence, begging for mercy at the speed of light. You're so bold! The werewolf shouted in anger. He blocked Yefeng's iron fist with both his hands, but he felt a terrifying force coming at him. He was forced to take a few steps back. How can this guy be so strong? The werewolf was dumbfounded. He did not dare to believe that Yefeng's fist was so brutal and overbearing that he almost exploded with one punch. Die! The werewolf was furious. He crossed his arms and turned them into a steel blade, slashing toward Yefeng. Ha ha ha! I've been waiting for so long, and finally, a real human has come. I'm going to eat him. The spider screeched excitedly, jumping on all 4 limbs and sprinting over. Yefeng glanced at this spider and sneered, a mere beyond A-grade creature actually dares to run wild. Roar! Saying so, Yefeng stomped his foot. A ripple that could be seen by the naked eye spread out from the bottom of his foot. The spider was originally roaring excitedly, but after suffering the attack of these ripples, its body stiffened and it fell to the ground. The werewolf was dumbfounded by this scene. DMNB starred. The werewolf stared at Ye Feng with hatred, his eyes were filled with a bloody light, like a wild wolf that had just seen its prey. He licked his lips and grinned hideously. In that case, I'll eat you today. I'd like to see where you came from. Saying so, the werewolf charged toward Ye Feng. And right at this time, a cold expression appeared on Ye Feng's face. Since you're so eager to die, I'll make you my first target. Ye Feng mumbled, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Swish! Almost in an instant, Ye Feng had already arrived beside the werewolf. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the werewolf's neck. Crack! He broke the werewolf's neck. No! The werewolf's eyes were wide open as he was defeated. His pupils were filled with despair and horror. It was unbelievable that an SSS-grade werewolf was defeated in one move. He could not understand how a human could possess such great power. What shocked him even more was that this human seemed to have deliberately left him with one breath. This discovery made his blood run cold. Who are you? The werewolf asked with great difficulty. Ye Feng glanced at him with disdain. My name is Ye Feng. You are Ye Feng. The werewolf's pupils shrank. Yes, it's me. You're the one who killed the monarch of the abyss, Alphys. The werewolf was shocked. That's right. Ye Feng nodded. He then asked, why are you not retreating when your monarch is dead? Ye Feng did not understand. According to what Ye Feng knew, the monarch was a very important existence in the Abyss Alliance, and he was also the leader of the entire team. The two twin monarchs had been killed by him. Ye Feng could not understand why the Abyss Alliance had not retreated. Humph! Retreat? The werewolf suddenly laughed sinisterly. Although our king is dead, there are still other experts from the Abyss Alliance who are alive. Oh? What kind of expert? Ye Feng asked in surprise. Our king had once sent two S-grade warriors to Earth. One of them is the white-robed priest Alyssa, and the other is the demon god of the abyss, Glassy. The two of them are very powerful, even surpassing the top experts of the Abyss Alliance, especially Glassy, who is known as the Emperor of the Abyssal Demons. In addition, there are many abyssal powerhouses hidden on Earth. They are the pillars of the Abyss Alliance. So what? Ye Feng frowned, so what if they have more people? They still can't do anything to the huge symbiote organization. Hearing Ye Feng's arrogant words, the werewolf shook his head. Stupid thing! The werewolf said in disdain, Glassy and Alyssa are enough to fight against peak S-grade existences if they join forces. Furthermore, they have other demons under their command. If those people descend on Earth at the same time, do you think you can fight them? I admit that you are very powerful, but so what if you're powerful? Can you stop the entire abyss? Can you stop the entire abyssal demon army? Ye Feng was silent for a moment. He said indifferently, what do you want to say? Hee hee. The werewolf sneered. My condition is very simple. As long as you give up resisting, follow me back to the abyss, and agree to join the Abyss Alliance, I can guarantee that the Abyss Alliance will not deal with you. They can even protect you. How about it? What makes you think I need the abyss to shelter me? Ye Feng sneered. The werewolf shrugged. It's simple. You're too young. Although you have a certain potential, you're still too inexperienced. You are only slightly older than my son, but what about your strength? You're not even half as good as my son. The werewolf sneered. That's why you have to give in. You're not strong enough to protect your friends and family. You can only have a future if you submit to the Abyss Alliance. As soon as the werewolf finished speaking, Ye Feng laughed. Is that all the Abyss Alliance can do? Just like a country of trash that's full of bullshit. Hearing this, the werewolf's eyelids twitched violently, and the fire in his heart burned. You're looking for death. Boom. The werewolf's body had expanded to more than twice its original size, and his muscles were tight and solid, as if they were cast from copper and iron, giving off a metallic luster. His sharp claws shone with a cold light, and he pounced toward Ye Feng. Can't even withstand a single blow. Ye Feng sneered. He clenched his fist and welcomed the attack. Bang! Bang! As the two of them collided, the werewolf's sharp claws were instantly shattered. He let out a miserable howl and was sent flying. D****. The werewolf gritted his teeth. His claws were extremely sharp and tough, but they were destroyed in a single exchange. Ye Feng's strength far surpassed his. He was not someone he could resist. The werewolf turned around and ran. Come back! Ye Feng roared in anger. The veins on his right arm bulged. Plop! The werewolf stumbled and knelt on the ground. Ah! The werewolf howled in pain. I surrender, don't kill me! The werewolf was afraid. He had never seen such a terrifying existence like Ye Feng. What were you doing earlier? Ye Feng snorted coldly. He raised his leg and stepped on the werewolf's chest. He said coldly, Tell me, where are the two guys you were talking about? 643 There are still two great existences, the story of ancient Earth. As far as I know, the Abyss Demon God Glassy is in charge of attacking Sky City on the main battlefield. It's also one of the most powerful forces in the Abyss Alliance. The white-robed priest Alyssa is in charge of the sacrifice and summoning, the werewolf said in a trembling voice. Summon what? A more powerful existence. An even stronger existence, Ye Feng squinted his eyes. Are you sure? I'm sure. The werewolf kowtowed desperately, afraid of angering Ye Feng. First, tell me where Alyssa is. Then, he pointed in a direction and said, It's over there, above the Uri mountain range. That's the last base of our Abyss Alliance. The sacrificial altar is also set up there. Why should I believe you? Ye Feng asked. Because I came down from there, the werewolf quickly replied. Lead the way. Ye Feng said coldly. The werewolf quickly got up and led the way. I'll believe you for the time being since you have a good attitude. However, if you dare to lie to me, I'll make you wish you were dead. Ye Feng grinned. Thank you, Your Excellency, thank you. The werewolf was moved to tears of gratitude. Next, Ye Feng followed the werewolf and left the place. After that, the werewolf told him everything he knew. On the other hand, the Abyss Alliance was the power of the Abyssal Demon race. The demons and the Abyssal Alliance had joined forces to form a terrifying force. They had already infiltrated all over Earth and controlled many family forces. In fact, they were constantly devouring the major forces. Why didn't the Abyss Alliance attack Earth? Could it be that Earth's defensive power is special, and you can't do anything to it? Ye Feng asked curiously. The defensive power of Earth. A bitter expression appeared on the werewolf's face. Earth has an array formation from hundreds of thousands of years ago. At that time, Earth's scientific and technological civilization was at its peak, and there were many powerhouses. Even the Abyssal Demon race did not dare to provoke them. It's a pity that the catastrophe broke out and those formations disappeared. Otherwise, with the defensive power of Earth, even our Abyss wouldn't dare to rashly invade. A catastrophe? Ye Feng frowned. What was the meaning of this? The werewolf sighed. At that time, Earth was invaded by alien invaders, and countless humans died. Those alien invaders were the most powerful race on Earth. They were called the Dark Race, and every Dark Race's bloodline was extremely pure. Their strength was unparalleled, comparable to the extraordinary people on Earth. Dark Race. Ye Feng's eyes brightened. Yes, the Dark Race. You just said that the Dark Race was very strong. Then, how strong are they? Ye Feng stared at the werewolf with a burning gaze. Very strong, very strong. The werewolf swallowed his saliva and said with fear in his eyes, It's said that the Dark Race has 3 great emperors. They are the King of Darkness, the King of Light, and the goddess of darkness. The power of these three great emperors is enough to destroy Earth. Even the strongest people on Earth and the human ceilings can't compete with them. 3 emperors. Ye Feng's eyes narrowed. No wonder the Abyss Alliance was afraid of Earth. It turned out that Earth once had 3 great emperors. The 3 great emperors should be the source of the Abyss Alliance's fear. Then, where are the countries that the Dark Race had occupied? Ye Feng asked. They are all in Norse mythology. The werewolf shook his head. Norse mythology. It's made up of legends. It has an extremely mysterious power. Even the king of the abyss is afraid of it. Norse mythology. After Ye Feng heard this, he pondered for a moment and said, in that case, I'd like to meet the powerhouses of Norse mythology. Maybe I can find what I'm looking for. He was very interested in Norse mythology. However, the urgent matter at hand was to save Sky City from the disaster as soon as possible. It was no wonder that he had not seen baddies. He was probably still fighting with demon god Glassy on the main battlefield. Since Alyssa was the main attacker, Ye Feng would deal with her first. If he had the spare power, he could also take out the last base of the Abyss Alliance, which would speed up the destruction of the Abyss Alliance. Ye Feng made up his mind. The werewolf's footsteps became faster and faster. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at the peak of a mountain. On the peak of the mountain, there was a huge square. There were 8 stone pillars erected around the square. Each stone pillar was 100 meters tall. Ancient patterns were carved on the stone pillars. It was the last base of the Abyss Alliance. This is the headquarters of the Abyss Alliance. The werewolf pointed at a platform in the middle of the square. On the platform, there were dozens of skulls and bones, as well as hundreds of spirit cores. Is this the treasure that the Abyss Alliance uses for cultivation? Ye Feng asked. Yes. The werewolf nodded. By absorbing these treasures, we abyssal creatures can become more powerful. This is also the foundation of our Abyss Alliance's standing. Oh. Ye Feng nodded and walked toward the platform in the center of the square. Your Excellency, what are you doing? Murder. Ye Feng's tone was calm. He then punched the platform. Boom. In just an instant, the solid platform was directly blown into pieces. Ah! Seeing this, the werewolf shrieked. But immediately after, his pupils shrunk. He only saw Ye Feng reaching out his hand and grabbing, the bone marrow and spirit cores that fell off all flew up. How did he do it? The werewolf was so shocked that he almost went crazy. He couldn't believe that someone could actually control those spirit cores and bone marrow and crush them into powder. What kind of power did this require? Next, Ye Feng waved his arm. These bone marrow, crystals, and fragments were all scattered in all directions. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, every inch of the square was covered with these fragments. They were densely packed and scattered like raindrops. The werewolf was stunned. He suddenly realized something. This was the rhythm of completely destroying the Abyss Alliance. Did you guys snatch these bone marrow and fragments from Earth? Ye Feng looked at the werewolf indifferently. He then raised his leg and stomped down. Boom! With a single stomp, the werewolf's body was crushed into meat paste. Looking at the dead werewolf corpse, Ye Feng frowned slightly. That's it? You're really trash. Ye Feng shook his head. Although he did not want to admit it, the werewolf was indeed useless. Forget it. Since you have no value, what's the point of keeping you alive? 644 The world reeking of blood, the white-robed priest Alyssa. Ye Feng laughed coldly. His right hand clenched into a fist and the slime blade appeared in his hand. Pucci! The blade landed on the werewolf's neck. Roar! The werewolf's miserable cries rang out. But Ye Feng's expression did not change. He slashed at the werewolf again and again. Fresh blood flowed out and dyed his clothes red. The werewolf's body was covered in wounds, and he was no longer breathing. Can't even withstand a single blow. Ye Feng shook his head and left slowly. The abyss. This was a world filled with the stench of blood. Blood soaked the ground, forming pools of blood. A strong smell of blood filled the area, making people feel nauseated. At this moment, a woman in a white robe and a skull mask stood quietly beside a huge blood pool. Master! In front of the woman, there was a group of people kneeling. The person in the lead was none other than the white-robed priest, Alyssa. What? Alyssa turned around and looked at the people kneeling in front of her. What did you just say? Your subordinates were killed. Yes, Master. Who did this? It's a human called Ye Feng. Ye Feng. Alyssa's face was extremely dark. You're saying that the guy called Ye Feng defeated your subordinate? She asked. Yes, I am. Humph. Alyssa sneered, then slowly said, it seems like I've underestimated your potential. However, you are a human being after all and are destined to be suppressed by the abyss. I'm curious how long you can live. Master, that human called Ye Feng. He. The subordinate was just about to report. All right, I got it. Alyssa said, waving her hand. I will personally deal with that Ye Feng. As for the mission this time, I'll leave it to you. With that, she waved her hand and disappeared. Alyssa then appeared in another area. This area was also dark, but there were dozens of bright stars in the sky. These stars were shining with all kinds of brilliance, extremely gorgeous. Ha 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 ha. A series of maniacal laughter resounded in the air. Alyssa stood in the air, and in front of her was an extremely huge palace. The palace was as black as ink, as if it had been cast from steel. There were complex and mysterious runes engraved on it. I can feel that human's aura. He should have just advanced to the late stage of beyond A grade. This time, I will make him my sacrifice to the great demon lord. Alyssa mumbled to herself. Wang! Instantly, black rays of light shot up into the sky. These black rays rapidly condensed and turned into a black hole, emitting an endless suction force. Crack, crack, crack. The surrounding stars seemed to be pulled into the black hole. Hee, this is the demon summoning ritual. I will once again summon our lord. Ye Feng, you will die a miserable death. Ha. Alyssa laughed sinisterly, and as her voice fell, a terrifying pressure suddenly swept out. It was a monstrous resentment and anger. Ye Feng, I want you to become a sacrifice, to pay tribute to my lord. Alyssa shouted madly. Hearing her roar, Ye Feng's face darkened, and he mumbled to himself with a cold smile. As expected, the Abyss Alliance wants to destroy our Earth. However, Ye Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. He slowly walked up, and with a flash of his body, he arrived in the sky. Then, he made a hand seal and used a skill. See God King's power. Boom! As Ye Feng's voice resounded, in an instant, the sky changed and the clouds gathered. A series of light screens appeared out of thin air, covering the entire sky. The light screens were like a cage, firmly trapping the black vortex. How is this possible? Seeing this, Alyssa was horrified. Her demon summoning ritual was not even completed yet, but Ye Feng actually disrupted the summoning ritual and stopped the demon lord from descending. You're looking for death. Alyssa was furious. She waved her hands, and the black vortex suddenly exploded with an even stronger suction force. But to her surprise, the black vortex couldn't break free from the light curtain's restraint. D*****. Alyssa's expression was ugly. She stared at Ye Feng, revealing a cruel light. How dare you interrupt my summoning ritual? You deserve to die. My Lord Monarch, please descend. Alyssa's body prostrated on the ground, her knees on the ground, her forehead touching the ground. She was pious and reverent. Boom! 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 In an instant, all the stars in the surroundings exploded. These stars all exploded, and terrifying figures emerged from them one after another. These figures were all demons. Furthermore, every single one of them was a beyond A-grade fierce beast, and there was even a few peak beyond A-grade existences. Ha 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 ha! The demon lord laughed arrogantly, and he was surrounded by countless beyond A-grade creatures. His strength had reached the peak beyond A-grade. Ye Feng, I've been waiting for this day for too long. Today, I'm going to tear you to pieces and make you my food. Saying so, that demon lord suddenly raised his head and looked at Ye Feng. His gaze was filled with endless killing intent. Die! Boom! Countless beyond A-grade demons roared in unison and pounced toward Ye Feng. He he he! But facing all of this, Ye Feng smiled indifferently. He extended his right hand and spread his fingers. Hoo! In his palm, a scorching flame was burning, emitting a terrifying temperature. Since you've delivered yourself to my door, then I won't be polite. Flame demon! Incinerate the heavens and boil the sea. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of blazing flames rose up. Within this ball of flames, an incomparably huge flaming creature appeared. It was a ferocious creature that looked like a lion. Roar! The creature raised its head and howled. Its pair of scarlet eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty luster. Its claws slammed into the air, creating a wave of fire that smashed toward the countless beyond A-grade creatures. Boom! 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 The two of them collided, and the beyond A-grade creatures were sent flying. Then, the creature charged forward again. Its body was covered in flames, and wherever it passed, even the void was burning. Chi-la! The flaming creature's sharp claws scratched the body of a beyond A-grade creature, and blood immediately gushed out. One of its arms almost fell to the ground. D*MN 645 Incomparably vast energy fluctuations, purgatory within a range of several kilometers. Incomparably vast energy fluctuations, purgatory within a range of several kilometers. Alyssa gritted her teeth. Then, she suddenly took out a black stone from her bosom and threw it. Whoosh! The black stone instantly cut through the void. The moment the black stone appeared, the void in the surroundings seemed to freeze. Next, a dark beam of light shot down from the sky, heading straight for Ye Feng's head. Boom! A muffled sound of thunder resounded. The light pillar struck Ye Feng's head but did not cause any damage to him. On the other hand, Ye Feng raised his eyebrows. He turned around and looked at Alyssa. Oh! No effect. Alyssa was slightly stunned and looked extremely surprised. Interesting. A devilish smile appeared on Ye Feng's face as he stomped his foot. Bang! Bang! A lotus flower bloomed, and his figure flickered as he charged straight at Alyssa. Humph! Do you think you're the only one with special powers? Alyssa sneered and waved her hand. In an instant, countless rays of light shot out from her body and turned into light spots that floated in the air. Each of the light spots was dazzling and contained boundless energy fluctuations. These light spots formed an array pattern, and within this array pattern, a giant blade as black as ink appeared. The black blade glowed with a black light and released wisps of black light. Abyss Alliance, kill him! Whoosh! In an instant, countless A-grade demonic creatures charged toward Ye Feng. Ant! Ye Feng's eyes were filled with mockery, and he waved his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! In his palm, streams of sword rays shot out. These sword rays were over 10 meters long and were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of the demons. Puff! 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 Endless flesh and blood flew everywhere. Those demons couldn't avoid it at all. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of demons were penetrated by the sword rays. In the blink of an eye, the dense army was reduced by half. What? Alyssa's expression changed drastically. I won't give you the chance. Ye Feng sneered. He waved his sleeve and a sky full of flames spread out, instantly covering an area of several kilometers. Everything within the range of the flames was turned into ashes. Furthermore, Ye Feng's attacks did not stop. He continued to activate the flames, turning the surrounding several kilometers into purgatory. Countless demons screamed as they died, and Ye Feng was like harvesting grass, killing the beyond A-grade demons one by one. Although these demonic creatures had the strength of a beyond A-grade transcendent, they could not even withstand a single blow from Ye Feng. In just a short period of time, Ye Feng had killed almost 1,000 demonic creatures, and this trend was still spreading. Alyssa's expression became even more ferocious and resentful when she saw that the demonic creature army she was so proud of was actually useless. Ye Feng! Alyssa's roar echoed throughout the sky. Then, she took out another black stone. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, countless beams of light shot out, sweeping toward Ye Feng. Petty tricks! Ye Feng's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Boom! 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 The moment the countless light beams were about to touch Ye Feng, they were blocked by his flames. However, the searing heat still caused the light beams to dim a little. Seeing this scene, Alyssa's face turned extremely gloomy. I admit that I have underestimated your strength. But it's a pity that this is my final trump card. Demonic creature sacrifice. As Alyssa's voice faded, the black stone suddenly erupted with a rich light. A head slowly emerged from the light and slowly opened its eyes under everyone's gaze. What? Ye Feng raised his eyebrows. This was a human's head. However, the head was covered with scales. In the middle of his forehead, there was a strange diamond-shaped crystal. The moment this head appeared, Ye Feng could feel the powerful aura of this fellow. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Especially when the other party's cold eyes were looking at Ye Feng. A sense of horror filled his entire body. It even made Ye Feng have the illusion that this head had come alive. Crack! 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 At this moment, a crisp cracking sound came from the neck of the head, followed by a hand reaching out from the neck. It was a pale white bone-armored arm covered in black scale armor. Its nails were extremely sharp, like blades, suffused with a cold glint. The moment the arm appeared, the head also stood up. His shoulders were bare, and his body was as hard as an iron tower. His skin had a metallic color. In particular, the baleful energy in his eyes seemed to be able to destroy the world. Who? After that pair of eyes appeared, layers of black fog surrounded him and turned into two black spears. He held them and stabbed them toward Ye Feng. Clang! The black spear struck the flame shield, and a terrifying gust of wind wreaked havoc. The flame shield trembled violently as if it would collapse at any time. This caused Ye Feng's heart to shiver. What a powerful fellow! Ye Feng took in a deep breath. He did not expect that Alyssa would have such a treasure. This spear was definitely a divine weapon. No wonder the other party was fearless and dared to challenge him. Haha, Yingluo, how is it? Ye Feng. Now you're afraid. Alyssa laughed hysterically. I told you, you bunch of trash don't deserve to be called humans. Today, I'll show you how great a real demon is. After saying that, Alyssa raised her hand and pointed at Ye Feng. Demonic creatures have descended. Boom! As soon as she finished speaking, the entire void trembled. Then, countless black vortexes appeared in the sky. These vortexes spun crazily, and a monstrous aura spread out. Then, evil ghost-like existences that were more than 10 meters tall appeared at the edge of the vortexes. They had 4 limbs, huge bodies, and were covered in armor. Each of them was extremely ferocious. The demons had descended. This was the perfect team of warriors. Go! Tear this D*MN human to pieces! Alyssa roared repeatedly. Hearing these words, the countless demonic creatures immediately roared and pounced toward Ye Feng. Humph! You're looking for death. Ye Feng snorted coldly. He knew that even though these demonic creatures were strong, they were far from a true god. Since that was the case, he would like to see how many of them could be burned to death by his flames. Thinking of this, Ye Feng no longer dodged. He allowed the demonic creatures to attack him. Chi-La! Chi-La! 646 The resonance between secret arts and creatures, the fierce beast sequence. The sharp claws of these demonic creatures tore through Ye Feng's clothes, leaving behind many scars. Ye Feng's expression was calm. He did not even look at the injury on his chest. He punched a demonic creature's head and directly smashed it. His strength was too great. An attack of this level could not affect him at all. And those demonic creatures were not afraid of pain. They attacked Ye Feng crazily, as if they wanted to tear his body apart. But their strength was too weak, and they could not do anything to Ye Feng. D*mit. This guy's physical body is too abnormal. D*mit. Just who is he? Run! Roars of anger resounded as the demons finally lost their courage. They knew that they could not hurt Ye Feng with their own strength. If they continued to fight, they would definitely be annihilated. At once, these demonic creatures retreated rapidly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Looking at this scene, Alyssa's expression was uncertain. She could also sense Ye Feng's strength. If they continued to fight, she would definitely lose. B****. Consider yourself lucky this time. But the next time I see you, I will kill you with my own hands. Alyssa gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred and resentment. Then, she turned around and left. Seeing that Alyssa was about to escape, Ye Feng shook his head slightly. He didn't chase after her. Instead, he stared at the back of the other party with interest. The demons have descended. Ye Feng mumbled to himself. This should be the trump card of this person. Moreover, this person seemed to have some kind of seal on her body, causing her to be unable to use her power at all. That was why she had used this secret technique. But what made Ye Feng surprised was that this secret technique could actually resonate with demonic creatures. This was simply unheard of. Forget it. Why do I care about her? Ye Feng shook his head. His strength had increased very quickly, and even now, he could already kill late-stage beyond A grades. In this way, there was indeed enough protection in China. Moreover, he still had another matter to deal with. Immediately, Ye Feng turned his gaze to the corpses that he had killed. I should be able to obtain a lot of spiritual energy by devouring the corpses of these guys. Ye Feng licked his lips. He was becoming more and more proficient in the devouring sequence. To him, these corpses were a fortune. At that moment, Ye Feng was prepared to release the devouring sequence. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Not good. There's danger. Ye Feng's expression changed slightly, and just as he felt the danger, suddenly, a thunderclap boomed. Kaka. Boom. 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 Accompanied by this sudden clap of thunder, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Dark clouds gathered and bolts of lightning slithered like snakes. In the midst of the lightning, a towering mountain suddenly emerged and then fell down. This mountain was at least 1,000 feet tall, like a giant pillar that held up the sky, bringing with it endless pressure. Bang! 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 It was as if the entire world was about to collapse as a vast sense of oppression filled the entire world. F***ck. What the H***ll is this? Ye Feng was shocked. He looked at the sky in shock, especially when he saw this huge mountain crashing down. He was completely dumbfounded. Could it be the demons that Alyssa summoned? It looks like she's going to do everything she can to stop me here. This mountain peak descended from the sky, and the rolling air currents almost made Ye Feng vomit blood. He stomped his feet and his entire body instantly flew out. Boom! Ye Feng dodged the attack range of this mountain peak, but before he could even stabilize himself, another even more terrifying mountain peak descended from the sky. This mountain peak was like a falling meteor. The rolling air currents caused the entire world to be shrouded in a layer of haze. That boundless power was like the end of the world. It made Ye Feng's hair stand on end. F***ck. Ye Feng cursed in his heart. After that, he could not care about anything else. He frantically escaped into the distance. He swore that he had never been in such a sorry state before. Boom! 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 Mountains fell one after another, each of them a few thousand feet tall. At this moment, the sky was filled with mountains that blocked out the sunlight, giving Ye Feng the illusion that the sky was dark. Ye Feng was frantically escaping, but this scene still made his scalp tingle. F***ck. Where did this monster come from? Ye Feng was extremely shocked. He could feel that the power of these mountains was extremely terrifying, especially when the lightning bolts struck down. It was as if they could destroy the heavens and earth. No! I can't stay here any longer. Otherwise, I will die without a doubt. Although Ye Feng had a strong defensive skill, he would not dare to touch the lightning within the mountain range, because his defensive skill could not withstand it. This mountain range is too terrifying. Could it be a fierce beast? Ye Feng's face turned ashen. He wanted to leave this place, but at this time, the terrifying mountains were already closing in. They were less than 10 meters away from him. I'm finished. Ye Feng's face was extremely pale. He did not expect the speed of these mountains to be so fast. They caught up in an instant. I can't just sit and wait for death. I must counterattack. Ye Feng's heart sank as he stared at the incoming mountain range. In the next moment, his figure suddenly burst out and charged toward a huge mountain in the sky. Each of these huge mountains carried an extremely powerful aura. This was something that Ye Feng did not expect. If he forcefully received it, even with his powerful strength, he would not be able to consume it all. On the contrary, Ye Feng might not be able to handle it. Boom! 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 The mountain peak crashed down like a meteorite, bringing with it a whistling wind. It was like a comet falling. Ye Feng's body was in midair and the space around him started to distort, as if it could not withstand his power and would collapse at any moment. His eyes were extremely cold. When the terrifying mountain range was less than 5 meters away from him, he suddenly extended his right arm. Voila! On Ye Feng's fingertips, a black fog spread out. It was like a will-o-wisp, and just as these will-o-wisps were condensing, Ye Feng's palm slammed into the void. Boom! A ripple visible to the naked eye spread in all directions. Then, the space suddenly trembled, and the falling mountain came to a stop. In the horror of everyone, it was forcibly stopped. How is that possible? This brat can actually withstand the power of the mountain range. This is impossible. Who the h***ll is this kid? Seeing this, Alyssa was extremely shocked, as if she had just seen a shocking scene. 647 Sky City's lackey, a quick battle. The speed of this mountain was extremely fast. Under normal circumstances, even the powerful Ye Feng would not be able to stop it. But at this moment, this terrifying mountain had actually stopped. At this time, Ye Feng sneered. He flicked his wrist and lashed out. Buzz! His palm was like an illusion as he instantly threw out several punches. Each punch carried a monstrous energy, tearing the air apart and ruthlessly smashing onto the terrifying mountain. Boom! 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 With a series of muffled sounds, the mountain crumbled in an instant, sending gravel flying everywhere. Pucci! Pucci! With blood spurting out, the demons screamed miserably as their bodies were pierced through and they fell to the ground. Their bodies were already badly damaged and covered in blood. There was a huge hole in their chests. Humph! They're just a bunch of ants. Ye Feng's expression was extremely indifferent. These demonic creatures were not worthy of his attention, and the difference in their strength was too great. Even if they joined forces, they were not worth mentioning to Ye Feng. Let's go. Ye Feng took in a deep breath. He was about to settle the score with Alyssa, but right at this time, an angry roar suddenly spread in all directions. Human, you're courting death. His voice was extremely loud and clear, with a trace of anger and killing intent. It was as if he hated Ye Feng to the core. Hearing this, Ye Feng's brows raised. He looked toward the source of the voice. With this glance, Ye Feng's expression turned uglier and uglier, especially when he saw an old man riding a giant elephant slowly approaching. A sinister smile appeared on his face. This old man was short and fat. He was wearing armor and a golden crown. He held a long saber and looked like an overlord. However, beside this old man, there were two other people. They were also dressed in human clothing, but their clothes were torn and tattered. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their gazes toward Ye Feng were filled with hatred and killing intent. That D*****Ned guy. I'm going to skin you alive. The three people's gazes were filled with extreme hatred, their eyes bloodshot. They wanted to skin Ye Feng alive. After Ye Feng saw the three of them clearly, he sneered, "You three dogs dare to come here to die. Today, I'll use you as a sacrifice to the flag." Ye Feng could tell with a single glance that these three were the rebels from Sky City who had joined the Abyss Alliance. Even though they were both symbiotes, when Ye Feng saw the existence of these lackeys, he could not wait to kill them all. Ye Feng coldly glanced at the three of them, and the three symbiotic demons immediately pounced over with unsightly expressions. Whoosh! 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 The three of them used their own methods. Their attacks were swift and fierce. They also cooperated well with each other. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Ye Feng and ruthlessly clawed at Ye Feng's neck. Humph! You don't know your place. Ye Feng's expression was cold. His figure was extremely agile. After dodging the sneak attack of the two, he swung his arm and a majestic force surged, slamming into the two of them. Bang! The two of them trembled and almost fell down. Their faces were as pale as paper, and their gazes toward Ye Feng were filled with fear. What powerful strength! He was actually able to force us back. D***mit. This guy is clearly only a beyond A grade, so how is he so strong? No matter. Let's kill him first. The eyes of the three men turned scarlet red as they felt a strong sense of danger. At this moment, they could not care about anything else. They started to attack Ye Feng crazily. The three of them were extremely powerful, especially the two male symbiotic demons. They had cultivated a tyrannical body tempering cultivation technique, and their physical bodies were shockingly strong. At this moment, they were like three savage humanoid creatures, exuding a terrifying pressure. As for Ye Feng, when he saw the three of them attacking him, his expression was extremely calm. He stood still and allowed the three of them to land their attacks on his body. Bang! 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 Ye Feng's body was extremely tough. His bones, muscles, meridians, and even his skin had been tempered to the point that it was like metal. Ordinary martial arts would not be able to harm him. Right now, the demonic blood in his body was boiling. His physical body was extremely strong. These three fellows could not get close to him at all, and every time their fists landed, Ye Feng would use his physical body to resist them. Boom! 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 Ye Feng's body was like an iron wall. No matter how the three of them attacked, he was not injured at all. Instead, their attacks were getting more and more intense. They were gradually suppressed by Ye Feng and were forced to retreat. Get lost! Suddenly, Ye Feng shouted. He jumped up and kicked out with his right leg like a whip, directly kicking the head of one of the men. Kaka! The man's head exploded and he was sent flying. But Ye Feng did not let his guard down. He stretched out his left hand and grabbed the corpse. He then threw the corpse away. Bang! 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 The corpse was like a cannonball, ruthlessly smashing into a towering tree in the distance, instantly breaking the thick tree in half. And immediately after, Ye Feng punched out again. Boom! His fist was like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the other man's chest and abdomen. And right at this time, he heard the sound of rushing wind. Ye Feng knew that something was wrong. He quickly retreated with the tip of his feet. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, 3 rays of cold light flickered and shot at the place where he had been standing, sending the soil flying. These 3 cold glints came from 3 sharp swords. One of the swords on the left was aimed at Ye Feng's chest. If Ye Feng did not dodge in time, he would have been pierced through by it. And the sword on the right was aiming for Ye Feng's throat. Ye Feng's expression was dark. These 3 swords came from 3 symbiotic demons. Clearly, these 3 had already set their eyes on him, but because of the strength he had displayed along the way, they did not dare to act rashly. But now that they saw that they were alone, they decided to beat the dog when it was down. Ye Feng's thoughts turned. His expression was uncertain. He could imagine that these 3 people definitely knew him. Otherwise, they would not have attacked. However, it was a little awkward. Ye Feng frowned. He did not remember offending these 3 useless people. Unable to figure out the reason, Ye Feng was too lazy to think about it. He took a step forward and chased after the 3 people. Little b** die. When the 3 symbiotic demons saw Ye Feng charging over, their expressions turned malevolent and they immediately charged over with their weapons. Chi La. One of them was the first to arrive. His figure was as fast as a ghost, and he instantly closed in. His speed was extremely fast, especially the sharp blade in his hand. It was like a phantom, tearing through the void and slashing toward Ye Feng. 648 Don't even think about leaving this place alive with your powerful body. What? Ye Feng's gaze focused. He could clearly see the black light that appeared on the surface of this man's body. This light was light green in color, like a poisonous snake's tongue, causing one's heart to palpitate. This was poisonous miasma. Ye Feng's eyes narrowed. He knew that the poisonous miasma could corrode the body. Even a symbiotic demon would find it hard to resist such a corrosive power. At that moment, Ye Feng did not hesitate, he raised his hand and punched out toward the poisonous miasma. The punch was so powerful that it collided with the man's sharp blade with a sonic boom. Bang! Ye Feng's body did not move at all, but the man screamed in pain as he was sent flying. Pfft! This man spat out a mouthful of blood. He clutched his right rib and looked at Ye Feng in shock. How can your physical body be so powerful? The poisonous miasma had no effect. Hearing these words, Ye Feng shook his head. These guys were really stupid. The poisonous miasma might be hard to resist for others, but to him, it was the best tonic. Do you have any last words? Ye Feng laughed coldly. He then slowly walked toward the man. You. The man's expression changed. He wanted to explain himself, but before he could finish his words, Ye Feng had already slapped him and shattered his mouth, then punched out. Bang! Bang! The man's brain matter splattered everywhere, and he died on the spot. As for the remaining 2, when they saw that their companion was killed by Ye Feng in the blink of an eye, their expressions changed drastically. Without any hesitation, they turned around and ran. Escape? When Ye Feng saw this, a sinister smile appeared on his face. It's too late to escape now. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure darted out like a cheetah and caught up with one of them in an instant. He grabbed the other party and threw him into the lake. Pucci! Pucci! Next, Ye Feng pointed out with his finger and blinded another person's eyes. Ah! A shrill cry resounded in the surroundings. Ye Feng jumped into the lake again and tore that person apart. After doing all this, Ye Feng's clothes were completely wet, but he did not care. Instead, he turned to look into the distance, where a strong killing intent was locked onto him. "Brat, I want you dead." Seeing this, Alyssa immediately activated her magic. She was the white-robed priest, an extremely powerful magician in the Abyss Alliance. If her magic could be claimed to be second in the Abyss Alliance, no one would dare to claim to be the best. This was also one of the reasons why Ye Feng was so difficult to deal with. Boom! Alyssa waved her hands, and her aura suddenly burst forth. Her white robe fluttered in the wind, and her long, gentle hair also stood up due to the gravity. A pretty face was revealed in front of Ye Feng. But at the next moment, a huge sense of danger enveloped Ye Feng. This was a super strong fire technique. The fire energy it released was enough to be called a small planet. *MN it's here again. Seeing this, Ye Feng immediately tried to use his strength to dodge. However, this ball of flame was already less than 5 meters away from him, and the fire was getting stronger and stronger. "Ha ha ha! Brat, this is a high-grade holy flame. Even a peak beyond A grade would not dare to take it head-on. Just wait for your death." Alyssa laughed maniacally, but Ye Feng did not care about that. He suddenly accelerated and charged toward the shore. At this moment, the terrifying flame finally reached him. Whoosh! The fire burned. Ye Feng could even feel his skin burning. This heat wave was almost boiling his blood. So strong! Ye Feng's face was filled with shock. Just this flame alone already had such power. If it landed on his body, wouldn't it be instantly destroyed? Thinking of this, Ye Feng could not help but take in a deep breath. As expected of the white-robed priest, she was not to be underestimated. However, it was a little awkward. Ye Feng laughed coldly. He tapped his feet lightly and his entire body jumped into the air. Following that, he pushed off with his legs and did a beautiful somersault, escaping from this ball of fire. Ye Feng's actions were extremely elegant. This caused Alyssa's expression to freeze for a moment before she started to roar in anger. "Demnet insect, go to HLL. Inferno H*LL fire wall." Alyssa shouted. She waved her hands, and a wall of fire rose out of thin air. Hwalala! The wall of fire was several feet high, and the scorching temperature permeated the air. The scorching lake water boiled, and then, from within the wall of fire, streams of lava flowed out, forming a dense fire net that covered half the sky. When Ye Feng saw this, his expression darkened. This woman was too vicious. The lava was highly toxic. Once it came into contact with one's skin, one would definitely be burned. "Get lost!" Ye Feng smacked his lips in disdain. Next, he shook his arms, his muscles expanded, and he punched out. This punch was heavy and carried a ferocious force as it slammed into the wall of fire. Pang! 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 Although this wall of fire was extremely tough, it still cracked under the wind from Ye Feng's fist, and after a while, it exploded. "You're looking for death." Alyssa turned pale with fright. She had never imagined that the wall of fire she had cast would actually be broken through by a single punch from her opponent. This was simply a great humiliation. Alyssa was extremely furious. She twisted her body and a graceful figure flew toward Ye Feng like a butterfly flying through flowers. "I will let you know the consequences of angering a lady." Alyssa's face was extremely gloomy. Her body emitted a bright silver light as if she was wearing a silver gauze dress. She was beautiful yet cold. Moonlight binding. Wang! Following Alyssa's shout, the silver dress suddenly spread out like a spider web, enveloping Ye Feng. Ye Feng frowned. He could clearly feel that these silver threads contained a strong corrosive and binding power. This was especially so after they touched his body. They corroded even more crazily, like acid meeting a piece of iron. Humph! Petty tricks! Ye Feng sneered. His body was like steel. Any material attacks were useless against him. Shua! Yefeng's legs stomped on the ground. His body suddenly grew 3 feet tall. Next, he clenched his fists, a majestic energy gathered on the tip of his fists. Explosive fist. Boom. 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 His fist was like a thunderclap, and with an invincible overbearingness, it struck the silver thread. Chi-la. Numerous thin cracks appeared in front of Alyssa, causing her expression to turn into one of shock. D***mn. Alyssa cursed. She did not expect Yefeng to have such strength. He actually broke through her moonlight binding in one move. What kind of freak was this guy? However, she didn't back down. Instead, she smiled hideously. Brat, even if I die today, you can forget about leaving here alive. 649 Burning one's lifespan to increase one's combat power for a short time. After saying that, she gritted her teeth and her eyes turned red. At the same time, the skin on her body quickly aged and shriveled. In the blink of an eye, she turned into an old woman in her 80s, and her white hair was quickly turning black. At the same time, her hands were also covered in a black color. She grabbed Yefeng and slammed her palm on his chest. Bang! Yefeng was sent flying by this palm. His expression darkened and he staggered back with a serious expression. Is this guy going all out? She's actually burning her lifespan. Yefeng's eyes were filled with fear. In order to deal with him, this woman really did not care about the price. Ha ha. Seeing Yefeng retreating in a sorry state, Alyssa could not help but laugh out loud. Yefeng! You're finished. We white-robed priests have all cultivated a special secret technique that can increase our combat strength for a short period of time. You're the first person to force me to use this secret technique in all these years. No matter how many trump cards you have, you must die here. Alyssa's eyes were filled with hatred. She formed another seal with her hands and then pushed it forward. Flame domain. Hwalala. As she finished her sentence, the surrounding flames rose once again, and around Yefeng, there were circles of flames surrounding him, like a cage that was imprisoning him. D***mn. Yefeng cursed in his heart. His expression was extremely ugly. This was because in this flame domain, his spiritual energy and mental energy were suppressed. It was as if he was sealed in another space. No. I can't just sit here and wait for death. Yefeng's expression turned serious. He knew that with his current situation, it would be very difficult for him to escape from here. He had to break through, or he would die. Yefeng knew that he would only have a chance if he used the flames here. Burn it! Yefeng's expression was ferocious. At this moment, the blood in his body was boiling like a volcano erupting. The surging spiritual energy and blood fused into his blood vessels. In an instant, crackling sounds came from his body, as if his meridians were expanding. Boom! 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 Yefeng's body let out a muffled sound like a wild beast's roar. His face was getting redder and redder, like a cooked duck. And this change was still continuing. Yefeng's eyes were bloodshot. He was like a man made of blood. Roar! Yefeng roared. His eyes instantly turned red. And in his body, his blood was boiling to its peak, a terrifying power was brewing in Yefeng's body. Explode! Bang! 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 In Yefeng's furious roar, crack, crack, the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. Yefeng's arms suddenly doubled in size. His legs became even thicker, and his entire body seemed to be filled with explosive strength. Explode! Yefeng howled, and on his body, green veins popped out one after another, crawling on his muscles and bones like earthworms. It was an extremely strange sight. And with a deafening explosion, Yefeng's body started to move like a balloon being blown. Ah! Yefeng howled in pain. His eyes were filled with pain. The heart-wrenching pain almost made him faint, but he knew that he must not faint. Otherwise, what awaited him would be death. On Yefeng's arms, shoulders, and chest, veins were bulging, his muscles were bulging. His entire body had expanded to more than double its original size. It was like a demonic god had descended. Ah! Yefeng's shrill cries caused Alyssa's expression to turn extremely ugly. She had never seen a beyond A-grade symbiote with such shocking recovery and strength. This was simply beyond her knowledge. And just as Alyssa was still in shock, Yefeng opened his mouth and bit toward her neck. Pucci! Yefeng's lips pierced through her neck. Blood flowed out, but Yefeng's throat moved, and he swallowed the blood and injected it into his body. Boom! 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 As Yefeng devoured the fresh blood crazily, his aura rose sharply again. He could feel that his strength was increasing rapidly. However, it still did not stop. What do I do? Am I going to give up? Alyssa's expression was uncertain. She did not expect Yefeng to be so strong, especially now. He was about to break through. Moreover, the aura he emitted made Alyssa's heart palpitate. This situation caused Yefeng to sweat profusely. He knew that if he could not break through, he would die. I must persevere. Yefeng's eyes flickered. He understood that if he gave up now, then the only thing that awaited him would be death. Hence, he would not allow himself to fail. No matter what, I have to break through. Yefeng knew that he had to break through. He had to live. Who? Yefeng's entire body was emitting a strong smell of blood, especially his eyes. They were blood red, like a demon from H*LL. His face was extremely ferocious. At this moment, his body had expanded to its limit, and those wounds had also been torn open. Even his clothes were torn. Right now, Yefeng felt that his body was filled with explosive power. This power was more than twice as strong as his peak state. Just a little bit more. I want to break through. I'm going to break through. Yefeng had a crazed expression. He knew that he could only resist Alyssa by releasing his mental energy. Die. Alyssa did not dare to get close at all. She was afraid that the scorching heat would make her body tremble. She could not help but retreat far away. She looked at Yefeng's crazy appearance, and her expression was cold. D*MN Ant, let's see how long you can last. After saying that, she waved her slender hand and black crystals appeared on her fingertips. Then, these crystals flew out and floated in the air. Chi! 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 These black crystals instantly burst out with strange black light. Then, they began to wriggle slowly and finally formed pitch-black puppets. These puppets were at least 3 meters tall, and each of them was extremely lifelike, as if they were alive. Go! Alyssa shouted. Immediately, these puppets pounced toward Yefeng. And when Yefeng saw this, his eyes flashed with a cold light. Next, he leaped up and flew into the sky. Whoosh! 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 His speed was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of the puppets. 650 Bloodline Evolution, Level 1 Bloodline. Get lost! As soon as Yefeng's words landed, his fist shadows filled the sky. Each strike seemed to carry the might of lightning as they smashed down. Bang! 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 The moment those puppets touched Yefeng's fist shadows, they were shattered into pieces, turning into a pile of scrap metal and falling down. With just a single move, he had destroyed 3 puppets. This caused Alyssa's beautiful face to turn pale. This guy was too terrifying. Alyssa was scared out of her wits. She turned around and tried to escape, but before she could take 2 steps, Yefeng blocked her path. What are you running for? Since you're here, then stay. Yefeng's gaze was dark, and just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly frowned and looked out of the valley. Someone has broken into the restricted area. Yefeng's eyes flickered. His senses were extremely sharp. He could clearly sense that there were 3 figures flying toward him from outside the valley. D***MN. Alyssa's expression changed. She took in a deep breath and stared at Ye Feng. Ye Feng, I admit that I have underestimated you. However, your bloodline has already been activated to the extreme. If you continue to absorb blood, you will die. Alyssa was not trying to scare him. The bloodline in Ye Feng's body was getting stronger and stronger, but the injuries on his body were getting more and more serious, especially when his skin was cracking and the blood was seeping out. He would explode sooner or later. Humph! No one can stop me from breaking through. Ye Feng's face was filled with malevolence and madness. There was only one word in his mind: breakthrough. Hearing this, Alyssa's face stiffened. She looked at Ye Feng deeply before saying slowly, then you can try. I hope you won't regret this. After saying that, Alyssa sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes, ignoring Ye Feng. This made Ye Feng slightly stunned. He glanced at Alyssa in surprise. He did not understand why she did not escape. But Ye Feng was too lazy to care. He immediately jumped into the midst of the corpses and started to suck the blood crazily. Zilla. As Ye Feng crazily sucked the blood, strange patterns started to appear on his body. These patterns were like tadpole-like characters, but also like some kind of symbols. They were densely packed in Ye Feng's flesh and blood, making him look extremely strange. Alyssa opened her eyes, which were filled with shock. This is evolving the bloodline. Alyssa's eyes were wide open. She stared at Ye Feng. She could not believe her eyes. Bloodline evolution was a legendary thing. Anyone's bloodline evolution would require a large amount of fresh blood. Furthermore, an ordinary bloodline evolver would only evolve into an ordinary bloodline. Even for those with a top-tier bloodline, they would only be at level 2 or level 3, but Ye Feng had awakened a level 1 bloodline. One must know that the highest level of bloodline evolution was 4 levels. This was simply heaven-defying. Alyssa had never seen an existence with a level 1 bloodline, even in the abyss. Alyssa's eyes turned red. Never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that she would meet such a freak. As long as this kind of freak was trained, he would definitely be an existence that surpassed S grade in the future. I must catch him. Alyssa gritted her teeth. She could not understand how Ye Feng could evolve to level 1. And at this time, Ye Feng was in a state of absorption. His flesh and blood started to heal, his scales started to fall off, and as the scales fell off, new scales started to cover his entire body. In just half an instant's time, his body was covered in green scales, and these scales were even surrounded by flames. At this moment, Ye Feng's entire body was exuding a fierce aura. His cultivation base had reached a terrifying level in that short moment. Furthermore, Ye Feng discovered that on his skin, there were blood-red lines that spread to every part of his body. These lines were like cobwebs, looking extremely strange and unpredictable. His bone armor was making cracking sounds, like metal rubbing against each other, giving off an ear-piercing sound. This is... Ye Feng's eyes flickered. He could faintly feel that his bone armor was being modified. In fact, he could even feel that his bone armor contained an indescribable pressure. It was as if it could destroy the world once it was released. This is the transformation. Ye Feng knew that his bones were undergoing a transformation. Perhaps this transformation would become his trump card in the future. At that moment, Ye Feng did not hesitate. He continued to consume the remains of the corpses. The scales on his body increased in number, and even his pupils were flickering with fiery red patterns. It's almost time. Ye Feng knew that after he absorbed enough blood, he should be able to break through. Thinking of this, Ye Feng did not hesitate to use the dragon vein technique. Buzz! After the dragon vein technique in Ye Feng's body was activated, a blood-red color appeared on the surface of his body. This blood-red color entered his body through his pores. Hoo! These blood-red lights were like tiny snakes, slithering around Ye Feng's body. It then flowed along his veins and gradually merged into his blood vessels. Ye Feng's face twisted. He felt that his entire body was filled with endless power. This power was different from martial strength, but it was purer and more condensed. It was like a kind of bloodline, a kind of inheritance. Ah! Ye Feng howled toward the sky. His eyes were blood red. Traces of blood filled his eyes. He opened his mouth and spurted out large amounts of blood. Boom! 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 At this moment, Ye Feng was like a blood demon. As expected of a level 1 bloodline. Just his aura alone is comparable to a peak beyond A grade. Ye Feng was extremely shocked. Although he was not afraid of transcendent experts, the other party was too strong, and he could not defeat them at all. This was especially so when his strength had not yet reached its peak. Otherwise, he would have been able to crush his opponent with his strength alone. Ye Feng was overjoyed. But at this moment, he suddenly saw that on his right arm, there were lines of runes. These patterns were densely packed and covered his palms, ankles, and neck. They were like blood-colored vines. The lines were still expanding, and in the blink of an eye, they had covered his entire body, including his head and the top of his head. This is... Ye Feng's expression was filled with shock. A scene suddenly appeared in the depths of his memory. It was a blood-red world, everyone there was wearing a blood-red robe, and there were blood-red swords in the sky. It was like an apocalyptic scene. Not good. Ye Feng's heart skipped a beat. He thought of his situation just now. Could it be caused by the blood?